Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to day number 6 of the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Schumacher Racing, Hobby Wing and Tony Sport. We're at the wonderful Robin Hood Raceway venue just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire, and joining us today, or joining me today, to my left is Muzz Schumacher on the mic, who will be helping out with a bit of commentary today as well. Morning, Muzz.
Morning, Matt. Morning, everybody.
We have birthday boy James Parry with us today. Technical duties is Paul Bateman. On the still camera, we have Frank McKinney running around the track taking shots. Up on the moving camera is Jude McCallum, and Matt McCallum is doing things in the van somewhere. So he is here somewhere. You join us at the start of round 4 of qualifying, and we are just about to head off with heat number 7. So who's in this one, Muzz?
So, heat 7, let's have a look through. Car number 1, Alexander Landon. Car 2, Jamie Hall. Car 3, Clement Boda. 4, Jesper Rasmussen. 5, Wesley Van Helmond. 6, Elias Johansson. 7th, Luke Holdsworth. 8th, Ed Callan. And 9th, Moritz Lautenbach.
Excellent, excellent. So, overnight top 10, just to get you up to date with this. Paul Crompton finished off 10th yesterday overall. Then we have Mika Widmeyer in 9th, Lee Martin 8th, Jorn Newman in 7th, Noah Ben Mohammed in 6th. We have Pekka Ivanen coming up 5th, Una Hattonen in 4th, and then your top 3 being Michael Orlowski, Marcus Kerup and Bruno Coelho. So, lots of things could upset the standings today. We have had rain pass over us this morning. Only a very light shower, but I believe we've got a little bit more forecast, haven't we, Muzz?
Yeah, I think it's on and off showers throughout the day. All depends on which way the wind direction comes in, I think.
Yeah, I think we've changed a little bit. If you look at the flags out there, they are blowing sort of across the left of us, and they were kind of blowing from behind us yesterday. So, looks like we've got weather coming in from over towards the field, sort of Retford direction, realistically. So if you're in Retford watching today and there is rain coming, please do drop us a message on the YouTube feed and let us know. We are watching the feed, so thank you very much to anybody that is out there and everybody that is out there joining us today. We will have a look after this round and say hello to any of you that have joined. So do feel free to pop on there and we'll go back through some of your messages at the moment. So let's have a look. Who are we following at the moment? As I took my eyes
possibly
off of the camera
car
there.
1, I think. I think it's Alexander Landon. We'll check as he comes through.
Okay, so it is. It is. So Alexander Landon, there's the Swede, bringing us round. Actually top of the pile at the moment. We'll see how he goes after lap 2. Okay. So early 14 lappers this morning predicted. This heat top 5 all looking at 14 lap pace, which is realistically where everybody wants to be to push themselves up as high as possible. So Jesper Rasmussen leading us round, last lap of a 22.2. Pretty quick laps going in already this morning, Muzz. That's that over little bit of rain we had, drying out pretty quickly. Grips the track up nicely. The sand has sunk back in a little bit off of the on the racing line there. So these guys able to really push this morning. That should mean we'll see some really quick times coming from at least this heat and the next 2 before we drop down into the sort of first heats again after the top heat has been out.
Exactly, yeah. It's looking very fast, the track, isn't it? So, yeah, sun's coming out at the minute, a bit of cloud cover as well. So, yeah, 14 lapper, as we know, is very fast.
It is, yeah. It's 22.2. Of a best lap. I mean, we were seeing about 21 and a halves yesterday, I think, for the fastest laps that were going round. I think I've got it written down here somewhere. I did have it written down here somewhere. Oh, it's on my tongue.
What, fastest laps?
21.46 from Kerup yesterday. So not a million miles off of that, about 3/4 of a second back, so there is time to be made up out there yet, but we're not quite on the top heats yet. We got this one and 2 more to go.
Even the other guys in the top, they couldn't get close to Kerup on those after his 5-second crashes we saw. So he was absolutely giving everything nothing left on the table, but these guys, I think, pretty similar pace to yesterday, maybe a touch quicker.
Yeah, I would have said so. Let's have a look at the Serpent of Elias Johansson going around, the number 6 car. So sort of the orangey one coming over the roller, just about to drop into the bomb hole now. Out he comes through the centre chicane. So, Jude, if you can switch on to Alexander Landon, who's coming over the tabletops now. Just going around the switchbacks there. Onto the straight. No, one in front of that one, bud. There we go. Okay, over the roller he goes. So this is the Serpent of Elias Johansson, as we say. Well, it's not doing too bad at the moment. Certainly up there, top 3 in this heat. What's the fastest lap for Elias? 20... Oh, he's dropped down there. 22.5. So not up there with the quickest laps. We've seen a 22.1 from Clement Boda in the S-Works. Nobody else into the 21s yet. Oh, no, it's a 22.1, sorry. Nobody else quite down that far yet. Oh, no, Ed Callan's done a 22.18. 22.07 for Jamie Hall there, right at the very bottom. That was his last lap as he's gone round. But we are with Elias Johansson, currently running 3rd in this one. We'll see what happens when the other guys just cross over the line. Yeah, no change this time round, but these guys incredibly close out there on track. In fact, I would say Jasper Rasmussen on predicted times about 3 seconds ahead of anybody else right now. So certainly keeping his pace from yesterday and still stays top of the pile. So we'll try and pick up Jasper as he comes past us. So Jasper's a number 4 car that's just going down the straight now over the off-camber sweeper into the roller. Drops himself into the bomb hole now. So if we can switch on to Jasper, that would be great. Just through the centre section of the track, over the first tabletop. Through the berm, over the second tabletop he goes. Jumps up the step up, past commentary corner here. Into the switchbacks. No, onto the straight. A little bit behind there. Car in front of that one. That's the one. There's Jasper. So, drops into the bomb hole. Oh, just catches a pipe, flicks himself over there. I think that is Tom Cockrell, is it there? It is on the Marshall point, so he would have been ready to go. Okay, so Jasper taking us round now. He's finished in a 14.5.18. Clement Boda tops him on. They must have had an absolute blinder of a last lap or two. 22.6. So
Jasper lost a little bit, I think, on the last one, Matt, was it?
Yeah, he did. He caught that pipe, unfortunately.
Good respectable times, though. 14s. There's several there, isn't there? Was it 7?
Yeah, it is 7. Yeah, everybody down to Jamie Hall and Moritz Lautenbach.
So, realistically, those guys... Top 20, I guess, for this round?
Has to be, I think. Have to be. It's going to be a tough ask, I think, to keep these 14s in. Talking to Lee Martin yesterday, he said everybody is pushing as hard as they possibly can. A mistake is super, super costly. Caught up with Ben Jameson as well this morning, who's down in his Marshall Point at the moment, actually. Caught up with Ben for sort of 10 minutes this morning. Ben says that yesterday he had a run where he only made one mistake, and the mistake he made was that the car kicked out at the back end, and that lost him 6 places.
Yeah.
So one kick out, one slide, 6 places gone.
Close as that, isn't it, as we were saying, yeah.
Absolutely bonkers out there. So we've got Heat 8 coming up next. This is your second from top heat. In this one, we have the number 1 of Unahatnan, Pekka Ivenanen, the car number 2, the Schumacher, Tommy Hall, the Associated 3, Lee Martin in the Yokomo 4, Max Gotzelin 5 in the X-Ray, Neil Cragg, Associated in car 6, Hubert Honegal, the X-Ray of car number 7, Jamil Gabrison in the Schumacher of car number 8, and Ben Smith, the Schumacher in car number 9. Should we have a look and see if anybody's chatting yet, Muzz?
Yeah, I was going to say, if we got anyone online wanting to ask any questions, say good morning or have a chat, anything with me and Matt, we're going to try and bring you the best coverage we can.
Okay, Alec Cristiano says, hola, hello there, Eric. Good morning to you. Nicholas Goodall says, hoping to see Martin get a couple of solid runs to keep it in the A. I think Lee is wishing for that as well. He knows there's a lot to do out there though, this morning, so he will be absolutely pushing as much as he can. RC77 says, morning. Morning to you, RC77. Fast as funk. F-U-N-K, I will add.
Try and catch
says,
you out on that one,
morning
Guppy.
all. They are trying to catch me out a little bit. Joseph Fisher says, good morning, Mus. I miss your sweet, sweet voice.
Who was that?
Joseph Fisher.
Joey Fisher.
There he is.
Yes, one of our fellow American friends.
He is.
Morning, Joey. You should still be in bed.
He should still be in bed, but we all know Joey's not going to be going to bed yet. David M. When can I find the entry list? Should be online somewhere on the Facebook pages of Robin Hood Raceway. Morning all, looking forward to today's racing. Here we get a couple of Brits in the A-mains today, says David Dalton. And Marvellous Russ says, morning fellas, did you get any rain overnight or any expected? We did have a patch of rain sweep over us this morning, Russ. Wasn't a lot though, it was like that fine sort of misty rain for 5-10 minutes, wasn't it?
There was a little bit of rain last night, just after midnight as well. There's quite a bit around for a little bit of time before I went to bed.
I was long in bed by then, Muzz.
Well, I was planning to be, but unfortunately, mention no names, but some of the Norwegian team was out bowling and someone decided to lose the key for their apartment room.
Oh, dear.
So being the nice, friendly person I was, rather than leaving them in a foreign country on their own to sort out problems and get locksmiths, I helped them try and solve the problem, which went on until after midnight.
Oh, my goodness. So this one just kicking off now. I think it's Lee Martin that's going to lead us out. We're following around for a little bit.
Yep. Shortly afterwards, the key was found in a carrier bag in somebody's dustbin in the room. The key was then returned to rightful owner. Nice. The Norwegians got to bed, and we all got loads of sleep, and we're here ready to go today.
Nice. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, Lee Martin coming round. Says that the step-up section is one that can certainly catch you out. He said there's not a huge amount of time to go there with the different lines that people are taking. So, not really. Lee says that there are many places on the track where you can make up time. You've just got to push absolutely everywhere and be on the absolute edge with it, realistically. And that's where the times are coming from. Consistency and pushing as hard as they possibly can. So just drop back one car, please, Jude. And that's the Associated of Unihattan. Oh, a bit of a wheelie there, popping out of the hairpin into the bomb hole. Una's car, loads of punch in that one this morning, Muzz.
Yeah, certainly is. He was coming alive pretty well yesterday as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's lost a bit. Has he lost a bit, or is that Pecco was just...
Pecco's, yeah. Again, it's easier to follow, as we keep saying.
Okay, that's a bit strange. So Una's actually popped up into top spot. Lee Martin's dropped down into second. Neil Cragg up into third now.
I think Pecco's just gone wide there, but Una, I think, was just using Pecco's lines and just breaking that little bit later, so looking good.
Actually, we may well have been following Pecco there. Sorry.
They look very similar, don't they? Yeah. 22-0 then for Una.
Oh, wow. Okay, almost into the 21s already.
So looking at the drivers on the rostrum, absolutely full concentration mode on the faces of these guys up there. So they're really going for it in this round. Remember, we're not sure what's coming with the weather, so they need this to count, because if it potentially rains in the next one,
Una's over.
Things could change.
So that is definitely going to change things at the top next time round. Lee Martin should take the top spot up again. However, Neil Cragg comes through and takes it into second. So likely when Una crosses the line next, we will see Neil Cragg take the top spot there.
And as we were saying, track is fast.
Neil Cragg hasn't taken it.
Track is fast. The time that these guys are, well, there was looking at, Una's had that obviously big mistake, but there was looking at the same sort of time as I think Bruno's current TQ from yesterday.
So Neil Cragg is top of the pile at the moment. We will switch back to Neil, who is the car back from Una. One back. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, hang on. Neil just coming over the tabletops now. So just coming past us in the commentary box into the switchbacks. Yellow. One forward from there, yellow and red. There we go. So that's Neil currently leading us round. Predicted a 14 in a 5:13. Who's fastest lap out there at the moment, Muzz?
So off camera, fastest lap, Jamil Gabrielson, just under 21.95. So first sub-22 of the day. Absolutely
blistering pace already this morning. These guys really finding the track gripping up and having plenty of pace in it. Maybe that touch of rain has taken a twinge of side bite out of the track, which is allowing these guys to really push a little bit harder. But I do think the grip is right up this morning. So we'll see how Craigie gets on. Lee Martin on his ninth lap obviously just jumps to the top. We'll wait for Neil to cross the line because it looks like he is taking us round in this one. Certainly found some pace in that car. There's a little bit of a squiff coming out the second part of the switchbacks. Neil still up in front, though. So Neil with a 22.6 on the last one. Lee Martin 22.7 on his last lap. 22.1 for Pecco on his last lap. There is absolutely nothing in it up at the top. So we're only talking less than a second between the top three.
Pecco just on a 21.94 off camera.
I think we're going to have to follow Pecco in a minute.
So that's the new one.
Run out of time.
Jamil was 21.95. Pecco on a 21.94. That's Unicar 1. Pecco is the end of the straight, maybe?
Yeah, so Pecco, so just pop to the, just going into the bomb hole in a second, the green car. Out he comes through the chicane.
That's the one.
That's the one. So that's Pecco, absolutely flying at the moment, looking to try and catch Neil if he possibly can. Oh,
good line.
That was close there. We've already seen the Dong of Justice catch out a couple of people this morning trying to push a little bit hard in the early practice rounds.
21.85 for Pecco on camera that we're watching. So that was the right call there, Guppy.
There we go. So Pecco at the moment. We'll see what happens when Neil crosses the line. He's taken it from Neil at the moment.
Off camera, Ewan has just had a roll, I can see. So it's going to drop him down the order. So look how close it is. Pecco, 300ths clear from Cragg.
We're almost into finishing times now, so over the next 10 seconds, these guys are going to run out of time on the track. I think it's going to be this one for Pecco, so he is going to be looking at trying to put in a quick 14 if he can. We'll see how it goes as they cross the line.
So Pecco, 4/10 clear now from Neil Cragg, 7/10 further back is Tommy Hall, 10th back Lee Martin, so a second covering the top four, and they're on the close down lap, so this is it to the line this time for the drivers.
So see how Craggy does as he crosses the line. Where's it going to jump him up to? Over the line he goes, puts him second. So,
how tight is that?
That is tight. It is tight at the top. So Pecco from Neil, from Tommy, back to Lee Martin. These guys putting in some pretty quick laps this morning to try and make sure the gauntlet is laid down. So they're going to take the cars off the track. So Pecco in a 14.5.13. Neil Cragg second with a 14.5.13.97. Tommy Hall 14.5.14.71. Lee Martin 14.5.14.89. Top five obviously rounds out with Max Gottsel 14.5.15.52. So really, really close at the top. We're probably going to see a few of these next ones make some differences there. But certainly a gauntlet laid down for the top heat. Who've we got in this one, Muzz?
So Heat 9 going out next. So car 1, Marcus Carup. Car 2, Bruno Coelho. Car 3, Michael Orlowski. 4, Misha Vidmeyer. 5, Keith Frainer. 6, Josh Holdsworth. 7th, Noah Ben Mohammed. 8th, Paul Crompton. 9th, Jorn Neumann. And 10th, Daniel Kobovic. And what we've got to watch is the track is fast, as we've been saying. We had 3 different TQs yesterday. So they need, if there's a tie break, it can come down on fastest time. So while the track is fast, they need to get it in this round. They know they need to do it because looking out the door, black clouds are approaching in the distance.
Possibly the man with the most pressure on track at the moment is overnight 10 spot Paul Crompton in the X-Ray. So Paul is going to want a super clean and efficient run this time round. Looking at him yesterday when we had a chat, he's pretty confident in the car. He's not making too many changes, refreshed a couple of things. He's happy with how things have gone so far, but he knows there is pressure on today. So going to be pushing as hard as he can to make sure he gets those clean laps in. Yeah,
certainly will. I think, as we've seen the track so far, what do we think on Carup's 21.46 yesterday? Is that going?
I don't know if it can go, Muzz. I know the track is really, really quick today, but that is a blistering lap.
We know he only did them because he knew he'd got 5 seconds to try and pull back in. So unless he does another big mistake, I don't think he's going to take that much risk. So
no. If you think about it, he's only realistically he's half a second. So if he could do a 21.46 every lap, he needs 10 laps at that place to make up a 5-second mistake.
Exactly. Yeah.
Almost impossible to do on this track, especially with other cars on it. So these guys, about 45 seconds before they are off the line. We'll just have a quick look and see if there's anybody in the chat there. Okay, so down to Kevin Redfern says, morning all, thanks for the fantastic coverage. Thank you, Kevin, we do appreciate it. Who is your guest for TQ? Obviously being impartial.
We'll tell you after this one. Give us a little bit more of an idea. 1 round to go.
I mean, Bruno's got it at the moment. He looks over a 5-lap pace. He does look fairly sort of fair. Or I wouldn't say untouchable, but the 5-lap pace, Bruno's certainly up there. Joe Fisher says he's on his way to work. Eric Cristiano says, good morning all from Indonesia. Good morning, Eric. Thank you for joining us.
Enjoy the work, Joey.
So, Fast as Funk says, hello chaps, what chassis makes will we see racing today? Last time I was at RHR, I was running a hastily built Control Spec Tamiya, the Icon RC Buggython. Great facility, and thanks for the live. Not a problem at all. You're going to see all sorts of manufacturers going around at the moment, but we will click off the feed now and pop back to the track as these guys are going. We're with Bruno Coelho currently taking TQ overnight. So Bruno pushing now. Let's see what he does for a first lap. A 22.1 out of the blocks for Bruno. 22.81 for Kerup. Certainly not messing about this morning. He wants that TQ spot for sure. He's in second at the moment, is Kerup. So, the first we'll see him take TQ, I think, won't it, overall, pretty much. And then we've got 1 round to go after that, so it's still open.
It's still going to be open until the last round, but it's certainly going to do no sort of hindrance for these guys. If they get TQ in this round on the very fast track as it is, it's pretty much going to seal pole, I think.
So no answer there. Bruno answers with a 21.62 on his second lap.
Kerup off camera's just had a mistake, costing him about a second and a half, I would say.
I would have said that is virtually it for Kerup, to be honest with you. That mistake is hugely costly. So a chance at a TQ run at this point, fairly unlikely, I would have said, but you never know. Kerup's got the capability to be putting in some really hot laps, and a lot of these guys dropping under the 22 marks, so 21.7s, 21.6, 21.9s, 21.8s, all over the board at the moment from pretty much all angles, really.
Let's see what Kerup can do. If you want to probably pick him up on camera. He's end of the straight.
There he goes, 1 back from that one.
He's had the mistake, so we know he's going to go full send with everything coming down towards the bomb hole now.
I'm not too sure what's happening with the feed. We've a little bit of a
slow-mo.
Live slow-mo, we call this. Live slow-mo mode.
Orlowski's over. Orlowski's had a mistake needed to be marshalled by Hupo. So off camera, that's going to cost Orlowski.
Okay, we're still with Kerup at the moment. We'll follow him round for a second as he drops into the bomb hole. Last lap for Kerup was a 21.7. So certainly laying it down after that mistake. He's still taking it into third at the moment, and I would say probably the top, at least the top 4.
21.6 for Kerup, so don't write him off yet.
So top 4 certainly going 1, 2, 3, 4 in round as the predicted times are showing at the moment.
So halfway through, heat number 9. I know there's other heats to come in this round, but we'd assume TQ for the round will be coming from it.
Oh, there you go. So Kerup at the top of the pile again.
21.48.
21.48.02 away from his fastest.
He's over. That's cost him. He needed marshalling. That's cost him 3 seconds, I would say. It was very fast marshalling from Jamil. But as he comes onto the straight, we'll check the lap time.
Yeah, it is a 24.1. So 3 seconds, a costly mistake for Kerup there. Drops him down 2 spots in this one. Still looking to go third overall with the time he's currently running at. However, it is Bruno that is taking us round. So 14.57.69 is Bruno's predicted time at the moment. Absolutely blistering pace. Average lap of 21.98, Muzz.
Yeah, you know what we can guarantee on Marcus, now he's had another mistake. He's going to go full on for the next one. 21.78. He's going to try and pull that time back in, as we've seen. Here he comes again. Let's keep an eye on what the lap time is. It's still doable, I think, for him. Only a second and a half off Bruno. Another 21.7, so he's got over a minute to go. This is going to, if Marcus can just go full on these next few laps.
Jorn's jumped himself up into the third spot now. So Crompton is absolutely going for it this morning. There's a possibility that Crompton could also affect the top 4 there. Looks like top 4 in this round are going top 4 overall. If they can keep it on their wheels from this point onwards, we are going to see a big change at the top.
I think the camera's now on Crompton.
Yes, it is.
Going on towards the bomb hole.
So we'll keep an eye on Crompton because this is the Crompton is obviously holding number 10 spot, so the most dangerous spot in the A final to hold overnight. It's literally probably the most pressure to make sure that he stays in the A and gets himself a good time. But looking like currently a 3-in round for Crompton at the moment, which would be absolutely incredible for him. Will certainly bump him up.
That's going to take him off the bottom end of the A if he can hold on to that, isn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely, but we still have one more round to go. And the scores to get you in the A final this year, unbelievably low. I don't think I've ever seen scores this low to guarantee a place in the A finals. But time is now over. Orlowski doesn't get through for the extra one.
He's out, Orlowski. He's out from a while ago, I think. So
Coelho's finished in a 14.57. Unbelievably quick time. 14.59 for Carup.
So these are the fastest runs we've seen in qualifying so far. That track is ridiculously fast, as we said.
Let's see what Crompton does. 14.5.13, 14.5.12 for Ben Mohammed. Your Newman in 14.5.13.98.
No, Ben Mohammed just sneaked up there ahead of Crompton in third, look.
Look at that. So, we've lost it. So, Coelho, Carup, Mohammed, Crompton, Ivanen, Cragg, Newman, Hall, Tommy Hall, Lee Martin and Josh Holdsworth, your current top 10. Not sure we're going to see anybody really make a challenge to those times at this point, although we have got a few really quick drivers in Heat 6. So Tom Cockrell, Ben Jameson in Heat 6 there, so they could make some difference. Obviously, Fabian Widmer. Yeah, we've still got some quick drivers to go, so don't count these guys out yet. We could still see some changes with a couple of good runs.
So we've got overalls updated, completely overalls so far, but obviously a few more to go. Do you want to read them after the whole round is finished, or do we want to go to the top 10? Because realistically, the other guys, no disrespect to them, are not going to affect the top 10.
I'd have said do a top 10, give them the times, Muzz, just in case they can't see them there.
So far, Bruno Coelho has got 0 points because he's got 2 zeros now counting. So the only people can do it is Marcus Carup or Michael Olowski, also with a TQ so far. They could tie with him. So then it comes down to time. So Bruno Coelho first, Marcus Carup now second. Michael Olowski, that's on 2 points for Marcus. Michael Olowski third on 3 points. Noah Ben Mohammed gone into fourth with the fourth and third in round on 7 points. Una Hartonen fifth on 10 points, 6 and a 4. Pekko Ivanen 10 points in 6th place. Paul Crompton jumped himself up to 7th now with a 7 and a 4, giving him 11 points. Jorn Neumann 8th, 11 points with a 4 and a 7. Lee Martin's not going to be too happy. He dropped to 9th now with a 5 and an 8. So he's on 13 points. Misha Vidmeyer 10 points. Sorry, 10th place, 14 points with a 6 and an 8. So your BQ currently is Tommy Hall on 16 points. Neil Craig second in the B at the minute on 20 points. So Misha Vidmeyer on 14 points, back of the 8. That's still too high on the points. We saw 11 points for the two-wheel drive. So I think about 11 points when your Neumann and Paul Crompton is at the minute is going to be borderline top 10 or BQ, I think, looking at that.
Yeah, that last run, this next heat, next round of qualifying is essential to so many of these guys out here. Bruno knows that he realistically, to absolutely secure that TQ spot, he's got to put another TQ run in.
Exactly. Pressure's on. Bruno wants another TQ to lock it in, and then Orlowski and Carup will want a TQ in a faster time to tie-break it and stay at the pole, hopefully.
However, Muzz, one thing I would say about Bruno Coelho is he is pretty unlikely to crack under any amount of pressure that you put on him.
Totally agree.
So, Heat 1 now. Car number 1 of John Mile in the X-Ray. Then we've got Chris Bowden in the Associated, Andrew Rannick in a PR, David Karadek, not too sure what he's in, Chris James in the Yokomo in car number 5. 6 is Miklos Sabados in the Schumacher. We have Felix Arnold in the 7. 8 is Harold Valdesnes in the Yokomo. And then we have Nina Arnold rounding us out in car number 9. So any requests from you guys out there in YouTube land?
So Bruno's marshalling this right at the far end of the track. But after he's done his marshalling stint, we will grab him for some words on the TQ for the round 4.
Okay, let's have a Have a look. Sorry about the stock camera there. We had a little bit of a technical issue with the live feed. We'll come back to the YouTube chat in a moment. Who are we following around, Muzz?
End of the straight. I'm going to try and pick up this one. So look, coming down towards the bomb hole. Car 4, I think it looks like. Is it the leader, David Carradec? Don't recognise the paint job.
It is, yeah.
Certainly is.
Okay, so some good pace from David. He's only estimated there you go. He's pumped himself up into a 13. So a late 13, 5:22 predicted for David Carradec at the moment. These guys' best laps are sort of a 24.4. So realistically, 3 seconds off of the fastest lap we've seen today for Carup. Obviously, with a 3 seconds a lap being your deficit, you're unlikely to affect anything too far up the field in this round. And Bowden looking at a 12 and a 5.18. He's going to want to just put the pedal down a little bit more to get himself into the 13s. Hopefully hook himself out of the bottom heat of finals there if he can for Bowden. Although it does look like we've got 8 finals and then somebody running on their own today, Muzz, which could be an interesting final to commentate on. I'll let you do that one.
Yeah, possibly. He'll be leading. He'll be in leading, and he'll be in last place as well.
He will, first and last.
That's if our predictions are correct. We may have worked something out wrong, or someone may drop out or something. So we'll wait and see what happens. But yeah, looking like 8 potential finals and possibly one other.
And you are talking about my adding skills as well. So let's not let's take my numbers with a pinch of salt there. So into the bomb hole goes David Carradec. We'll try and pick up the number 1 of David Mile in a second. See when he comes past us in the commentary booth here. So stick with David for a moment. We'll let you know when to swap over, Jude.
And after we've done that, probably have a look at Miklos. He's always quite interesting to watch out on track.
So car number 1 is the pink one at the back of the 2 that have just gone on the straight now. So you've got an orange one and a pink one. Oh, really tight there.
Hard on the brakes there.
So we're at the back of those 2. That's the one.
Oh, Crompton's busy marshalling on the straight. These marshals running everywhere here, Guppy off camera. They're doing the job.
They need to keep fit. Okay, so we're with the number 1 car of John Mile.
I think we're freezing up again.
Yeah, a little bit of a... we're getting some sticks with the live feed at the moment. Not too sure how that's happening, but we've got people on it right now.
Because the awesome coverage that we're providing between us. Too many viewers coming on, I think.
Maybe so, mate.
Joey Fisher, log off if you're at work. You're not meant to be on it.
It's always Joey that's messing these feeds up, isn't it? I do miss you, Joey. We had some good times on the old Facebook chats there. Okay, so John bringing us through. Who do you want to swap to, Muzz?
Miklos Zavados, car 6, you'll come onto the straight with a big aerial tube. End of the straight now. He's always interesting to watch.
Don't see many people with an aerial tube these days, do we?
No. It's on there to help the car get right itself back on its wheels, apparently, from what Miklos has told us.
It's because there's so many blue and black or blue and white cars out there. He needs something to separate him out.
He was a little bit wide there. He was heading to the sandpit. Look. Come on, Miklos.
Loves a bit of sideways action, does Miklos. Bit of power slide into the corners.
His old mate Aidan Burke is bound to be watching online and cheering on Miklos, I'm sure.
Of course he is. Aidan wouldn't miss this for the world, I don't think. So into the bomb hole he goes, fires it out through the centre chicane. Nice line there from Miklos through the centre chicane. Oh, a bit wide there.
Watch this one. Well, that's much better.
There we go. Keeping it on his wheels, keeping it nice and low is the way to go. Keep your times low.
I think it's the wind catching the aerial tube that's probably throwing it offline a little bit, Miklos might say.
I'll tell you what, the wind has picked up. It's dropped a touch since first thing was.
Yeah.
But it's certainly a bit more breezy today than it has been. I'm not sure it's too much really going to affect the cars out on track whilst they're doing the jumps over the tabletops there. But there is a sharp wind that whips up through the tabletop section. It seems to be almost like a wind tunnel through there, which really does catch the cars when it picks up.
What we can see following Miklos as well, Matt, is that invisible chicane has actually appeared as a chicane now, if you're watching.
It has, yeah. So we'll see the actual chicane now.
There we
left, go. Right, left. There you go. Into finishing times we go. 5:20 we've got on the clock. So once we hit 5:10, anybody that's then this side of the line, once they cross, is done.
These times we have a race together, aren't they? Oh, that was it. That's all finished in heat number 1. So David Carradine taking it on a 13.5.21.
Okay, who've we got online, Muzz? Can you see that?
I can see Craig Gibson's appeared. So morning, Mr. Gibson.
Morning, Gibbo. Says go Bruno.
Go Bruno. Yep, we're going to get Bruno in for an interview in a minute, Craig, so you can put any questions to him if you want to. Don't ask him what he's had for breakfast and things as detailed as that, but anything else you want to know, you can ask away with Bruno. Not even the rain will stop Bruno in this form, says David Home. Yeah, he's definitely on fire at the minute. People enjoying the coverage out there. Gabrielle saying, go Noah. Noah had a cracking time in that last one, so I think we'll get a word with Noah at some point as well. Eric Cristiano. What time for the next round of the top heat? Let's just check on our time schedule of that one. So Q5 heat 9 should be 12 o'clock.
And we run in backwards order on the final heat. So we'll start with heat 9 and then we'll go 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So that's 12 o'clock UK time.
So first final, which will be lived on the EFRA Facebook page, is the A practice, and that's going to be at 2 o'clock this afternoon.
So Joey Fisher says that's the beauty of being the boss. He can watch himself. And he says if Aidan is on, that's definitely where the slow speeds are coming from. Aidan definitely slowed down the straight as we saw before. He thought he put turbo on his speedo and did it the opposite way. Or didn't save it, I believe. But I think back at you, Joey, Aidan would say stock racing is also a little bit slower than modified, possibly.
So Alex C says, can we follow the Emperor Prix? I'm sure we can. Flies messing with the feed, says RC77. Not today. No. They have gone.
Flies are gone. They've been drowned in all the rain that we've had, we believe, or they're definitely staying away. So that is one benefit for the racers.
Okay, in this one coming up, this is heat number 2.
Oh, Kerr Middlecoop leaving the rostrum, so he's not going to be going in this one. I think he's had a breakage on his warm-up, possibly.
That is a shame when that happens. So you got Martin Owen in 1, Will Callan in the 2, Scott Follington in the 3, us Schumachers for all 3 of those. Then we got Martin Hadley in the 4, Freddie Russell in the 5. Cone Middlecoop has pulled himself off. Daniel Gross in the 7, Jules Revedy in the 8, and Peter Stein in the number 9. Okay, just leaves me enough time to tell you, you are here with us live at the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10th Electric Off-Road European Championships, and we are bringing this to you in association with Schumacher Hobbywing and Tony Sport. We are RC Racing TV and Control Sports. We're at the wonderful Robin Hood Raceway venue just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire. We've had a little touch of rain this morning, which has actually helped put some speed back into the track now it's dried out. Weather is looking fairly settled at the moment, although we do have some big old clouds around the track. So possibility of things changing up, but at the moment we have a very quick track to go on. So these guys are going to want to get out there and get as much time out as they can. So looks like we're going to go off with possibly car number 2, Will Callan. But we've had a request for the next one back of Martin Owen. Sorry, that one. There we go. So we'll follow the Emperor of all things, Martin Owen, as he's affectionately... No, he's not going to be happy with that one, is he, the Emperor? There he goes. So has a little bit of a belly roll, catches the pipe. So really, really slow opening lap for Martin. You'll see that as he comes around. He's lost at least, I reckon, 4, maybe even 5 seconds there with that crash. So we'll see. Will Callan comes in at 23.57. So I reckon about a 26.27 for Martin. 28.7, so nearly a 29. Lots and lots of time lost there. So we'll keep an eye on Martin for the time being. Into the bomb hole he goes.
After we've watched Martin, Will Callan's normally an interesting one to watch. He's a young lad that doesn't believe in backing off, so it's either full send or nothing.
Yeah, the Callans are certainly up there on pace. I'm known to challenge Lee and Neil over the years, occasionally.
Yeah, it's a win it or bin it scenario, I believe.
One in front of that one. That's the one. That's Marino in there.
There he is, looking a little bit better than the previous.
Okay, so I think
24.67 for Martin Owen last time through, Matt.
so. We'll give Martin one more lap.
So if he goes another 4 seconds quicker, he's going to be right on it.
Yeah, he is. I don't think it stacks like that, unfortunately, for Martin, although he wishes it would, I expect. So Martin coming round now, goes over the line. Last lap of where is he?
24.26, is it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, let's swap on to Will Callan then. It'll be the blue car just coming past commentary corner now. Into the switchbacks he goes.
Seamless, straight on him. 23.01 last time through for Will, so that's some pace.
Yeah, Will's certainly pushing there. He's going to want to drop himself into the 22s if he can. I think he'll be a bit disappointed if he can't quite hit those 22s on this round. Track is certainly as fast as we've seen it this week.
Oh, he got away with that somehow. Told you, there's no backing off. Even if he crashes, he'll keep it pinned.
It's a bit of a champion spin there, really. So through the off-camber sweeper he goes. Now, these guys not pushing as hard through that off-camber sweeper as you see the later heats doing.
Right.
Oh, up on two wheels. He's lost. That would have lost him literally, 0.4 of a second doing that.
Oh, that's cost him a lot more than that.
and that is pretty much Will off of the top spot there, I'd imagine. So,
but that one crash there, I bet that's cost him 15 spaces overall.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so.
That was a, 5 seconds over, or so?
7 in a 2:50.51.
That was a Martin Owen lap, 28 seconds. Whoever we follow him, we tend to give him a 28-second lap. So maybe let's get to Freddie Russell, car number 5. He's another one to
Are you punishing Freddie for something?
Not at all. I'll try and pick Freddie up where he's on the track. To coming past us at commentary corner now.
He is the little pink star on the side of his car.
I think, is he the...
TLR.
One of the TLR, was it, did we say?
Yeah. So Freddie, both his cars TLR for this weekend. Seems pretty happy with them as he's going. Yeah, car doesn't look too bad. Oh, say that. There you go, Muzz. There's the 28-second lap done. Anybody else we'd like to ruin their run for?
So when we get to Bruno, I'll...
Okay, we're still with Freddie at the moment. I'll tell you what we'll do. We've got about 1 minute and 10 left in this one, so we'll try and pick up... let's have a look. Martin Hadley in the number 4. So stick with who you're with for a minute. When we pick up the 4, we'll tell you where he is.
Not seen number 4 as yet. He must be on one of these here. There he is.
There you go. Pink and white one. Through the switchbacks he goes.
Onto the straight.
Lovely. Yep. So that's Martin Hadley. So Martin, obviously pioneering the defibrillators at the side of the track. Obviously for donations and charitable causes. Just making sure everybody stays as safe as they possibly can. Wasn't too long ago we had one of our long-standing seasoned racers that had a pretty serious medical issue at the side of a track. So these defibrillators really doing a awesome job to keep everybody ticking. So we're with Martin Hadley at the moment. Drops into the bomb hole. Currently running 3rd in this one. Predicted time for Martin in a 13.5.18.
As long as he doesn't have a 28-second lap in the last couple of laps.
Oh, it does look like he's catching Freddie in this one.
Looking pretty good, isn't it? Yeah. Last lap for these guys to go round to start now.
So as you can see, now we've gone 5:10 on the clock. Everybody that finishes is going to be into finishing times. So during qualifying, these guys do race the clock rather than themselves. They all start at individual pace, about a second or a second and a half apart. And as they cross the line, a 5-minute countdown timer starts. And it is then individually up to them to put their fastest amount of laps in that they possibly can in that 5-minute period. But everybody is on their own timer. The computer does all of that for them. So it is Will Callan that takes that one in a 13.5.9.
9 seconds ahead of Martin Hadley.
That's good. Martin Hadley's done well to jump himself up into second spot there. Only by 0.3 of a second, though, for Hadley.
No one's affecting our top 25, as we can see on screen.
Yeah.
Shall I go and head off and get Bruno while you're on the next one?
I saw him go into the canteen a minute ago, so I don't know whether he's still in there waiting for food or whether he's gone back to the...
Gone to order our breakfast for us, Matt. I'll go find out.
Thanks, Chris. See you in a moment. Okay, so heat number 3 will be up next. 2.5 minutes before those guys are going to be kicking off. I'll let you know that car number 1 in heat 3 is Lionel Lebez. Then we have Sven Ruddigin, number 2 in the Associated. The Associated of Sebastian Landen in car number 3. Dylan McBurney brings us out in car number 4 in the Schumacher. Remy Bertrand in the Kyosho of car number 5. Lucas Didier in the Associated of 6. Laurent Jesus in the Associated of car 8. Andrew Wesson in the Associated of... Sorry, Laurent Jesus in car 7. Car 8 is Andrew Wesson in the Associated. And car number 9 is Natalie Williams in the Yokomo. I just have a quick look online. Joey Fisher says, no more following the Emperor. Well, I'm definitely going to follow him twice as much now, Joey. So did you... He's pulled himself off. He had. Yes, he had. James Douglas. Yes, indeed. Two-wheel drive are easier to repair. In certain situations, maybe. John Farrington says, great coverage, guys, especially as I'm semi-laid up. Really enjoyed it all. Thanks, John. It'd be good to see you back at Mendip at some point. Who else have we got? Happy birthday, Paul Worsley, says AWM Master Clock. Happy birthday to Paul. If it is his birthday today, nobody else has said it's his birthday yet. May well be, though. Great to have the two of you commentating together. Keep it going for the A-finals. Teamwork making the dream work. That won't happen, Raceway 1, but it's a lovely request to make. At AMAC 4 Drive, easier to set up and drive. Maybe easier in some situations to drive, maybe. They really rip on the turf too. Amazing, and thank you, says AMAC. Yes, indeed. These guys are the top of the class in the European field. Okay. So we'll go off with the first car in this one. See, that is in a second as the clock ticks us down. About 25 seconds to go. Okay, so looking at the field here, I think it's going to be the number 4 car that's going to lead us out in this one, looking at where they've placed themselves on the line. Could be wrong, though. Okay, so we should be going any second now. It wasn't the number. It was not the number 4. Darn it! It was the number 1 of Lionel Lebez. So we'll follow Lionel round for a few laps. Okay, so onto the first tabletop, round the berm, driver's tabletop done. Catches a little bit of a sideways wobble as he comes out the back tabletop there. So I think we should have Bruno on his way over to us shortly. I'm not sure where Muzz is. He's probably still traipsing around the site looking for him, but obviously Bruno taking TQ in this round at the moment. So we are kind of hedging our bets that nobody else is going to pull in a blinder of a round in the next sort of 3 or 4 heats. Fairly unlikely anybody at this point is going to affect the sort of top 10, or certainly the top position of a 14.57 from Bruno. That is a ridiculously quick time that we've seen so far. I'm not sure if it's the quickest. Is it the quickest one this week? This week, probably. Or the 4-wheel drive, certainly. Lionel drops himself back a couple of places, and let's see lap times at the moment. Best sort of laps after 2-3 laps are 23.5. Not seeing anything really any quicker than that right now. It's Dylan McBurney from Ireland that takes us round there in the 4 car. We'll give Dylan a bit of love. I'll tell you where he is in a sec, Jude. Number 4, 1 car back. There you go. There's Dylan McBurney, who is leading us out from Lionel Lebez, which is the car in front of him. So you can see these two on the track together. Dylan is behind Lionel on the track, but on the timing, he's in front. So each racing on their own individual race clock. Had they all gone off at the same time, and they'd all managed to stay on their wheels as they are, it would be Dylan McBurney that was in front. However, Lionel Lebez puts in a bit of a good lap on the last one. So 23.48 from Lionel on that one, whereas the last lap from Dylan was a 24.04, so over half a second made up in that last lap. And just one lap can change things around like that, so we'll keep an eye on Dylan for the moment, see if he can pull something back in this one. Not quite, so still about half a second back on Lionel's overall time at the moment. How you doing, Mark? He just had Mark pop his head into in and say hello as he's gone off. Okay, we're still with Dylan McBurney at the moment. So, like I say, half a second back on the last one. We'll see how he does this time. Made up about a quarter of a second there. And whether that's a mistake from Lionel or whether it's just a quick lap from Dylan. Yeah, probably was. Probably was a fairly quick lap from Dylan. So last lap 23.04, 23.15 from Lionel when they came past the line last time. We'll see how they do this time round. No change, but slightly further back is Dylan now. So Lionel found a little bit of pace in the car to keep himself out in front. A 13.572 predicted for Lionel. Okay, so let's just drop back one more car to the number 8, going through the switchbacks now. There we go. So that is the number 8 car of Andrew Wesson. Currently running in third, lapping at a sort of best lap of a 23.8, averaging sort of 24.1s. Not quite getting the power down like you see the later heats doing, and certainly taking it a bit more steady over that off-camber sweeper. Drops into the bomb hole. We'll follow Andrew out till the end of this one. About half a minute to go. Nice line through there, keeping the wheels down on the ground so that he's got the drive. As we heard from Lee Martin, it's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other as to what line you choose to. Oh, Andrew Weston having a cheeky little wheelie off of the roller, flips it over, manages to keep it on his wheels, so he avoids being marshalled. That would have saved him a bit of time, but he's definitely lost some from that. So 10 seconds left. Andrew's certainly going to get through for this one, and one more. So there you go, gone through. This will be his last lap. So these guys literally an entire lap behind Bruno's time. So 13.58 is predicted for Lionel. Let's see what he does as he crosses the line in a second. 13.58 it is. Dylan McBurney comes over. 13.59. What's Andrew Weston got to answer that with? 13 in a 5, 13.8. Lucas Didier just pips him into third spot in this one. 13 in a 5.13. So again, nobody here affecting the top 25 as we look at it. You might find that as we jump into the next round, or into the next heat, sorry, things will start to change just a little bit more. So we might see these guys starting to creep up through these standings and affect the top 25 from this point forwards. Although, my friend Moritz Lautenbach is the number 25 seed at the moment. So I don't know how willing I am for anybody to knock him off of there. We'll see. We'll see how they do. But it's still Bruno Coelho with the time to beat of a 14 in a 5 minutes 7.44. Incredible pace. Okay, so Heat 4 on its way up next. Car number 1, the Yokomo of Pierre Peter Didier. Cedric Didier in the Associated in car number 2. James Halliwell's in this one in car number 3. Archie Bowman in the Associated car number 4. Adrian Sognersund in the Associated car number 5. We've got Philip Maisinger in the Schumacher car number 6. Christian McConaughey in the Schumacher of car number 7. Bastian Andreasen in the 8 car. And James Chappelle in the number 9. So hello to all of you out there listening in today. Craig Gibson says, happy birthday, Paul Worsley. Good morning, Guppy, and good morning, all. Thanks, Craig. Okay, so these guys bring it around. I just had one of the cars tumble out onto the straight there. Fortunately, a warm-up lap. About a minute and 15 left on the clock. I'm sure Muzz has actually been able to find Bruno, unfortunately. So Muzz traipsing around somewhere in the pits, trying to dig out our current TQ man, Bruno. And we're going to run short of time because I know Bruno's on straight after this round. And they're obviously starting the next round of practice with the top heat, or with the highest heat. At 12 o'clock, hopefully. Okay. Let's see who pops out first in this one. Not sure it's going to be James, actually. But once the timer ticks down, I'll be able to give you a better idea of who is going out first. Again, weather just holding off for the time being. I think all of these guys would like it to hold off until the end of this round if possible. And then I think Bruno is going to be praying for a huge rain shower to come over and stop anybody else being able to challenge his current TQ times. Even if somebody else gets another one or wins a TQ position. It's James Helliwell going off first this following round. You've given James a lot of love this week, though, so we will stick with him for a lap or two and then we'll pop back to the car behind. So James brings us round for his first lap. Absolutely ringing that X-Ray for everything it's got. Into the switchbacks it goes. And an opening lap of 23.48. So a nice opening lap there for James. Only Pettididia is in the running with James at the moment. They 23.50. Mind you, Archie Bowman's come in with a 23.23. So we'll just stick with James for one more. And then we'll try and pick up the number 4 car of Archie Bowman. Too sure where he is, so we'll keep an eye out for that. Okay, there he is. So Archie now going on to the straight, second of those 2 green cars. Just coming across the sweeper there, over the roller. So if we can come off of James now, the car that's just gone into the bomb hole and coming through the centre chicane. There we go, lovely. Over the tabletop, round the berm. Back tabletop we go. So this is Archie Bowman. So we'll see where he puts himself. So Archie's certainly putting some pace down. So 23 4s, 23 2s from Archie. And none of these guys on 14 lap pace yet. However, top 3 are on for a 13, really low 13s actually. So 13.3 predicted for Adrian, 13.5 for James. 13.2 for Archie Bowman now, takes up the front of the pack. So let's stick with Archie for now. So a nice clean run from Archie. We'll see him put a good score in this round. I do believe if he keeps up the pace he's on, there's a possibility he could just sneak into the 14 lappers there. But he is going to need a clean run. As we've seen, unlikely to get a 14 in with mistakes on the board. So Archie, lovely line through the bomb hole there. Punches it through the centre chicane. Nicely done. Catches the little berm before the back tabletop. Hops it up, keeps the wheels down and drives through the switchback section onto the main straight again. So see what Archie's going to do this time round. He's dropped down to second. So Adrian Sognesund up to the front of the pack with a best lap of a 23 dead on his last lap. So Archie, the only one at the moment into the 22s, I believe, so far. Adrian backs his last lap up with the 23.66. We'll see what Archie's going to do this time round. 23.54 in his last lap for Archie. Out the bomb hole he comes. Oh, catching at the back end there where it just flicked off. That's just going to cost him like 0.1 of a second. All these little things matter. Okay, down the straight he goes. Archie Bowman hasn't got an answer for Adrian at the moment. These two last laps, 23.72 for Adrian, 23.72 for Archie, lapping at identical pace on those last laps. So we'll stick with Archie for the minute because he's the challenger. Oh, James Helliwell. Yeah, I don't think James has really got the pace to sort of challenge at the moment. Good couple of seconds off of Archie and Adrian. So Archie's now top of the pile again. 13 and a 5.4 predicted. Still putting the pace down. So we're still with Archie at the moment. Running round top of the pile in this one. And here we have TQ man, Bruno Coelho. Muzz has managed to dig him out of the pits. TQ so far.
Hello,
yeah.
hello.
We think we're safe.
How you doing, Bruno? You all right?
Yeah, all good.
Praying for rain now?
No, not really. I'm okay. I mean, I prefer like this because otherwise it will be lottery for the finals if it's raining. I think it will be very good if it keeps like it is, you know. So like this is fair for everyone and it's keep the same.
So I think you want a rain shower at 12:05.
Okay. Is coming?
For everybody else to have a wet run and secure that TQ, yeah?
No, I mean I prefer to have a fair race. I don't really like
You don't like the Russell E. rain assist approach?
No, I don't like.
Okay, no.
I believe a lot on karma, so
Yeah.
if I wish that then
You know it's going to rain for you, don't you? That's the thing. So you're happy with the car now? Obviously you said you did some refreshing on it last night when we had a chat to you. Everything running well as it seems?
Yeah, yesterday we had some steering on the car that I was missing yesterday, and today morning was way too much because the traction had a lot. The track has a lot of traction. For this round, we expected that the traction go a little bit away because normally it's normally when the track was wet and then it start to dry, the traction increased a lot.
Yeah.
So we expected on this qualified the traction was a little bit less, but it was exactly the same as in the first practice. So actually I had way too much steering. Now I was touching the old tubes like from the inside.
Yeah.
But I think everybody was having this issue, I see. So yeah, I think we will keep the same because I think the traction will go a little bit away during the day. So I hope no more rain.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you've put in a 14 and a 5.7. I'm not too sure anybody else has got an answer for that over a 5-minute run, to be honest with you, Bruno. So even with another TQ coming from somebody else, I think the likelihood is you're probably going to hang on to that position at this point. I'm pretty confident of that. However, we've seen things change dramatically on this track, so we never know what's going to throw up. But, you know, are you confident with it into the last round? Do you think you're going to hang on?
Yeah, I mean, Marcus and Orlovsky, they are super fast. They are making minor mistakes that then cost them a lot, as we spoke earlier.
Yeah.
But I think if they are able to make the 5 minutes without a mistake, it will be a very close time. Because even my time now, the 07 had some bubbles. I think I had one lap in 23. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So still, it's some bubbles. So still possible to do. Was not like a brilliant round, let's say. Still possible to do, but for sure it's difficult. But I mean, it's racing.
So, do you think you can get a 15 laps in?
No.
Is it possible?
It's 5:07. No. I don't think so.
No?
No.
Well, give it a go for us.
No. I don't think it's possible.
Okay. Bruno, superstar as always.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Best of luck for the next round.
Thank you.
And we'll be keeping an eye on you for sure.
Thank you.
Take care. Thanks, mate. Okay, Bruno Coelho, everybody. Pretty confident for a TQ at this point. 14 in a 5.74 is a monstrous time to lay down. However, we have Heat 5 about to head out on track now. Just lining up for coming around for their practice lap. And in Heat 5, we have the Schumacher of Tyler Little in car number 1, Greg Williams in the Yokomo of car 2, Daniel Pole, the young chap from the UK, in the Associated in car number 3, Nathan Rawls in the EFRA car number 4, Eugene Galley in 5 in the Associated, Noah Kaufman in the Associated car 6, Carl Marsden, the Kayo Show in car number 7. We have car 8 of Matt Peters in the X-Ray, and David Scott and his Schumacher rounding out the field in car number 9. So we'll just keep an eye on these guys. Follow the first one out if you can, Jude. There's 15 seconds left on the clock. Just to let you know, you're watching the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10th Electric Off-Road European Championships from Robin Hood Raceway, brought to you by Schumacher, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. Okay, so his clock should switch over about now. And it is going to be Tyler Liddell that leads us out. So, Tyler, down the main straight he goes. We'll see what these opening laps are like. Tyler obviously going to want to be keeping this as clean as he possibly can. Certainly has pace in the car and in himself at the Robin Hood track. Many, many laps done round here, although that doesn't help this weekend with the added pressure that comes with a European Championship. So, Tyler Liddell into the switchbacks he goes. Down the main straight for the first time. See what this opening lap is. A 23.0, 22.8 answers Matt Peters. 23.06 says Daniel Pohl. So Tyler currently in third. Not much in it at all at the moment. What are we talking? 0.3 of a second? So third of a second separates the top 3 right now. Matt Peters still top of the pile. Tyler Liddell knocks Daniel Pohl down a spot, though. Into second goes Tyler, that we're with at the moment. So just coming past us now. Into the switchbacks he goes. Let's keep an eye on everybody else as they come past commentary there. So 2 cars back from Tyler. You wait for them to come past. There you go. So drop back 2 cars. That is the number 8 car of Matt Peters, who was running in second. That's about a smelly old lap on the last one because he's dropped himself down into 8th at the moment. Okay. So crosses the line, does Matt Peters there for his 4th lap. We'll see how everybody else does as they come across. But he does this time round, seems to be staying up there. Greg Williams just knocks him down. Eugene Galley coming into the 3rd spot now. But it's still Tyler Liddell out front, lapping average about 22.8 for Tyler. So you can see these lap times starting to drop down. We were in 24s a couple of heats ago. We're now into 22s. Muzz has rejoined us now. How you doing, Muzz? Thank you for finding Bruno there.
No problem. Found Bruno and just been sorting out a hot chocolate for the track commentator for Simon Moss as well.
Nice. Very nice. He deserves one.
Go and get ours afterwards. Thought I might need a tray if Paul and the other guys need some, so I said to our return.
So I had a bit of a chat with Nick Damon last night, Muzz.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about my views, or my understanding of the wild card entries in this event.
Where is he? Is he enjoying Barbados?
I don't, more than likely somewhere with his feet up on a beach and a pina colada, yeah.
Morning, Nick, if you're watching.
So Nick said, basically, you're a fool, Matt. You're a fool. We should fill these events if they haven't been filled by the competitors that can fill them.
Agree 110%.
Now, I'd said to Paul yesterday that I fully understand the way things are because obviously there is a filtered down effect for these events. So in order for this to be full, you need the nationals to be full, which means the regionals need to be full, which means the club events kind of need to be full. And if you take away the process of getting into these events, it means you don't necessarily have to attend a club round, a regional or a national to be able to get into an event like this, have your car televised and all the family watching.
Yeah.
So in a way, what I was saying, we've got a car over on the straight there, wiggling about. Marshall's missed that one. What I was saying in a way is that I do completely understand the ruling.
Yeah.
And I get the reasoning behind it. I also understand that at a certain point, we would just be better off letting people join the event after everybody who is qualified to get in gets in.
For sure.
You know, if we have then got spaces left, though, yes, I bow to yourself, Muzz, and to the great Nick Damon, of course, and his valid opinions. these sorts of things.
Unfortunately, nothing to do with me, nothing to do with Nick Damon, nothing to do with James Helliwell and the Robin Hood team. We have all been screaming out for months, we need to open up the entries.
Yeah.
We have exhausted everything, every avenue we could go down. Believe me, we have tried. We have done everything we can because there's too much. This is my opinion. I might get shot down for by some certain individuals at higher level. But from my point, if I was running the event, which I'm not, I'm here to help out with things as an official, but not actually running it, not organising the entries or anything else. This meeting needs to be full.
It does.
We need to encourage the drivers. It's better for everybody, the racers, the people watching at home. They don't want half an hour gaps between rounds. They don't want 9 minutes for a
don't
run.
want half an hour to film us.
Exactly. Look how much talking we're having to do with filling today and things and chat with Joey Fisher and everything else. We could just be flat out ignoring
That
all
is
of that.
how desperate we are.
But no, on a serious note, everything has been exhausted. At a late stage, Paul Worsley did consult with EFRA and the other countries to try and open the rules up because the main original rule is, I think, 33% from the host nation is the maximum entries. But once everything has been exhausted, as we said, there's no reason why we cannot have wildcard entries, in my opinion. Even have, me and James Helliwell spoke before, and Steve Pearce, the idea was to try and have an open class as well. So the Euros is happening here, but an open event with other people, like Craig Gibson watching at home at the minute. I know for a fact he was absolutely desperado to get here, to race with his X-ray guys like Bruno and Bayer, to see them. Even just racing an open class at the same track, he'll be more than happy with. We could have had 50 people in that potentially. More people racing, more money for the club, greater atmosphere. Everyone's a winner as far as I can see. But unfortunately, rules are rules. We could not get anything more through than what has happened. And, things definitely change for the future. We're in a different situation now. COVID's happened. People with travelling, restrictions, costs, fuel, car. I mean, you look at car hire for our guys. I've hired a minibus this week. It's so much cheaper to hire a minibus than 3 of them potentially get car hire.
Yeah.
Because of the prices. And
I think these rules are, from, what we're talking, the mid-90s, maybe when this was a real surge in the sport, when these rules were all brought in. I mean, we are a way off that now. Things are radically different these days. So, I mean, yeah, maybe there should be some sort of bending that we can do, maybe an extra sort of side rule, Appendix 1A kind of thing to give it a... If the event at such a point is not full, an open class of X amount of competitors can come in, something like that.
And that's got to be done well in advance. It can't be done 3 weeks before because people need the time off work. They need to organise holiday with the families and everything else that we know to go with it. But as an example, car hire. Our guys could get car hire before, maybe £300 for a week for something basic for them. Nowadays, £600-700 minimum, plus all the extra with the fuel on it.
Yeah.
So you multiply that by 2 or 3 before you look at hotels. Hotels, you don't get the £25-30 a night hotels anymore due to COVID. They'd rather keep the room empty because they don't have to clean it. So you're looking £60-70 for a hotel. So lots of extra costs. I think we need to do whatever we can. Now we're, hopefully getting through the worst of the COVID situation. None of us want to obviously talk about, but it is something we're hopefully through. With the majority, and common sense needs to prevail at the end of the day. Talking to all the racers here, everyone that I know and spoken to, not anyone in particular, they all want more people here. They all want a bigger event.
Go on, name some names, Maz.
I can name plenty of names. I'm not going to though.
But so, talking of naming names, who's this at the door?
This is TQ man for the next round already here.
Come and have a chat with us, Jon. Oh, you're on the set. Oh, sorry, mate.
We'll talk to him soon. You want me?
Yes.
Okay.
Okie dokie. So we have heat number 6 on its way up. These guys just pulling themselves round to the line. So car number 1, Dom Nunn. Ben Jameson in 2. I'll tell you what, Jude, if you can follow Ben Jameson round in this one to start off with in the number 2 car. So just zoom yourself in and find the number 2. Where is he? Where is that sneaky devil? There he is. So we'll follow Ben round in this one. Ben pretty confident he can put in a bit of a flyer. Car 3, the X-Ray of Yolanda Weird. 4 is Matt Thompson in the Schumacher. 5, Ben Simpson, another Schumacher there. Tom Cockrell. We all know Tom from the Yatabi Worlds 2015, a finalist in another Schumacher. We've got Phil Slay in a Schumacher as well. Car 7, Baptiste Roach in car 8 in the Associated. And Fabian Widmer in car number 9 in another Associated. So we're just going to go off with Ben... Jameson.
I was going to say Jamison or Simpson is 2 in this one. Typical. Just following up on what we was talking about, in all seriousness, if anyone wants to, without opening up a can of worms, anyone wants to voice their opinion on the chat, what you guys would like with regard to entries, I'm sure it would be great to do. And, put your points forward. And any, we might not be right, but any positives that anyone can give us out there, positives, negatives, whatever, put it on the chat and me and Matt will have a look at it after this round.
I think the point really is that there are definitely 2 valid sides to this argument. And I can understand both, although I've got to say I am leaning towards the latter with the open class. I do think that's the key, is the open class side of it. So if it's a non sort of seeded entry, I think that open class is essential to not detract from the guys who have gone through that process to get it.
Like the Reedy Invitational, for example. So many are invited. Then there's an open class for everyone else to run on the same track. They can see what lap times they can do against the superstars.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, without trying to sound bad to anybody, they're all going to end up where they are regardless. But at least they can see what pace they can do. The biggest thing at the end of the day, more than anything, has got to come down to what money comes in through entries. If the host club, does not get the money to cover all of the costs that go out, because there is huge amounts of costs, that's stuff until you're involved like I am now, people just do not even think of.
How much is a marquee to hire for a week?
Exactly.
And we've got 2 of them here. Just as a cost on its own, not to mention all the officials, all the time, the toilets, the generators, and everything else that goes into it. You keep listing stuff as long as you're on, but it does keep going. And
everything, like even toilet hire, for example. I know it sounds stupid. The amount of toilets that are needed for the people here, toilet hire has also cost more nowadays. More to clean them, more to get them here with fuel and everything. So everything more expensive for sure.
Righty, let's have a look at the number 7 car, if we can pick him up on track. That's the 7 of Phil Slay, who's leading us round in this one. So we'll keep an eye on Ben in the background, but we do want to just pop on to Phil Slay if we can. See
just coming past the driver's stand and coming towards us now at commentary corner. There he is, right on camera.
So green and white one there, green, orange and white. Lovely, thank you, Jude.
You see the amount of sand coming up as well now on the corners after the rain. Yeah.
And you can certainly see that racing line. I know on a clay track you get the blue groove starting to build up. It's obviously not the same sort of thing on an Astro track, but what you do get is this clear line, which is much, much more grippy than, of course, driving on the sand.
On this bank corner coming up here, there's that amount of sand there. Me and you could go and have a selfie there. We'd be on the beach, just like comparing to Nick Damon with his.
Should we go and do a top-off calendar shot on the beach later then?
You can do that, no problem at all.
Okay, so we're with Phil Slay, who is now not in first, is now running in 4th, and it is Dominic Nunn from Yolanda Weird, Ben Jameson, or Matt Thompson and Ben Jameson to Phil Slay now. We'll see how Phil does as he pops over the line.
Not looking bad out there. He's done the 23.1 fastest lap. He'll be a little bit disappointed he's not in the 22s.
Well, a lot of 22s in this one.
Yeah.
All on 22 second pace. Baptiste Roach has also put in a 22.8. In fact, it's only Phil and Ben Simpson. Tom Cockrell's out.
Yeah.
So Tom Cockrell's pulled off. I wonder what the issue for Tom was there.
Not sure. See, he's just stood on the rostrum looking
sad.
Out. Yeah, can't tell his facial expression when he's got the shades on.
Just wondering how many bins he's got to collect on Monday.
Oh, Phil Slade listening to us. Look, 23.03. I think he's listening to us in his ears while he's up there. He's getting the hammer down now, almost on the 22s.
Come on, Phil. 0.03 of a second to do it.
Let's watch him on the camera, see where it's needed. I think it's that. Oh, that's
certainly needed there.
So we'll scratch this one. This is not a 22. That's gone.
Hopefully his next one. He's got this one, and likely the next lap is his last chance to get himself bragging rights of a 22-second lap.
And he's got a car ahead of him, which...
Come on, Phil.
I think it's Mr. Jemison ahead of him with his new paint scheme of the white body shell.
Okay, so...
Look at him. He's like he's in Skegness Beach out there in the sun, so this is not 22 either.
And that is it, Phil. Bragging rights are gone, so unless he can somehow miraculously cross the line before we get to 5 minutes and 12...
Oh, he has done a 22.94 before.
He's done it.
Well, he wasn't noticing. He's done his 22.94, so the next 2 laps I'll roll it, go to the beach.
Yeah.
No problem. But he has dropped down the order because look at that, how tight it is. A couple of seconds cost Slade from 3rd to 6th.
But still, nobody touching the top 25.
Yeah, because if they do, we may have to do a re-interview and cancel Bruno that we had because he did say when he was walking across, are we sure we're confident?
Well, that is it for this round of qualifying, I believe, isn't it? If we're not doing Heat 7's already been out.
Shall we have a look on the chat, see if anything's coming in on anything yet? I assume it's going to get quite busy in there now.
Okay. So Ryan Clark says, morning, guys. Good morning, Matt. Can we follow Carl's Kyosha? Says RC Buggy Bash. We certainly did do that, I think. Matt Thompson says
Anything above that we've missed?
Neil Carver says, agree with Muzz exactly. It's what's happening at Silverstone today. Main event plus support classes to fill the day. Important also to provide the circuit to cover the costs of putting on the event. Sorry.
Yeah.
Nick C says, Defo should do an open class, as Muzz just said. Look at the Reedy race. I did the Reedy race, held at Air Valley all those years ago. I was in the open class there, says Nick C. Nice.
There's many of you guys that can just give us some sort of indication of if it was an open class, how many of you out there would have actually attended for the event? Because a few people saying obviously it drags on a little bit if you're doing both classes because it is a whole week. Would some of you have actually attended it, just to give us an indication?
So Rimfire says, anyone know if there's a site similar to Live RC that covers this race, able to see entries and round information and such?
Yes. No, there is.
Is there? Who else is doing it?
We have the BBK online that they want, I guess.
Oh, yes.
Is that what they mean?
Yeah, if you want to see the live timing and entries and things like that, yeah, go to, is it my, it's not my.
No. It is www.rcresults.org. Can we get that posted so it stays on there or anything, or not?
Don't know if any of the chaps can do that in there.
So it's so all the W's, rcresults.org, O-R-G. And then when that comes up, click on Robin Hood Raceway. And then you'll see the options for live race results. Ignore the schedule. That is incorrect. That doesn't work on there. But the live race is on when it's happening. Nothing on track at the minute. So you'll just see, if you click on live race, it works on your smartphones, also on your laptops and desktops. But Heat 6 is showing on there and will show on there until the next race comes up. There's a bit of a gap at the minute. We go out for... starting final round of qualifying, round 5 at 12 o'clock, and it's going to be top heat, heat 9 going out when we go. So 25 minutes time. Make sure you're back for that action if you leave us. If not, talk to us in the chat. We're watching on there.
What we are going to do, Muzz, we're going to go to an ad break and have a little bit of a break ourselves so we can grab ourselves a coffee and whatever's going to happen.
Sounds good. So while we do that, if you guys want to put the questions on the chat while we go and grab a drink, and then we'll come back in a few minutes and answer some questions.
Yeah, probably 10, maybe 15 minutes. We'll try and get back at about 5 to 12. Next round's off at 12 o'clock, so we will see you guys then. Toodaloo.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty, welcome back. We're here at the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10th Electric Off-Road European Championships in association with Schumacher Hobby Wing and Tony Sport. We're at the Robin Hood Raceway facility and just getting our last camera set up. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, they are perfect. Thank you, Mark Christopher. Nice ice-cold cans for me and Guppy.
Excellent. So me and Muzz are here together to bring you the final round of qualifying today. Round number 5. And we're going to be starting with the top heat number 9. So in this one, we have number 1 is Marcus Kerup. Obviously, all of us know how quick Marcus has been over this whole week, let alone just the four-wheel drive part of the event. Current TQ holder Bruno Coelho in the X-Ray. Michael Orlowski in the Schumacher. Michael's going to be pushing as hard as he can in this one to try and get the top spot off of Bruno and that faster time on the 5-minute run. We've got Mika Widmeyer in the 4, Kay Frenner in the 5, Josh Holdsworth in the 6. Noah Ben Mohammed in the 7, Paul Crompton in the 8, Jorn Newman in the Schumacher of 9, and Daniel Kubovec rounding us out in the number 10.
So this is possibly the heat could be deciding the overall TQ for this year's 2022 four-wheel drive Euros.
Okay, off they go for their warm-up lap now.
We're just looking at a bit of chat before these go, and the general consensus is people would like to have done an open class if it was available to them. People who was asking, yes, EFRA. EFRA AGM is where everything gets decided for this sort of event, so it'd be the EFRA AGM that I believe the entry rules would need to be amended or something done with it.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure when or where that is right now, but probably, I don't know, October time, something like that, Matt, possibly?
I think so. Normally the AGMs are all towards the end of the year, aren't they? So when we get the dates for the next sort of meetings coming up and everything. But we have got literally about a minute left to a minute and 17 seconds left in this one before these guys kick off. It would have been nice to have had those 20 minutes full, to be honest, Muzz, of a bit more racing for everybody to watch. But this is the way these events are at the moment. Obviously, you guys can affect change by putting your thoughts and opinions across to the right people in charge. So the sort of EFRA people, get in touch, get involved with the AGMs, get involved with these meetings, get yourself involved with your local club. Do help out if you want to see the sport improve.
That's right.
It's great to voice opinions online, but unfortunately that doesn't really change anything as far as these clubs are concerned. What you need to do is be voting with your feet, turn up at events, get involved, get stuck in. That's what we like to see.
Talking of volunteers, I think we're waiting on a volunteer marshal in the middle because this is not going as yet.
So heat 1 is obviously marshalling these guys. A little bit of confusion, of course, because we're starting with heat number 9. Heat 1 marshals these guys.
Hopefully they'll still realise it's at race control. We're waiting on one more marshal on the middle, which is a very important point to cover.
Just to let Russ know, one of the marshals we were waiting for was Chris Bowden. There you go, Russ, just for your next podcast with Chris.
Just to the right, off camera, as it is at the minute, there's an empty marshal chair. I think that's what they're waiting to fill. And then we can be going. Oh, the man, look at this. Mr. Halliwell coming out. No, not needed.
Covered. Done.
Peter's on it instead.
Done. Okay, so this one should be kicking off any second now. You'll see your timing come up on screen as soon as it's available to us. It will be Bruno that leads us out. Let's follow him around for at least the first couple of laps to see what he's putting down.
Or maybe, as Bruno said to me when we was walking across earlier, maybe follow Marcus because he comes out absolutely on fire.
Let's have a look. Go on, cameraman's choice. You can either follow the first one or the second one. Surprise us.
Either
this
car
is where
one.
He finds out who's the favourite, Muzz.
Either car 1 or 2.
Who is the cameraman's favourite?
Look how they're all lined up, ready to go.
I think that's what you expect from a top heat, isn't it?
Exactly. They all know what they're doing. They're all staying way back from that yellow penalty line. If anyone's wondering what that is on camera, that yellow line is a penalty line. And we're starting off now.
With Marcus. There we go. Obviously favours you, Muzz.
So let's see what happens. See if he can do what we're expecting.
There we go, into the chicane, which isn't a chicane for these guys. That's twice he's been on two wheels. This will not be his quickest opening lap. He's going to be pushing as hard as he can from this point on, though.
He's still quick.
Okay, 22.1 for Bruno, 22.4 for Karup. 22 dead for Orlowski and Noah Ben Mohammed.
So Marcus will know that he's clipped that pipe on that lap, costing him a few tenths. So let's see what he does this time. This could be, it's looking good so far down to his last couple of corners.
Oh, a bit wide there.
21.9, I reckon. What was
Bruno with a 21.8 on his last lap. And 21.88, but yeah, Marcus not quite able to follow that up. 22.22, fastest lap was his last lap. So Bruno's come out of the blocks absolutely punching at the moment. He wants to secure that TQ. With the run he's doing now, he was praying for it not to rain. He didn't want a rain assist on it. 21.89, 21.85 from Karup on his last lap. So just stolen the fastest lap off of Bruno last time round. We'll stick with him for the minute, see if he can make up any more time, though he has just caught another pipe going into the first tabletop.
See, he's pushing on so hard, but just clipping these pipes, that's half a second gone each time that he does it.
It's a shocking amount of time, isn't it? When you think of how small that mistake is, just a little bit up on two wheels, and you've just lost that drive, and all of a sudden your time's gone.
Exactly. Crompton's just over in front of us, but off camera, so Crompton going to lose a lot of time there. So we keep an eye on Karup. 21.85 was his fastest lap.
I mean, he's down in fourth from that one, so he's bumped up into second. But
21.71 now.
He's overtaken Malowski, so Mohammed as well. So both Ben Mohammed and Malowski not as fast as Karup this time round.
So Karup really getting on it. 21.71 as we watched on camera last time through.
That is fastest lap in this heat so far. 21.71 of the youngster.
This one's also looking pretty hot. 21.85. Oh, look at this. Karup 21.71 off camera. Coelho 21.72.
I think these youngsters, they got no fear, have they, at all, Muzz? They make a mistake, and there's no fear as to making another one. They're just on it.
So even though we see Marcus rub these pipes, make these little mistakes, you can just see on camera every now and again Bruno just coming back into shot, which means Marcus is closing, and Marcus is now less than a tenth behind Coelho after the stagger.
That is tight, so 0.06 in it at the moment.
So 21.89 for Marcus last time through, took 8 tenths out of Bruno.
So looking at 14s and a 5.8 for Bruno at the moment. It's not as quick as his last run, but we've still got quite a few laps to go. 14.587.
Watch this from Karup.
From Karup at the moment. Well, 14.5832. So 0.01 in between the two predicted times at the moment. Both on a 14.83.
So 1 minute 45 to go, and 0.01 could be deciding TQ for the Euros.
That's mad. And considering Karup's had a mistake as well, he has got the pace in that car to push Bruno.
They're just
for possible TQ in this one. And there you go. Takes it up the front of the pack. Bruno dropped down to 0.1 of a second now behind Karup on the overall predicted times.
What Karup will be knowing, though, is even TQ, as he is now a 10th ahead of Bruno. He's still got to push on because he needs that time to come down. Yeah, that's when we got the 21.71 earlier, but the overall time, Marcus predicted on 14.58. The TQ from Bruno was a 14.57 in the last one, so Marcus 6 tenths away from it still.
Literally just got to find half a second in this run now, as long as he keeps it rubber side down. You can see now Bruno actually visually closer on screen. You can really see that gap actually starting to disappear from him now. Bruno will be a little bit nervous about this. Oh, nice lap from Karup there. So 21.82 from the youngster. Took another 0.2 out of Bruno on the last lap.
He's within 4 tenths now on the overall fastest time. And Orlowski's just a couple of seconds further back as well. You can see he's closing. This is fast. Looking and reeling in Bruno this time. So Bruno has got Karup. Watch this lap from Karup. 21.6 maybe?
21.99.
21.9.
On that was slightly slower that time round, but still a very, very quick lap. I mean, these guys' average laps... You know, Karup's in the 21.99 is his actual average lap for this run so far. We are 12 laps in, so we've got about, 10 seconds to go in this one. Yep. Likely to get this one and one more, of course, for these top guys. So 14 in a 5, 7.59. So now Karup needs to find 0.1, about 0.2 in this lap, and it's it's TQ.
This could
realistically,
decide
isn't
the
it?
overall TQ for the Euros, but Carrot's looking further back from Coelho, so I think he's had a bit of a bad lap. This is going
this
to
is
probably
it.
hand it to Coelho.
782 for Coelho.
Yeah, Marcus lost that second, so
Eight.
Coelho.
Oof.
Coelho, I think he's locked in. We've got some more heats to come as yet.
It is.
But
There's-
Bruno definitely doing himself no sort of hurt out there whatsoever. That looks like it could be a TQ of the round.
So Coelho hoping for that karma to play well for him there. We've got a couple in the next round that could affect things. However, they haven't been able to touch anything at the top so far in the next round.
No, exactly. We're going in reverse order, so it is the next to top heat 8 coming out next, so it's looking like it will be confirmed, I would say, in the next 10 minutes or so, Matt.
Indeed. So, yeah, these guys now pulling in. Bruno 15.5.7.8.3. 15.5.8.3.5 for Kerrot. 15 in a 5.10.9 for Orlowski. 15.5.11. 15.5.11.1 for Nober Mohammed Yorn in a 15.5, nearly a 40, just under 14. Kobovec, a few seconds back there, 15.05.16, so catchable times there from this point on. Crompton not going to be too happy with that one, 15.05.20. I suspect he's happy to get the 14 in, but would have liked it in those lower sort of teens, really, to secure himself a good spot in the A. Holdsworth, 15.05.21. Frenner in a 13.05. Yeah, we're down into 13s there for Frenner and Widmer. So 2 minutes on the clock for these guys to do their practice run and swap marshals out.
So I think unofficially, Mr. Guppy so far, looking at what we are seeing, unless anyone can do anything in this one, looks like Bruno's going to be your pole man. Marcus second, Orlowski third, I would say, at the minute.
I don't think there's anybody that can actually affect Bruno now, is there? Because he's got three.
It was
he's
all
got two plus the.
They needed a TQ already, which only Marcus and Michael had.
Those two that could have knocked him off, really.
Yeah.
So Bruno's pretty much secured himself TQ for the forward drive event. However, we've still got the rest of the top 10 to round out. So some of these guys in here will be looking for ultra fast runs, as Simon Moss said on the commentary mic for the arena earlier. Some of these guys are going to be needing sort of ones and twos in round to be getting themselves into the A final. It's a really, really big ask. Those times up there, you know, you're looking to get a one quicker than a 15.5.7.8. Is there anybody in this one capable of doing that, Muzz? That's what I want to know. I mean, these guys have looked fast all week. However,
well, we say, are they capable? Looking at the names, we would certainly say yes, because we've got Tommy Hall, Lee Martin, and Neil Cragg in this one. So they are capable. Whether they can do it is another thing. The Noah Ben Mohammed and Jorn Neumann done themselves a brilliant amount of work in that last one to probably give them both top 5, top 7 positions in the main, I think, looking at that.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. So these guys are going to be pushing as hard as they can. You may see a few spectacular tumbles on this one, but we're going to lead out with Lee Martin. Who have we got in this one, Muzz?
So we've got car number 1, which is Una Hatanen. Car 2, Pekko Ivanen. Car 3, Tommy Hall. Car 4, Lee Martin. 5, Max Gertzel. 6, Neil Cragg. 7th, Hupo Honegol. 8th, Jamil Gabrielson. And 9th, Ben Smith. So Ben Smith could be one to watch. I think he needs a run. So Smithy has been very fast. He was riding there in the Euros warm-up. So maybe car 9 going off last, which will be your green and white car. Might be following for the first couple of laps.
What number is he?
Car number 9.
Car 9 of Ben Smith, please.
Next one away.
There he goes.
Just going to see what he's got so far. I think he might have got a 12.
Okay, so we want to drop back to the number 9 car of Ben Smith. So Ben should be just coming into the tabletop section now. Just coming past this in commentary corner here. Into the switchbacks he goes. There we go. There's Ben. So Ben is going to be pushing to try and get himself the quickest run he possibly can. Not the fastest out of the block, actually the slowest out of the blocks with a 23.23. Still a very respectable opening lap. Plenty of time to make that time up.
So Ben's currently 9th in the B with a 12 and a 14, 26 points. He needs to drop his 14. So as Moss was saying, he needs a 1 or 2 in the round to just scrape back of the A. So it's doable. but it's a huge ask, as we know.
I think that may well be just a little bit too much to ask from the youngster this time to lay down a 14 in a 5.7 on this run with an opening lap of a 23. You certainly saw no 23s come from Bruno in that last run at all. That's a big ask now, a lot of time to make up on every single lap. But it's Tommy Hall that takes up the front of the pack on this one, 21.96, Tommy's last lap out.
Shall we pick up Tommy on camera when we find him?
Should be. Next one coming past us here. There
he
he
is. Yeah.
So orange and black. There we go. Lovely. So Tommy down the straight. Last lap for Tommy is a... Wow, that's dropped him right back. A really bad lap for Tommy. A 23.34 and his last lap has dropped him halfway down the field.
It's that tight. A 7/10 of a second costs you 7 positions at the minute.
Wow. So Pecco now coming through. Neil Cragg up to second spot. We'll see how these guys get on as they filter through. Max Gotzel takes it up now, but Neil Cragg really laying it down, wants to be in that A if he possibly can.
Yeah, never right off Craggy or Lee Martin, as we know.
7 seconds to find, though. It's a really big ask for these guys on the predicted time. So Gotzel fastest on the predicted of 13.57 at the moment.
I think if we leave it on this screen there, Matt, for us, this is the overall with all, so the best 2 from 5. So to give us an idea at the minute, Lee Martin, Neil Cragg, right on the cusp of the A.
Just hanging in the band, sort of 9th and 10th in the A if they keep the pace up they're going with at the moment. However, they're going to want to push further than that. They don't want to be sat at the back if they can.
And Tommy Hall only looking at second in the B at the minute, so Tommy needs to step it up as he knows. He's going to be throwing everything at it in the remaining 2 minutes, I'm sure.
But Una Hatton looking to go the best in this one at the moment. 14 in a 5.13 is the predictive time for Una. It's not going to see him top of the field, but it certainly will push him up to about halfway through that A for the starting grid.
Yeah, be a 5th in round, which will give him 5th on the grid looking at this so far.
Pecco Ivanen, though, certainly laying the laps down right now. These guys, not the quickest we've seen by any stretch of the imagination. Nobody really running too much into the 21s. We've got 21.94 from Hubert Honegal. Hubert's way down the field as we look at the moment in this one. Ben Smith right at the bottom still. We're still looking at the number 3 car of Tommy Hall at the moment, who's really struggling out there in the four-wheel drive heats. As I say, really struggling. Still ultra fast is Tommy, but we're seeing him drop back a little bit from his two-wheel drive pace. Now, Pecco Ivanen has taken up the front of this one, Muzz. What's Pecco lapping at the moment? 22.25 on his last one.
He's not the fastest.
21.85 from Pecco. Just blips in to shut Muzz up there. Always the way, eh?
I was going to say super consistent in the low 22s, but then as we said, that springs into 21.85. So Pecco really on it.
Okay, so Pecco just come past us now, got past Lee Martin on the switchbacks. Let's switch over to him as he goes down the straight there.
End of the straight.
End of the straight, through the big sweeper, the green car at the front of those two over the roller there. There he goes, flicks it back, drops into the bomb hole. We've got 40 seconds left on the race clock, Muzz.
And this could really put Pecco well in the A overall, looking at it.
Craggy's pushed himself up there. Craggy is absolutely pushing as hard as he can, so he wants to secure that 9th spot in the A final. This pace will see Craggy take that 9th spot at the moment. However, Lee Martin certainly laying down the laps as well. Neither of these two want to give it up. Tommy Hall seen himself jump back up into the proceedings with a best lap of a 21.96. So these guys starting to stretch into the 21s now. It's tight though, Muzz. It is tight out there. Una Hatton still hanging on to that 5th spot as we look, but Pecco Ivanen really comes out of the blocks in this one. So Pecco's hoping to possibly push Una down if he can, but
Cragg just had a bad lap. It's dropped him.
Nightmare lap for Craggy.
Looks
like he's just dropped himself out of the A at the moment. Unfortunately, we'll see what Neil can do as an answer to that. But not very much with 5:20 on the clock. As they cross the line, they're going to be done.
Tommy just tumbled in front of us off camera, costing him quite a bit of time. That's going to cost Tommy Hall. Yeah, a second and a half. Neil's jumped back to it. He had a storm in last lap, I think. He's put him back to 10.
He's just snuck it in the back of the A by the looks of things.
22-0 last lap for Craggy. That might have saved his A final for him.
You never count Neil Cragg out at this stage of the game. Craggy is renowned for soaking up that pressure and performing when he needs to. So
Misha Vidmar, as you can see on the bottom right of your screen, just checking his phone, turning around now. He knows he's on the bubble of the A final.
He certainly does.
So close. The next heat can still change this, though.
It can. We've still got some.
It's not over yet.
The next heat.
Lee Martin and Neil Craig are not safe in 9th and 10th, I hate to say.
Certainly not. No, there are certainly some guys in this next heat, heat number 7, that could make some differences here. So Alexander in the 1, Jamie Hall in the 2. Certainly Jamie Hall has got some pace in that four-wheel drive. Now we know Clement Boda can certainly lay down some quick laps in the S-Works. We got Jesper Rasmussen in the Associated there. Then we've got Wesley Van Helmond in the 5 car in the Schumacher. Elias Johansson in the Serpent of car number 6. Luke Holdsworth in the 7. And we've got Ed Callan in the 8. And Moritz Lautenbach in the number 9, the Schumacher there. Okay.
I was talking to Moritz last night when we was having dinner, and he thought it was awesome when we was telling him about his new name. But he says, I prefer Moritz.
Yeah, he does. He's a nice lad.
Yeah,
he is a nice lad. You do find all of the youngsters here. They've been fantastic throughout this event, and a genuinely great bunch of lads to have around and see as the future of the sport. Have we seen a changing of the guard this week, Muzz? Has it happened? Is this the week it's happened, or have we just had a lucky week for the juniors?
No, I think it's been on the cards for a while. I think the juniors are really stepping it up, as we've seen at nationals and things as well in the UK and other countries. And yeah, as you said, the competitors this week have been absolutely awesome. So friendly, happy, enjoying themselves, having a great time out there. So no, it's been really good, and the juniors definitely doing well.
And it is such a good family atmosphere here at the track as well, as you do find at all of the RC events around the UK and around the world.
We're just watching Mr. Cragg sat waiting for these to go off, and he's on his phone checking the overall. He knows he's on the ball. He's shaking his head. Sorry, Neil, I think he'll probably hear us.
Oh, bless him.
He's
done all right, though.
He's in at the minute.
He is in for now. Now he is hanging on to that 10 spot.
We have got our fingers crossed for Neil and for Lee Martin.
I'll tell you the one guy who's probably going to be the happiest man in the world right now is going to be Paul Crompton.
Yeah.
Going from the 10 to the 7.
I know Ben Mohammed. Look at him.
Yeah.
4th.
Who saw that coming?
I could have told him, but he wouldn't have understood me. He was one of those that stop practice. Do not keep driving your cars.
We had 2 translators for the interview with him yesterday. It was good.
Yeah. Work all right in the end.
Yeah, it did.
I was trying to round
of very few words. Is Noah.
I was trying to round up everybody for you ahead of the plan. It all went pretty well, I think.
It did. It was fantastic. Okay, off we go. Alexander Landon takes us round in this one. So, obviously, quickest overall time in this heat from Alexander Landon. That's why he's getting to go off first. Clement Boda, super quick out of the blocks, usually. So, we'll watch these guys as they come round for the first laps.
I'm just looking on the driver's stand who's up there. There's a couple that I think can affect this overall, but it's I don't know. It's unlikely if it will change. We will find out in the next 4.5 minutes, I assume. So heat number 7, working our way back. So it'll be heat 6 coming up next.
I'll tell you what I'd like to do, actually. I'd like to test out the bomb hole cam on the next lap round, if we can, for when...
I didn't know we got a bomb hole cam.
There it is.
Yeah?
There it is.
Is that the one you was setting up a minute ago?
Oh, we're having some issues with it, apparently.
Oh, okay.
Having some technical issues with it.
I couldn't hear, so...
Unfortunately, Muzz can't hear you there, Paul. If you could just let Muzz hear you too. He'll stop looking confused when I'm talking to myself here. So yeah, a few issues with that one, but we will get that sorted, hopefully, fairly quickly.
So looking at the overall, Jesper Rasmussen could be affecting the top 15. Not sure if he can affect the top 10, but we'll see.
Luke Holdsworth as well, looking like he's going to affect the top 25 at least.
Luke's not really got anything to go with it, unfortunately, at the moment.
Okay, so we're going to try the bomb hole cam now.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that. See, you can see how good that shot would be if it was nice and smooth. But for some reason, we're just getting a bit of judder, and I don't know whether it's the radio interference going through the track on this one or not. But
we'll keep working on it.
We will try and get it right for the finals if we can. There's a lovely shot there. Okay, we're still going around with Landon at the moment. Rasmussen, quickest man on track by the looks of things, just behind Luke Holdsworth. So let's try and find the number 7 of Luke Holdsworth if we can. Some guys from the northwest of the UK, ultra quick.
Coming towards the driver's stand now. Blue car and past us in commentator's corner.
So just coming under us now into the switchbacks. There he goes. So that is Luke Holdsworth. As I say, taking up the front of the pack. Every time he crosses the line, he jumps back up to the top of the timing slots. Into the bomb hole he goes. Through the centre chicane. And he's just catching the car in front of him there. So hopefully these two are going to work together when they catch each other up. And see, there's still a bit of a gap, so there's no need for the car in front to be stopping and pulling over at this point. They're both going to be wasting time if they do that. Puts you off of the eye line of where you're looking when a car pulls over too far in front of you and lets you go. So best to just work with each other. Although I would say he's just dropped back a little bit there. So Luke Holdsworth back into third now behind Rasmussen and Boda. So we'll see as Luke crosses the line this time round. I think that was a slightly slower lap for him. So he's not in first anymore. It's Rasmussen from Boda to Holdsworth. Predicted times on this one, Muzz. What are we looking at? 14s?
Yeah, 14s for the top 6 it's looking at the moment.
That's a quick time from Rasmussen there. 15 to 5:14 there.
Well, I've just
14 to 5:14, sorry.
Sorry, while I've just been quiet, I've just been looking through the overalls to see if anyone else can affect anything with that top 10. And it's possible, but I think very unlikely. So I think this is potentially the last part that, dare I say it, Lee Martin and Neil Craig could fall out of that A final. So they're both marshalling and watching on, though they cannot do anything about it.
You'll see some of the slowest marshalling from Cragg and Lee Martin that you've ever seen in this round.
Not at all. They are true professionals. Anyone crashes, they will be on it. Craggy and Lee are the fastest marshals out there normally.
You can't help it. I mean, once you've gone through what these guys have gone through with the racing they've done, there's no way you'd want anybody else to feel the pain of a slow marshal. So they do. As much as I jest, those guys will be absolutely catching the rubber on their shoes on fire to get to the cars as quickly as they can. But it's still Rasmussen out in front at the moment. He's lapping at an average of 22.5s.
The other thing those guys do as well, they do so much volunteer marshalling, or I'm not sure it's called volunteer. When I ask them if they're double stint, they're normally hand up, thumbs up, yeah, no problem, Muzz will do it. So brilliant to see from true professionals. The heart rates are going to be pretty high at the minute, 9th and 10th in the A. I think after the marshal, we ought to pull them for an interview.
If we can, yeah, that'd be great. That would be great. I think that's realistically after this one is over. I think. I mean, Jasper Rasmussen looking to go top 20. Boda 21. Now they've swapped around that time. Ed Callan 22. Luke Holdsworth 24. So likelihood is, and I say this now to be corrected possibly, but likelihood is we are seeing the top 10 as they're going to stand at the end of this round of qualifying. So we won't read them through just yet. We'll give everybody the chance they deserve. We'll try and get Craggy or Lee in. I'll tell you what, I'd actually like to get Lee in if we can, because I know he missed out on the A final in the two-wheel drive. So he will be buzzing to be 9th in the A at the moment.
He can hear us as well. Lee Martin?
Can you hear us, Lee?
You can hear something. Can you turn around when you mention his name?
There he is. He's trying to ignore us now, so he doesn't have to come in.
I'll go and get him.
So, Jude, if you can just pop the camera down onto Lee. He stood on the banners just in front of us to the right here. With the LMR on the back of him. So just straight down, just to your right. There he is. There's Lee Martin. And Neil Craig on the chair in front of him. So Lee, 9th in the A at the moment. I don't think that's going to change at all. Neil Craig sneaks it in the back of the A with the 10th. So we'll see what Lee says. Is he going to shake his head or nod his head? Let's see. Muzz, ultra convincing for these guys as always. So we'll just watch Lee, see if he comes around to us or whether he goes and does something else. A little bit of a congratulations from Martin Owen there.
So we know it's not official, but Simon Moss just sort of announcing at the track, same as us here, not official, but we think for the Brits, Lee Martin holding in 9th and Neil Craig holding in 10th in the A final, which will be awesome to see him get the 3 legs later on today. Lee's just on his way in.
Here he is, the man himself.
Hi. Oh, I've got to put this on.
There we go. So let's pop the headset on, Lee. How you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How about yourself?
Yeah, very good. Congratulations, mate. Look at that for an end result. How do you feel?
I know, I've never been so happy to be ninth, if you know what I mean. Like, myself and Neil have been talking this week and trying to get fifth in rounds and stuff, and we were never happy with that 2 years ago. So, yeah, it's been a hard week. Looks like I'm in the show, so that's good. Definitely an improvement on two-wheel drive where I wasn't, although I had better points in two-wheel drive. So, but yeah, what can you do? Now is only hopefully moving up. So
yeah, indeed. I mean, you're not in about. I mean, you say you're 9th and 10th in the A. You guys really are just going to be putting pressure on the rest of the field. They're going to be feeling that. They know how quick you two are. Certainly nobody's going to be wanting to let off with you two behind them. Otherwise, they know that's a place gone. You're Neumann and Paul Crompton there. I know those guys are going to have their hearts racing at the start, for sure. Are you confident you can push through the field a little bit, maybe? Capitalise on some mistakes?
It's going to be tough. Yeah, hopefully mistakes are there because it's been so tight in qualifying. You miss a corner, go wide, and you've already lost like 10 spots. So let's hope that the finals can bring up a little bit more, let's say, mistakes. Yeah, and hopefully everyone gets a little bit more nervous, and then the old heads at the back can go forward. And then hopefully if we get in that position, we can hold it, because I think apart from the first three, maybe Noah, everyone else is pretty close. So
yeah. And how are you feeling about the possibility of some rain today then, coming in for the finals?
To be honest, yeah, now I'm in, like, rain away. Like, I think that would be, again, beneficial to myself and Neil, and maybe even Paul, who, we run on Astro in the rain.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people can drive it when it's dry because, you have no grip deviation. You're just on it and you just push through it all. But in the rain, you have to think about it a little bit more. So, yeah, definitely that would be an advantage for UK guys, I think.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to see a few of us in the few of the UKs up in the final. I think we've got at least 3 of us in. So you, Neil, and
Paul
Crompton. Yeah, so at least a third of the field there.
Well, that's
in the UK.
Oh yeah, it's the guys have done. Paul's done really well on a high from the national last time out. Made his first Euro A, so happy days to him.
Yeah, indeed. It's been a long time coming for Paul. He's certainly put the work in to get himself up there, definitely. But Lee, absolute pleasure as it always is to catch up with you, mate. Ultra congratulations on the position.
Thanks.
And, we will wish you the best of luck for the final. We'll keep an eye on it, and hopefully we can see you make a few more places up.
That's it. I hope so.
Super stuff.
Cheers, guys.
Take it steady. Okay. He's going to have a couple of my fruit pastels before he goes.
Take them with you, mate.
Go for it. Yeah.
Have an extra one for making the A, no problem. So that was Lee Martin. So based on what you're saying there then, Guppy, that was 3 in the A. If my maths are right, that's 33%, which is what was allowed by EFRA, isn't it, for the Brits?
There you go.
In for the event. So in for the A.
Worked out nicely then.
Don't want to break any rules.
Lee Martin's actually disappeared with my whole bag of sweets.
Yes, he has. But
what he doesn't know is that ants have been eating those all night.
And he hasn't checked the sell-by date on the back either, has he?
They are Waitrose, other supermarkets available. They are Waitrose fruit pastels, I might add. So they're about 12 quid for 6 of them.
Was it not in bargain basement?
No, look, he's handing them out to other people.
Oh, look at that. He has gone as well. I've also asked Lee to go and bring Neil Cragg along for us. So Neil should be along shortly. And hopefully by that point, the heats are far enough through that we can confirm that Neil's 13 points, tied with Lee, is going to scrape the A final for him.
Indeed. Not to detract from who we've got on track at the moment. I think we're following around Dom Nunn in the number 1 car.
On a positive, I've got 3 bags of sweets that we got from the supermarket yesterday in the van, so I'll go and fetch some soon to restock us.
Some clean, non-ant sweets.
Exactly.
Okay, good.
So, halfway through, Dom Nunn, what's he done? 22.74. He's 7/10 clear from Jolan de Weird, but as we were seeing, look at this, 2/10, 3/10, so close. 2.5 covers, 2 seconds, back to Tom Cockrell in 7th.
Only one on a 14-lap pace is Dom Nunn at the moment. He is going to sneak in. If he can keep that up, that's going to see him drop into 25th. So I'm not sure who he's going to knock out there, Muzz, actually.
He's just scraping on our screen, but he's not going to. He's going to affect the C final there, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, nobody else is going to get affected by that sort of time, but he is literally just dropping in the back end of the top 25. So, good result from Don if he can do that. I think maybe as the late heats go, we might see some being able to sneak in an effect to the top 25, but I think at this point, fairly sort of minimal opportunity to do that. Just watching what they're
trying to work out.
Oh, they've got a drone out there.
Ah.
And the last time this drone was taken up, it was crashed on its maiden voyage. So
Was that for the two-wheel drive?
no, we haven't.
Someone had a drone up the other day, I noticed.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
these.
Well, it hasn't been us. I think the software on it restricts what we can do with it here, unfortunately.
Okay.
So Dom Nunn still taking us round. Average lap of a 22.9. As you can see, that's, sort of 2 seconds under, or at least a full second under where the top heat were lapping as an average. Not fast enough to really make any effect on the overalls as far as the top sort of 2A and B finals are concerned. Minute left on the clock in this one, so let's just try and pick somebody else up, see if we can get car number 8 of Baptiste Roche. He's running in second place in this one at the moment. Just gone past the pink car going down the straight now. Hits the first corner, goes round the bank sweeper into the roller. Pink car there to the
forward one.
There you go. Drops into the bomb hole. Left. No. Back. So there you go. That one. That's him.
Chasing him around the track there, wasn't he?
Quicker than our cameraman. So Jude obviously used to filming the full-scale cars out on the road. These little nippy ones are a little bit of a challenge for the camera guys out there, but they are absolutely flying around the track. So Baptiste Roche coming round with a predicted time of 13.5 dead. So actually a possibility of him just sneaking in the extra lap to see if he can get past the line before his time runs out.
Well, Paul, it's looking in the sky, so there's a drone gone up, I believe. Not sure where it's going to land.
Oh, and he's gone through. He's gone through, Muzz. He's gone through for the... Oh, no, he hasn't. He's got caught. I thought he'd just gone through. Ooh.
Missed it by a second.
There we go. So Dom Nunn with that one puts himself top 25 in 25th place. I don't think we can't see Craggy heading his way over yet.
Not yet. He's having a bit of a breather and a bottle of water, I think, just to calm the nerves.
Craggy doesn't have nerves.
He does. He won't have when it comes to the final. It's going to be very interesting watching Lee Martin and Neil Craig coming through, because these guys are very experienced and they know what's needed in a final. So you can bet your bottom dollar they're not going to finish 9th and 10th.
As you say, Muzz, the old saying goes, though it's easier to chase, it's much harder to lead.
Yeah.
So they've got a lot of people to chase. That's the thing. So they've got 8 or 9 people in front of them. So plenty of chasing to be able to do. But when you've got in front of someone and they're right on your tail, you are running then a defensive line. Obviously, we all know a defensive line is certainly not the true fastest racing line around a track. So we do see these guys, once they are being followed, start to just slow down a touch. Not too much when you get to this sort of pace, because these guys really want to push as much as they can to win. However, there is a chance we could see some interesting finals coming up.
They're going to be hoping for a similar start to leg one of that two-wheel drive A final we saw the other day, when there was a big pile-up and Jamie Hall came through from, was it 7th to 2nd?
Yeah.
That's exactly what those guys are hoping that, might happen and could happen.
With Jamie Hall terrifying his brother.
Yeah.
An interview with the whole family that should be going up on the EFRA page at some point fairly soon.
Should be good to see.
So these guys just doing their installation or warm-up lap.
So we're going from heat 6 and we'll go down as far as heat number 1.
On just heading into heat 5 now.
Yeah, so heat 5 will be next. So we go down to heat 1 of qualifying. And then after the whole round, we'll get the overall TQ, which will be Bruno. We'll get him in for an interview. So heat number 5 coming up. Your drivers are car 1, Tyler Liddell. Car 2, Greg Williams. 3, Daniel Pole. 4th, Nathan Rawls. 5, Eugene Galley. 6, Noah Kaufman. 7th, Carl Marsden. 8th, Matthew Peters. And 9th, David Scott. Still no sign of Mr. Craig at the minute. Either Lee Martin's forgot and he's eating all those sweets to himself.
He's on a sugar high,
yeah,
running around the site at the moment with his hands over his head saying, yay, I'm in the A.
Or Neil's busy prepping for ready for the mains.
He's probably cutting spikes off his tyres, Muzz.
He's probably gluing some more because he probably only had one set thinking he was only doing one final. But now he needs 3 for the 3 legs.
He does.
Assuming
I'm sure he hands those jobs over to Mick, though. I know he does a lot more spannering now, does Neil? So, yeah, maybe Mick's gone on to tyre guy. I know Julie Hall sits over in the pits doing the Hall brothers tyres there, bless her. You see her in there for ages with tyre bands and glue and a whole rack of tyres and wheels in front of her. And bless her, she does do a good job there for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, 30 seconds left before this one kicks off. Not too sure who's going to lead us out. I've got a funny feeling it might be Tyler Little in this one heading us out.
Possibly. I think another man who's always very difficult, people say, to get on interview. And I think me or you may have the power to do so. We might be able to get a word with Mick Cragg, do you think, possibly?
Wow.
Should we try?
Do you know, I tried for 3 years to get Mick Cragg on the podcast.
Yeah?
3 years.
Right, I'm on it. See if I can get him in 3 minutes.
Go on then. See if you can do it.
Neil or Mick?
Mick will get you a pizza, Muzz. How's that? Okay. These guys are off then. We are with Tyler Little by the looks of that shell there. It certainly is. So Tyler Little leading this round. It looks like the car behind him with Dan Pole has closed in to closer than a second, though. That does not look like a big gap between those two now. So Tyler, it does. Daniel Pole with a 22.66. The youngster absolutely firing it out the blocks. I'll tell you what, drop back just one car. There you go. There's Dan Pole. We'll keep Dan in. He's just had a little wide line over the little berm there. So into the switchbacks he goes. Daniel Pole still top of the pile now, 2 laps down. So Daniel lapping at 22.95 average over those two. So he's done a 22.66 and a 23.24 was his last lap. We'll stick with Dan because, there you go. Tyler graciously moves out of Dan's way, knows he's the quicker man on the track and just gave him the space he needed to. He'll just hang on to the back of Daniel now or do his absolute best to. But Daniel really just putting a little bit of gap there. Really wide, though, into the roller. Flicks it back and drops into the bomb hole past the little GoPro we've got set up for that shot. Lovely line out of the chicane. Wow, really impressed with that, Dan. Lovely line, buddy. So, hops it. What a great line up over the step to keep all 4 wheels on the floor and driving. Let's see what that's a 22.9 for Dan. So, certainly not his quickest one, but absolutely flying out there still. Makes it cleanly out through the chicane. He's really got that line well as Daniel Pole there. Seeding heat so that he's in. Certainly not reflective of the skill that Daniel has got over a single lap. And I know Duncan Pole will be watching this with bated breath, hoping that Daniel stays on his wheels all the way through the 5 minutes. At the moment, he is on for a 14 in a 5:21. So, could we see Daniel Pole affecting anything? I don't think we can at the moment. He's going to need a much, much quicker time than that. He needs to take about 10 seconds off, so he's got to find some serious pace if he has. But you can see just how much. If we pan back a little bit on the camera, you can see how much he's dropped Tyler Little there, and those two were right together a minute ago. That gap has only got bigger as we've gone through this round. So round the berm goes down. He's got that absolutely bang on. The time that he's saving himself coming up over the step up there is fantastic. So round the off-camber sweeper he goes. Into the roller, lovely. Just catches the pipe, not too much of an effect there. He won't really have lost any time doing it like that. However, he certainly won't want to be getting any tighter on those pipes. Looks like Tyler Little's closed in just a touch on this last lap. But Dan, super quick through there. Tyler Little has a mistake, drops him right back, takes the pressure off of Dan completely. And now Daniel will be able to relax and push himself all the way through this heat. So, Greg Williams pops himself up into second place above Tyler Little now in the number 2 car. I'll keep an eye out for Greg as he comes past us here, and we'll try and follow Greg for a few laps. Stick with Daniel for the time being, though. I'll tell you when Greg comes through. Okay, Greg just gone past me now. So last car onto the straight. There you go. Okay, so Greg only just behind Daniel Pole. Greg, of course, the brother of Natalie Williams, driving the other Yokomo, yellow one. You see, so Greg, super quick driver is Greg. So Greg taking that same line, making sure he keeps the wheels planted on the floor. Round the off-camber sweeper he goes, over the roller. Still holding up, though, behind Daniel Pole. So Daniel's still the only one into the 14-lap pace. Greg not far off, though. He's got to find about 3.5 seconds to get him in and under the 14s. So let's see how Greg does. Matt Pete, Tyler Little must have had a bit of a mistake there. Obviously, he did a couple of laps back. Don't know whether he's had another one or not because we can't see him on the camera anymore. However, down pole still bringing this round from Matt Peters to Greg Williams. Average laps on these guys, 22.9, 23.3, 23.34. Yeah, so nothing here really that's going to affect anything too much. These guys are going to be fighting for their spaces a bit lower down in proceedings. Oh, well, really wide line there from Greg. He would have lost a couple of points of a second, certainly going around there, and that bobble would slow him down as well. So these guys are going to be into finishing time soon. Timer has run down. Once we hit that 5:10, everybody will finish as they cross the line. So there goes Greg over the line. We'll be finishing in a 13.53. Daniel Pole obviously coming round for a victory lap, 14 laps. We'll see what he does as he crosses the line. There he goes now. Okay, 14 in a 5:20. An awesome run from Daniel Pole in the last round of qualifying there. So 3 minutes on the clock, which leaves me enough time to tell you that you are watching the EFRA Tony Sports 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships. This is the four-wheel drive finals day from Robin Hood Raceway. We are RCTV and Control Sport. We're bringing this to you in association with Schumacher, Hobby Wing, and, of course, Tony Sport. Do have a look on the Tony Sport website there. There's plenty of setup tools for your RC cars and other sort of apparel and bits and bobs that they do on the website. Very useful website for anybody looking to get into RC at any level at all. Schumacher guys obviously doing their bit for the sport. They have the tyre sponsor, the nominated tyre provider for the event here we're seeing this weekend, or this week. And so we've already seen the two-wheel drive portion of this event finish with Tommy Hall taking the two-wheel drive championship, the 16-year-old. Say interview with the Hall family as a whole yesterday. Not sure when Matt's going to be posting that one up, but I'm sure he's in his cave filtering through all the footage that he's got over the last sort of 5 or 6 days. Eugene Galley just to the left of me there on his marshal point. Okay, so installation laps done. Let's have a look on the chat. Okay, any of you guys out there that want to get involved and have a chat with us here, please pop your questions on the YouTube feed. Craig Gibson says, it's raining heavy where I am. Thanks, Craig. Not too sure where you are, but good to know. It's great from Paco. Amen. Cake for that for sure, says Tara Ivanen. There you go. Cake for Paco coming up shortly. BJ Williams says, absolutely a changing of the guard. Now, there's been a lot of times that has been said. Never has it been more apparent than this race meeting, I don't think. We are seeing some definite changes taking place. Although, I will say, with Bruno Coelho pretty much secured as TQ, maybe the guard hasn't changed as much as we think. Certainly in two-wheel drive, though, this event has thrown up some interesting results. And joining us now, Neil Cragg from Team Associated. How are you doing, Neil?
How you doing, mate? Okay.
Yeah, very good. You even get your headphones put on for you like a prince entering the arena.
That's how factory I am.
Nice. So you're happy with making it into the A then?
Yeah, I am, to be honest. It wasn't like, if you told me this last week that it was going to be 2/10, I would have been really disappointed, but I just didn't, for some reason I didn't anticipate it was going to be this tough. I thought I'd have the good pace. And four-wheel drive's four-wheel drive. It's always hard work on the AstroTurf, and the Europeans they're very good at four-wheel drive. So yeah, after yesterday, just not a good day at the office. Nothing really went right, and I put my big boy panties on this morning and pulled 2 good runs out and snuck in, which I'm pretty happy with. It's a lot easier going home with a couple of air finals than just one.
Yeah, definitely. I think me and Moz were saying earlier on, you can't count you guys out. Lee and yourself. When it comes down to it, when the pressure is on and when the heat's out there, you guys have the skill and you have the experience and the frame of mind to be able to perform in those situations. Like, we just don't see the capability of maybe some of these younger chaps that are a bit more fresher to it will feel the pressure a bit more. But we've seen you guys pull these sort of results out of the bag time and time again. So you're happy to be in the back. Obviously, you're going to get to put the pressure on Lee first of all. You're going to be going for that for early doors. Are you going to hang back a little bit and see what's the sort of game plan here?
The finals are always chaos, especially four drive. Absolutely, you see the EOSs, they're crazy.
Yeah.
So the best plan is not to just keep it on its wheels, pick up a couple of pieces, see what you can do. It's hard to pass on AstroTurf. It's hard to pass in four drive. Just try and pick up whatever you're given. Try and accept it with open arms.
Yeah. Where's your spot that you're looking at for sort of favourite overtaking places on the track? Because the easiest sort of place to push past someone, do you think?
To be honest, there's not really a spot that stands out. There never is on AstroTurf. On high grip stuff, you're more relying on a little mistake or a little bobble than an actual overtaking. End of the straight's always good, but then it tightens up. So that's normally my first look at an overtake, but it'll be tough to do it there because the line's kind of small. So you just try and be clean, try and pick up some spots. I'm not going to win it from there. I'm not fast enough, and you stay in 10th, but you can pick up a couple of spots. I'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I think for me, a couple of places I'm seeing people go particularly wide. Just as we come into the roller off the off-camber sweeper there.
Yeah.
That one. This next hairpin that you come into after the little straight, you see a lot of people punching really hard up there and taking that one wide. So there's early doors in the lap. I think there's a couple of real good opportunities for anybody going wide just to sneak up the inside of them there. Not that I'm trying to give you any advice here or anything, but...
No, you can. I suppose you can punch it up the inside, but like I say, you're risking getting tangled up. It's I'm gonna play it cool and see how we get on.
Nice. Standard game plan for Neil.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I've done for 30 years and done all right out of it.
Yeah, you have indeed.
I've definitely got more. I've got more grey hairs this week than I had last week. That's absolutely certain.
Well, it does happen, unfortunately, mate. But maybe you're due some at this point.
Yeah, definitely. Like I say, I needed my 30 years experience to get me in today, but some people say it was never in doubt, but I was a little worried after yesterday.
I'm not surprised. There's some really quick guys that have turned up here, and I think it's, looking at the list of what we assume is the unofficial A final at the moment. There's some names in there I certainly didn't expect to see. I never saw Noah Ben Mohammed coming into a fourth spot in this one at all.
Yeah, the thing. I mean, I knew he was a quick, fast kid, but I've not seen him for 3 years. I've not seen a lot of him for 3 years. So you kind of. Well, you don't discount them, but you just don't think. You think your Brunos and your Jorns and your Michaels, they're always going to be there. But like Marcus, I knew Marcus was going to be. He's going to be an amazing driver. But I said he will be an amazing driver. Yeah. I expected him to be good in four drive. I didn't expect him to be that good in two-wheel drive. It was quite a surprise. And unfortunately for us old guys, he's only going to get better.
He is, but. Maybe a welcome challenge after the amount of time you guys have had right at the very front there. It's nice to have that extra bit of challenge and maybe gave you something else to really aim for at this point. I mean, did you find that at a certain point with sort of nationals, because normally for years we've been watching the nationals with yourself and with Lee, and we can pretty much guarantee one of you two was going to win for a number of years in the BRCA National Series. And I think now we've got a few guys that can really push you and Lee. Do you find that sort of is it kind of a nice feeling in a way, kind of a refreshing feeling to have that new sort of field coming up and pushing you around the track a bit quicker? Does it make you a better driver, or is it just really annoying and you want them to go?
There's two sides. It is annoying because you're used to being on top for so long.
Yeah.
Well, nobody can beat time. It doesn't wait for anybody. So eventually someone has to come around and and either compete with you or overtake you and go off into the distance. And to be fair, I've battled with Lee for 10, 15 years, and I'm not being big-headed where I say we two genuine world-class drivers, and then a little bit of a gap to everyone else in England. But now, I think we have a good, a nice little pot of 3, 4, 5, world-class European class drivers. So, competition's good. It doesn't wait for anyone, and it pushes you on. And I'll still try to do the best I can. I've got at least one more year left on my associate contract, and then we'll see where I'm at after that.
Muzz's eyes then.
Muzz's just put some
His wallet's out. I've not seen that happen.
So we'll see what happens after. I've got a young boy on the way, which I'm over the moon about and looking forward to, and he's going to take up a lot of my time. So
congrats on that, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. If I have to finish next year, I'll be pretty happy with my career. I couldn't have asked for any more, so pretty happy.
No, great stuff. We hope to see you for many, many years to come, mate. But congrats, as I say, on the result today, and we'll be willing you on in the final to hope you can make up a few places for sure.
Spot on. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks, bud. Catch up with you soon.
Okay.
Great stuff. Thanks, Neil. See you soon. Cheers. Okay, Muzzy's back with us now.
So that was Neil Craig. As I went for quite a walk to try and find Neil, because he wasn't at the pit space. I went to the gazebos, I went around everywhere, finally found Neil. And in the process, I came across finding Mick Craig, who was busy cooking some sausages.
Oh, he's cooking, is he? Has he been relegated to chef?
Don't want to interrupt your lunch. He says, Muzzy, lunch? This is my breakfast, I'm cooking. So Mick's been that busy at approaching 1 o'clock. He's still doing his breakfast. The dog was there waiting for sausages as well. But it is confirmed that Mick Craig will be coming for a live interview with us.
Wow.
I've told him no rush, enjoy his breakfast.
Now I'm nervous.
But Mick Craig
I'm nervous now, Muzz.
is en route soon.
I don't get nerves a lot of the time. I generally just get out there and wing it and do the best I can, and whatever the result may be is the result. But with that news, Mick Craig coming in to see us, now my palms are a little bit sweaty.
We've got a queue of people already forming, ready for autographs, I think, at time in here, where we are. So all joking aside, Mick Craig said he will come over. He said, trouble is, Muzzy, once I've done it for you, everyone's going to be knocking on my door.
No, the amount we've had to pay him to do it, Muzz, nobody else could afford it.
Well, I said, trouble is, Mick, you tell him one interview a year, and this is the one that's being done, so that's it, end of. So anyone got any questions out there? This is a very rare occasion, and you're honoured, but get him in on the chat. Mick Craig,
he's on
his way soon. Can the camera pick up just to the left there?
Every time he's marshalled, he's had to sit down.
This is my Norwegian friend who lost the key last night.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Team Fancy shirt?
Yeah, Team Fancy shirt. That's not his name. He has a different name to that.
Good afternoon. What's the ETA for the final, says Brian Crawley. I can tell you, Brian, we will have the Practice A final at 2 o'clock, but that will be on the EFRA Facebook page, and I will stream that one live myself from my own phone. We'll do that on the EFRA page for you. But then, A final number 1 heads off at 3 o'clock this afternoon UK time.
So this marshal is Adrian Sogner-Sand.
There he is.
He's just getting the sand off his hands by the looks of things and off his feet.
So 3 o'clock will be A final number 1. Then we are looking at the I final starting at 20 past 3. So we'll have a little bit of a gap after A number 1. Hopefully we'll have a chat with the winner there once that one's gone on. So then we're looking at A final number 2. The second leg of the A final will be at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And then, as if by magic, leg 3 of the A final, would you believe, will be at 5 o'clock.
We're on the hour, as long as the schedule is on. 3, 4 and 5, was it? Yeah, UK
2,
time.
3, 4 and 5. So 2 o'clock for the practice, 3 o'clock for A1, 4 o'clock for A2, and 5 o'clock for A3. There you go. So I think we are following Lionel Lebez. Car number 1.
We're on this one. Timing. There we go. Yeah, Lionel Lebez leads them off. Car number 1. So he's in the 24s. He's going to try and drop himself in the 23s, I'm sure. So we go through. This is heat 3. Heat 2 next, then Heat number 1, and then that'll be an end of qualifying for these four-wheel drive European Championships.
So once we've got to the end of qualifying, we will have a bit of a break. We won't be back on the live feed once the last heat has gone through until just before 3 o'clock this afternoon. So once the last few heats of qualifying are done, we're going to go into a break. Me and Muzz will be back at after 3 o'clock then to present the finals to you. And we'll run through from there. So, we'll just get these last few rounds through. So we're currently on Heat 3 of four-wheel drive, round 5 of qualifying, the final round we're going to see.
So when we go and come back on, 10 minutes or so before A1, will it be?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so about 2:45, 10 to 3, we will be back and live.
So about 2:45. So if people's got the questions in for Mick Cragg, we'll hopefully be able to put them, or we'll be answer them then. Mick will be probably unavailable just before that because of Neil going out in the A, but we'll try and get Mick at some point. So at some point while the other finals run, I believe we'll probably try and get Mick. Is that the plan, do you think?
If we can, worst case scenario, we'll do what we did with Matt yesterday and we'll pop out and we'll just do a little side interview with him.
Yeah.
And post that up. So
while he's doing his cooking and chef duties.
Okay, still with Adrian at the moment. 2.5 minutes into this one nearly, so we'll drop back one car if we can. So just follow it back up the straight there. There we go.
So Joey Cockerill, son of the referee John, just sent me a message. Can we get the camera on John at some point and make him smile and wave? We can get the camera on him.
We'll try it in between this. Once this one's finished, we'll pop the camera up to the up to the rostrum up there. He's happy.
He's just looked this direction, Joey. So I think he might be picking up our sound from the van. So John Cockerill will probably hear us.
No, I don't think he
We'll
can.
see if we can get him to smile. We'll have a go.
Be great if we could get him in, actually. He's been up there the whole week, and that is a tiring and thankless task, I must admit.
We can get him in, but it's going to be obviously not while the finals run, so probably after this round if you want to grab him and stay on for a couple of minutes.
If we can, just for a minute or so, if we get him in, just a quick word, I suppose more of a note of thanks more than anything else for John, really, for the work he's put in.
Do you want to get Bruno end around as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Overall TQ.
So we are with the number 4 car, I believe. I'm dealing with Bernie, possibly. I'll wait for this one to come back round. I'll double check and let you know. Jude doing a good job of getting a close view there. Couldn't quite see it. No, it's the number 6. Sorry. Number 6 of Lucas Didier.
So 4 minutes 30 coming up. Lionel Lebez still leading, 4 seconds clear.
We're with Didier there, who's just got past Natalie Williams. Graciously got out of the way for him there. Obviously lapping at a much quicker pace than Natalie this time round. Got a second in it between them on the lap pace, to be fair. Nearly 2 seconds almost. Crikey.
Yeah, none of these affecting the top 25, as we said. So making that call as we did earlier, Matt, I think we was right on it.
Yeah, I think Dom Nunn was the last one to sneak into the top 25 there, and short of anything absolutely bananas happening. I'm not sure we're going to see anything else change from this point forwards, going up from there.
Talking of bananas, if any of you guys want any bananas, you're the other team that's with us. We've got plenty of them in the van. We've overstocked slightly.
All of us feeling a bit low on potassium this week for sure.
Yes. So finishing as they cross the line in this heat number 3.
There we go. Okay, so Didier pulls it round to finish up second. 13 in a 5.14, 13 in a 5.8 for Lebez. Landon in a 5.14, the 13 lapper. Everybody down to Nat Williams, unfortunately not sneaking in, just pulled a 12 in a 5.5. So 3 minutes to get these guys swapped over and around. Just if you pan right there, Jude, up onto the rostrum where the drivers stand.
He's got his back to us at the minute. There you go, Joey.
Zoom in on that one there. Just right on the very end. Closest guy to you with the grey hair there. There he is. Just keep an eye on him. We'll see if we can get him to turn around. So you can see the Emperor of Everything is up there. Martin Owen. But John not willing to turn around. Oh, wait. There he is. There he is, Joey. Happy with that? We'll see. Let's everybody now mentally focus on John and see if we can get him to smile. Ready?
We can talk to him.
Oh, there he is.
All right, John, do not swear. You're live on RC Racing TV and Control Sport. John, Joey has requested in that we put the camera on you and have a nice smile and a wave, please.
Right, okay.
He's on you now. If you can give him a big smile and give him a wave.
Hey.
Hi, Joey.
There we go.
Cheers, John. Back to professional duties. Thank you.
Obviously, you see now the pain on John's face as he had to force that smile out, bless him. But he's been up there all week and doing a fantastic job as always.
He'll have mobile phones on the rostrum. Sorry, John.
Paul?
Race was not in progress. Referee can make the call.
Oh, dear. Right, so what have we got coming up, Muzz? Heat number 2. Martin Owen's in this one, Emperor of Everything, as we know.
Oh, no wonder Joey's watching. Martin Owen's in it.
Yeah, he's bound to watch this one.
So, car 1, Martin Owen. Car 2, William Callan. Car 3, Scott Follington. 4, Martin Hadley. 5, Freddie Russell. 6, Kern Middlecoop. Broke it on warm-up last time. He's hoping not to do so this time. He's there at the minute. 7, Daniel Gross. 8, Jules Reverdy. And 9, Peter Stein.
So, thank you all for joining us online. We've had a couple of at least one question come in. What's been your favourite moment so far, Muzz?
That one there, getting John Coquelin.
That's got to be a highlight, isn't it? Mine is yet to come because we haven't seen Mick yet.
Mick Craig.
And that's going to be my favourite moment of the week, other than, of course, the young superstar Tommy taking his Euros win.
I was going to say, out of the whole week so far, Tommy Hall, I know he drives for a different team, but as we say, we're neutral when we're on commentating and running these events. Absolutely phenomenal. We spoke to them, spoke to his mum afterwards, and Drescher, everybody. It was absolutely awesome.
So, Raceway 1 has a question for Mick. What words of advice does Mick give Neil when things aren't going well? Mick once told me to just concentrate on making the car easy to drive, and the speed will come.
Okay, we'll put that one to him.
Yeah, we will.
Shall we take a photo because it'll be gone off the screen? Well, let's have a screenshot of that.
These guys about 15 seconds away from going, so I think it's the number 2 car of Will Callan that's going to lead us out in this one. I don't think anybody else affected his top time for this heat in the last go-round.
Any other questions for Mick?
So
get them on the chat.
We have followed Will, so hold on there. Let's go a few back. Let's do the number 4 car there just going down the straight. One ahead of that one. There he is. There you go. Lovely. So we're just going to go around with Martin Hadley for a few laps here.
On the chat, Craig Gibson's put it's raining heavy in Barwell in Leicester. So he's a couple of hours drive from here, so hopefully far enough away. So Gibson, you keep it down there, mate. We don't want it up here.
Dan Osborne is racing. He's asking for the current top 10. Well, as we stand, we still have this round, this heat, and another heat to go. However,
still unofficial, but it's looking pretty confirmed, isn't it?
The unofficial top 10. Number 1. I'll go from 10. 10 on the grid. Looks like it's going to be Neil Cragg. We are assuming number 9 is going to be Lee Martin. 8, Jorn Newman, of course. Number 7, Paul Crompton has snuck himself up there. And then we've got Pekko Ivonen, super confident yesterday when we had a chat with him. Una Hattinen gets himself into the 5th spot, unofficially. Noah Ben Mohammed, the youngster from X-Ray Team, is in the 4. Superstar Michael Orlowski gets himself into the 3rd spot. But it is Marcus Kerrup for Associated on the front row, number 2 spot. And current 4-wheel drive, 10th scale off-road world champion, Bruno Coelho, leads us out. Now, these are unofficial. So, subject to possible change if madness could happen. But as it stands, that's what we're looking at for your A final. So, minute And 45 has gone in this one. Will Callan is leading us around. We are still with Martin Hadley, who's running around in third at the moment. We'll stick with Martin for a moment as he's coming up on the car in front of him there. So we'll just see how Martin handles it going past a couple of cars if he manages to catch them. Oh, he's not going to catch them going wide like that, Martin. Blimey. Okay, 2:20 gone, almost at the halfway point. Martin Owen having a mare in this one, running last, very back of the heat.
He's not had a 28-second lap again, has he?
What's he had? 25s, 24s, so average of a 25.5. Nothing spectacular coming from the Owen camp today, unfortunately for Martin.
23.8, as you say that there, Gups.
Got a 22.9 from Will Callan there.
Yeah, some pace are there. So 2 minutes to go.
2 minutes to go. Let's see if we can pick up the blue car of Will Callan just coming over the tabletops now. Just done the driver's tabletop.
I've just put the call out to get Bruno Coelho over so we can interview Bruno. Should be your overall TQ provisionally. See if we think of some more questions to ask him. He's been over here a little bit too often for my liking, but I'm sure we can think of something.
We'll make it a short one this time, I think.
He's on his way. I can see him heading this direction. So true professional as he is.
Here he comes.
Bruno is en route.
I've got to say one thing about Bruno. He is a super hard racer out on the track. Super fair, super hard, will not give an inch on the track. But you know what? I don't think there are many people who answer the call like Bruno does when it comes to pushing out for sort of advertising for the sport, letting people know we're out there, what he's doing, how he's doing, what he's doing out there.
Exactly.
So, you know, you might not like Bruno because he's beaten some of your favourite drivers over the years, but you have to respect the guy for his skill level and what he puts into what we are doing here.
I think everyone appreciates Bruno, and there's just been a huge crash caught on camera, which I think was Will Callan. So we only put the call out about 30 seconds ago, and the true professional is, no matter what he was doing midway through, Bruno Coelho has turned up. So I will hand over to Matt and Bruno for you.
Okay. How many times are we going to have a chat this week, eh?
I hope until the end. It's a good scene now.
So, unofficially, of course, because we haven't finished this round yet, unofficially, the top-seeded driver, top TQ for the four-wheel drive event. How are you feeling, Bruno?
Yeah, I'm feeling very good. I'm confident, and I'm coming confident to the final. The last qualify was very good. I had a small mistake in the middle, which cost me like 1 second, and Marcus catch me.
Yep.
But then in the end, he made another mistake in last lap, I think, which then gave me the TQ. But I'm confident, yeah.
Good stuff. Anything you've done to the car, are you super happy with it, just leaving it as it is?
I'm going to leave like it is. The car is working pretty well. I mean, we are exactly... I think me and Marcus, we have exactly the same pace. It's all about small mistakes.
Yeah.
So it will be a very hard final for sure, because I will not be able to pull away for sure, and Marcus will make it will make a lot of pressure for sure, and I will need to defend. And when you are defending, you cannot pull away. So it will be all about that, I think.
Yeah, indeed. And we all know Marcus. You know, is a hard driver. He will not give an inch on the track. We know that. Youngster that he is, he's certainly got the pace out there to keep up in the finals. I guess realistically, you guys are going to be looking at staying on your wheels as best you can and just hoping for no mistakes, really.
Yeah, I think it will be all about that. I think because the top three, nobody has the pace to pull away. So everybody will be exactly the same pace. It will be all about small mistakes. So yeah, I mean, even when you are first and you have like 1 second in the front, you will not make the risk to make it even more space. Mm-hmm. So it will be, I think, easier for the person that is second to catch up the front if he will risk a little bit. So we'll see.
So in a perfect world, and you win A1 and you win A2, would you still run in A3?
No.
No?
No.
No?
No.
You don't want the triple glory?
I have enough of off-road already.
Okay.
And get the things ready for next weekend, because I'm going to fly tomorrow to Portugal.
Yeah.
And then on Monday, I travel because it's like 300 kilometers from my home.
Okay.
And I will drive the Euros this upcoming weekend, the 1/8 off-road Euros.
Okay, good stuff. Nice one. All right, Bruno, thank you so much for coming in. Really appreciate the chat again. With any luck, we'll catch up with you after the finals. I'll be. I think it's actually Matt that's going to do it for us. I think he's going to go over to save me from running over and being out of breath. But I don't know. We'll discuss that in the gap and see how we get on. But
Okay.
Hopefully we'll catch up with you again.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
See you later.
Thanks,
I
Bruno.
hope.
Yeah.
Thank you. Awesome job. Thank you.
There you go, Muzz. There you go.
So that was Bruno. Who do you want next?
I think we're waiting for Mick, aren't we? Do you know I remember the first time we interviewed Bruno on the podcast a number of years ago, and I'd never spoken to Bruno before. I'd seen him at events, and I'd always been a little bit nervous about going, as you do when when you kind of, I say new into the sport, but new to these top drivers and the big events and things like that. You always feel a little bit nervous about going up to them,
Yeah.
But we got Bruno. I approached him on Facebook and asked him if he would come onto the podcast for a chat, and he was straight in there. And I'll tell you what, to this day, one of the best podcasts I think I did in my time of doing them. He was just, we didn't expect it. You see, we just didn't expect him to be as good and as open and as willing to just contribute to the conversation as he was.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be able to dig that one out of the archives somewhere and post it back up. But that was an absolutely fantastic one. That was, and ever since then, my respect for Bruno has been just through the roof.
Yeah, the guys at the sharp end, as we said, certainly top 10 at Euros and Worlds and things. They are true professionals, and anything like podcasts, conversations, anything like that, they'll be open and talk to you. Won't tell us everything, of course, that we always want to know, but we'll find out most of it. But brilliant, friendly guys, of course.
Do you want to read out the last round, Muzz? It seems this is our final heat of qualifying for the whole week.
This is the last qualifier of the week. So, Heat 1 going out. Car 1, John Mile. Car 2, Chris Bowden. 3, Andrew Rennick. 4th, David Karadek. 5, Chris James. 6, Miklos Zabados. 7th, Felix Arnold. 8th, Harold Valdesnes. And 9th, Nina Arnold. That is your Heat 1. And the final qualifier after this, we can rip up the heat list as we will be moving to finals mode.
We can, yeah. Crazy. What a quick week it's been, Muzz.
It has.
Hasn't it flown?
Look at the weather. Blue sky around us. Looking in the distance, the black clouds are over Craig Gibson and down Leicester way. They can stay there. Lovely sunshine here at Robin Hood Raceway. Sorry to rub it in, Gibbo. I know you wanted to be here. But,
Ian Payne has just passed the commentary booth here. Give us a little wave. Team Yokomo that he is.
He can't hear us.
No, he can't. He's just gone past and waved us there. Bless him. One of the Welsh guys has come up with Martin. Obviously, a huge supporter of Lee Martin as well on the Yokomo team there. However, we are looking at... Is this John Mile we're following round? Car number 1?
Car 1, I think.
There it is, yeah. So, John... Oh, no, it's the number 4 we're following. Sorry. Apologies, everybody. We are with David Karadek. So, Chris Bowden. Oh, knocked off the top by John Mile. Chris Bowden obviously heard what we said about him in the last round. Russ has maybe got in touch with him there. Knows he's going to be taking some stick on the podcast from Russell Lee when Chris comes back on the show. So, Chris putting the pedal down at the moment. Not sure where he is on track, Muzz. Can you see him out there?
Bowden is just gone to straight, I think. Down the end of the straight now. Yep. Following his eyes where he's looking over the roller. Coming towards the bum hole. Just hit that
one,
car.
That one there. There you go. Just into there now and into the chicane he goes. No, couple forward. Into the tabletops.
Past the driver's stand.
That's it. First of those two. Lovely job. Thanks, Jude.
That's the one. So I wonder, the battle of the podcasts, Chris Bowden or Martin Owen, who's winning it, do we think?
Ooh.
It's always a bit of a close call.
Ooh.
We'll have a
I
look
could
later.
never, ever beat Martin Owen. I never beat Martin Owen, not once. In fact, no, I did. I beat Martin Owen once when his car broke.
Well, Bowden's been doing pretty well recently. I think him and Martin and Joey, who obviously contacted us, John's son, who's watching a little bit online, we believe. They always have their own little podcast battles between them. So Bowden's it's getting quite tight with these 3 cars now on the track.
So that's car 4, David Karadek, that's just gone past him there.
Hope it's not holding each other up. They all want to race the clock because they're qualifying in this last one, as we know, until we get into finals. Then racing actually starts. Good line from Bowden through there. Not so good over that bit, though. Down the straight he goes.
2 minutes left on the clock in this one.
Bowden, look how close it is at the top.
Yeah.
Half a second. Oh,
There's nothing in it,
just
is there?
wide there. He's getting into a little bit of a battle with the orange car.
And this is where the issues come in with qualifying like this, because sometimes you just cannot help when you think you should be a little bit further ahead than you are. And Bowden there just pushing a bit hard now. And obviously you can see what happens when you start pushing over the limits of what the car can really do. You start running wide on the corners, you miss your apexes, and lo and behold, you miss an awful lot of time. So Bowden's going to want to just reel himself back in his mind a little bit, get himself back onto the correct pace. And with that, he's still running in third at the moment, is Bowden. I mean, average sort of lap times of 25.3. So, I mean, we're obviously well off the pace of the top guys, you'd expect. Sorry, James.
You look at 0.8 of a second off the lead, though, so it's all very tight. And he's gone back into second now, just half a second behind John Mile.
So, cars 1, 2, 3, 4 running 1, 2, 3, 4 in this one.
Yeah, makes it nice and easy.
Okay, so Bowden comes through. Got about 45 seconds left. So, this one, and I think one more, and Bowden will be done.
Still half a second the gap, so it's maintaining between them. They're obviously racing the clock. Not the greatest line through that chicane.
Didn't want that. He knows the time's ticking down, and obviously the nerves are kicking in. He knows he's got a half-decent score in this one compared to previous rounds.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit off, I think, this time, is it?
Through this time. Probably looking at a 12, though. So a low 12 for Bowden. 12 in a 5.29 is his predicted time. So we'll see as he crosses the line next time round.
So it's 1 second covering the top 3, is it? Or nearly 4? 1.5 seconds going top 4.
Okay. Looks like Bowden's into finishing times now, though. So 7, 8, 9. There you go. And finishes as he crosses the line. 12 in a 5.325. Karadek 12 in a 5.311. And Mile in a 12 in a 5.215. So as these last couple of cars cross the line, we draw a close to qualifying for the proceedings. I'll just wait for that last one to go over. So Arlid Valdesnes. There we go. So Arlid pulls his car off into the pull-off area there. Martin Hadley rolls on down. These guys are going to be frantically waiting for race control to officially publicise the event standings. Mars just on the phone to Mick Cragg to see if we can get him to come up before the finals kick off. So, just looking at the overalls now. So your unofficial, until we've had it called through from race control, unofficial top 10. In 10th spot, Neil Cragg. Number 9, Lee Martin. 8, Jon Newman. And we have 7 is Paul Crompton. 6, Pekka Ivanen. 5 is Una Hatton. 4, the youngster, Noah Ben Mohammed. 3, Michael Orlowski, superstar there. And 2, another youngster, Marcus Kerup. And top man for the event, or for the four-wheel drive portion of the event, Bruno Coelho. Untouchable, really, Muzz, in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. He's done fantastic, hasn't he? 3 TQs. So before we go off air, I've just put a quick call in to Mick Cragg. And just as I say that, there's a figure walking towards us. This is the interview of the year coming up, possibly. Mick Cragg is here. We've got to be quick because he's got a car to prepare. So Mick, if you head this way, I'll put the headset on you, and you can have a few words. You're going to be live straight on.
So here we are, long time coming, Mick. Great for you to join us here. Thank you very much for giving us a little bit of your time. How do you feel with Neil just getting it into the top 10 there?
Well, he's been off the pace for the 3 runs, but it's all down to him, really. He's just not doing very well. But yeah, it's a bit backside twitching in the last one, but he made it.
Yeah, I bet it is. Obviously, the emotion for you as Neil's dad, and obviously super long-term pit buddy for Neil as well. I mean, how do you feel when you're out there watching him go around the track?
What now, or what I used to be?
Any time, really, yeah.
Well, no, it's just I still get a bit nervous for him, especially in situations like that when he needs the last one.
Yeah.
When you're doing 2 out of 5 to get in. But I've done it for that long, I'm just used to it now.
That's it.
Ask me when I'm stood there at the side of the track in Italy when he gets in the lead on the 3rd leg for the world.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll do it. Definitely.
That's when you start, that's when he starts racing.
He's always there to perform, though, is Neil. It doesn't really matter how much pressure he's put under. I know he's a steely, sort of cool character when we see him, but you get to see him back in the pits. Does he ever show any sort of nerves back there, or is there any sort of emotion that comes from Neil when the pressure's really on, or is it all just that steely, cold exterior?
No, he doesn't. He gets annoyed with himself sometimes because he knows he's driven bad. I've only ever told him he's driven bad once in all his time, but the last thing a driver needs is when you know you've driven bad, is somebody telling you you've driven bad. Yeah. So he normally takes it, he knows what he's done wrong, and if he gets frustrated like I do when the car's not right, like the 2-wheel drive, we tried, and we just never got it right for him. Yeah. And it was one of them situations where whatever I did, it didn't react any different.
And what's because we had this question come in from Raceway One, from the guys at Raceway One, sorry. What do you say to Neil when he's struggling and when he's falling back a bit and he's a bit off the pace? What sort of advice do you give to Neil when he's about to go up on the rostrum?
Not a lot really, because it's all usually down to the car. That's mainly what the discussion is normally about. Okay. But I can see what it's doing, and he'll come off and he'll say, "That was crap. That was blah blah blah," and I'll say, "Yeah, no, it's doing this, it's doing that," and I can look at it and I know what it's doing. If he's driving bad, then I don't really say a lot to him. To be fair, if he's not performing and he knows he's not performing, he doesn't need me to tell him.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. He knows what he needs to do, and he knows if he's driving pretty bad, and he knows if he's got it in the wrong place. But I don't give him any advice for driving, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. Because he knows, he's done it for that long. He knows where to put it and knows what to do. Sometimes he gets it right, sometimes he gets it wrong. Yeah. It's like I said, in all his career, I've told him once, and that was in Austria.
What was his answer to you when you told him that?
Can't put that on over.
So you guys have obviously got the chosen insert for the event for the tyres. How did that come about?
Oh God, how long have you got?
How long have you got is the answer. We'll stay here as long as you do.
No, how long have we got before the practice?
2 o'clock.
35 minutes. Yeah, I'm not too bad a minute. Well, God, I've been doing inserts for donkey's years. Mm-hmm. Donkey's years. We used to buy them off Glenward. Yeah. Many moons ago. He stopped doing them, and then I think David Snee started doing them. Yeah. Or Tony Snee, his dad.
Oh, okay, yeah.
From North East. He started doing them, and then he packed up. I don't know where they were getting them from, I've no idea. So I thought, what are we going to do? So I decided to go and buy a cutter. They were £1 million, so I thought, I ain't buying one of them. So I made one.
Oh, okay.
I made one at work, years and years ago. Yeah, I made one at work. And I just started cutting them for Neil, for Bradders, and for Lee. Yeah. And it was just for our team. Mm-hmm. That was it. And everybody said, can I have, any chance we can have a... Yeah, all right. So I did a few, and then it got a bit more and more. Mm-hmm. When Lee was running LMR, we ended up with a discussion, and he said, well, we'll sell them through LMR. So that's what we did. We just... easy for me. I just cut them, give him a bike, and he sold them on his website. Nice. But then obviously things happened with Lee and LMR and what have you, and that died a death. So I thought, well, I'll just do them again for Neil, and it wasn't the money making.
No.
And then I can't remember it came about with Robin doing them, selling them for me. Mm-hmm. I can't remember how it came about that. I don't know if I asked him or he asked me. I think he asked me actually.
Okay.
So I said, yeah, all right, no problem. So they distribute them for me, and of course they send them everywhere. Yeah. And they're going to America now, and they're going to Australia, they're going all over the shop.
Oh, they're popular insert, aren't they?
But whereas Lee was ordering 300 or 400, they're ordering a lot more.
So then, go into that.
So then they approached me about the the Euros, but they needed something different because GM doesn't got a lot of people to check the, they need bodies to check the tyre gluing, whatever. So we decided to come up with a different one with a different colour so you could see it through the wheel.
Yeah.
That was on course, but then COVID came along and things got unavailable, certain products and whatever, and that type was unavailable. I've got something close to it now.
Yeah.
But because of the closeness to the event, we decided to go to the regular one that I do.
Okay.
And that's how it ended up.
So you like a lot of us out there have struggled with bits, your stock, if you like, maybe being fulfilled all the way through the sort of shutdown and lockdown periods. Are things like, are you finding things at this point starting to pick back up and get a bit back more to sort of normality for you?
Yeah. To be honest, I don't think we were ever short of anything, to be fair.
Okay, cool.
I don't think so. I don't remember saying, "Oh, Christ, we haven't got none of them. I'm not going to these," because we've always had decent stock at home anyway.
Yeah.
So we never actually got short of anything, to be fair. It never got to a point where we were concerned about it. Put it that way.
Yeah. Good.
So.
And obviously now we've had a few discussions. A couple of things have come up online that we've seen a monumental event this through the championships here with some of the young guns. Almost we've had the changing of the guard thing has come up. Well, that's quite the same in four-wheel drive. I don't know because we've still got Bruno way out in front at the moment, but I say way out in front. Kerup's obviously well up there with him. Fastest lap of the whole event with 21:46, I think he's had there. But,
I don't know how they do that.
It's bonkers, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I mean, how do you feel about that? Obviously, I saw you were super pleased cheering on Tommy when he won the two-wheel drive.
Yeah,
but
awesome.
Those kids and the family, obviously, a great lot. You lot working with them pretty closely in the team.
Always doing the team. Yeah, they're a fantastic family. We're a good family as a team as well.
Yeah.
But the whole family, top notch, absolutely top notch. The kids are great. Mum and Dad's great. Graham likes a beer, so there you go. Straight after the last round, it's on the table.
Nice.
And they're brilliant. They're fantastic. We all work together. All the team work well together.
Good. And is Julie doing Neil's shells now as well?
No.
Okay. I know she does them for the boys.
Not as I know of, anyway. He's not told me. There's certain things that Neil do that I don't get involved with.
Right.
He does all the tyres and that now.
Oh, okay.
He sorts the tyres out, and I don't do that anymore.
I know he's done a bit more sort of spannering for himself in the pits of late. Are you sort of handing a bit more over to Neil on that side of things?
Yeah. He doesn't do the 8th. He doesn't touch the 8th. He does all the 10th.
Okay.
No, he does all the 10th now. He does all the 10th in preparation and what have you. But on here, the bits that I've changed, a lot on two-wheel drive. What I've changed, I do that.
Yeah.
But off the track preparation and whatever, he does it. He does all that.
Okay.
And I obviously check it when it comes here.
Yeah, of course. As you'd have to.
As you'd have to,
be
yeah.
Dad,
Yeah. But that's how it works now. He generally does most of it.
Yeah. How long is it that you and Neil have been racing together for? Obviously, as a sort of duo now.
Well, his first race was at the club I used to run.
Yeah.
On a Saturday night, and he was 7.
Wow. Okay.
That's when that was his first race. So he was 7, and that's when he started racing regular. Then we got into doing the regionals, and then somebody says, "Why are you doing national series? What the hell's a national series?" And we just got in, So his actual first race was when he was 7.
Crikey. And what do you think? Might be a bit of an open question for you to answer. And obviously, a lot of huge, world events and Euro events that you guys have been to. But is there an event that you have done together that really sticks out in your mind as kind of the top event that you haven't been able to beat yet? I know, obviously, the Worlds that
we haven't been able
was a big
to beat.
One. Your favourite, I suppose, the most fun one that you've enjoyed being at over the years.
Oh God, that's been to that many.
Yeah.
One of the best events that we used to do every year was the Cactus Classic.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We were talking about that the other day, actually, when we were reminiscing about things we used to get up to. But the Cactus Classic was awesome. The Reedy race, obviously, that was good.
Yeah.
But any international events, there's well, Worksop's always up there.
Do you think you'll do another Reedy race with Neil then?
If they Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I know he's got his first little one coming along. I don't know. I'd like to.
Yeah.
Before he hangs his radio up.
We got a while before he does that, I reckon. But like you say, with the little one on the way, it does change things, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course it's it's going to affect the end of this year. But obviously you've got to get things in perspective. There's more important things.
Of course. Are you praying for a grandson that you can take racing?
They're having a boy.
Okay.
Yeah, about 2 years old, he'll be able to hold the radio, won't he?
Yeah. That's it. You might have to start him off on a wheel, which is a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be.
But,
we're super chuffed for him, definitely on that. But,
I was super chuffed for him to get in there. A lot of pressure in the last one.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, he did, and he's certainly laid it down. Have we got any questions there, Muzz?
That was the main one that has come in. I can't see anything else that been asked for Mick at the minute, which is quite surprising.
Okay.
Quite a few cheering Neil on and saying that he should be in the Asia Legend. But that's the main question. If anyone's got any questions, tell them to post them quickly now for Mick goes.
You got about 10 seconds to post the question if you want one up there, chaps, because we're going to be going offline with Mick in a minute. He's a very busy man. Lots to do in prep for the Practice A final that's coming up at 2 o'clock. So if you've got a question, post it now or forever hold your tongue is what we will say.
There's a question saying, do the top drivers run the same motor the whole weekend or do they swap motors for practice and qualifying?
Can you swap motors in these events or is it one motor?
No, you can swap them as long as the motor's marked.
Legal, yeah.
And checked and needle and marked. You can, Well, we had 3 motors checked.
Oh, okay.
So you can just change them round as long as they're marked and legal. That's fine.
Good.
Who's the mechanic for New Little Crag? Mick or Neil is the question.
Oh,
Who's the what?
Who's the mechanic for when the little Neil comes along?
It's not going to be Neil. He has not got a clue. He's no idea. He can take a car apart and put it together, and he can set a car up off a setup sheet, but he can't do anything else.
Okay.
Question from Joey Cockhill. Ask Mick if I'm the favourite Cockhill.
Oh, favourite Cockhill. There you go.
Definitely not.
Neither. There you go, Joey. Neither of them are the favourite. That is, yeah.
Yeah, I've got to go, lads. We've not got long to do.
Mick, it has been genuinely an absolute pleasure to catch up with you. I've been pushing for an interview with you for many, many years.
I know.
But look, we really appreciate it. And just don't speak to anybody else, just us.
Yeah, all right. We'll send the bill, yeah?
Great. So anytime. RCTV will pick that up.
See you later. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Mick.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Right, guys, that was Mick Cragg for you there. Absolutely. If there's anybody that defines the word legend, I think you'll find it is the man we have just been speaking to. But that is it from us for the time being. We've done all of the qualifying we're going to do.
Someone has asked a question on chat about asking Adrian Sognesand for an interview, which is one of the Norwegian guys who was involved in the missing key last night, as I know firsthand. I know he's a ridiculously funny guy. He's the guy with the shirt on for the beach. We will find him. We will get him for an interview when we are back on later on this afternoon. So rest assured, Sognesand, we will get on for an interview, and that will happen later on today.
Okay, so you have been watching the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships at Robin Hood Raceway, just outside of Blythe, Nottinghamshire, brought to you by Schumacher, Hobby Wing and Tony Sport. I will be back on the EFRA Facebook page at 2 p.m. this afternoon to bring you the first Practice A final. Now, it is just a practice, so that's why I bring it to you on the EFRA one. But me and Muzz will be back sometime, maybe around 2:45, 10 to sort of 3 this afternoon for the first of the official A finals, which kicks off at 3 p.m. sharp. Do not be late. We will look forward to catching up with you all then. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll be off for a break now. See you a bit later on.
See you soon.
Good afternoon again, everybody, and welcome back to the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10th Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Schumacher Hobby Wing and Tony Sport. We are at Robin Hood Raceway, just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire, and we are about to start a final leg number 1. So we do have the competitors, racers going up onto the rostrum right now. I'll let you know who is where. So P10, Neil Cragg in the Associated, Lee Martin in the Yokomo in the number 9 car, Jon Newman in the Schumacher in the number 8, Paul Crompton with his X-Ray in the 7, Pekka Ivanen, another Schumacher in the 6, Una Hatton in the Associated in car number 5, the X-Ray of young Noah Ben Mohammed takes up the number 4 spot, and then we have Schumacher driver Michael Orlowski in the 3, Marcus Kerup in the Associated in the 2, and TQ man for the meeting, Bruno Coelho in the number 1. So, we have the chaps just getting themselves an installation lap now. Okay, so as they just pull themselves around. Not sure if they're just doing the single or 2 install laps. Looks like they're just running through at the moment, just pacing themselves out, getting a little bit of a feel for the cars, but I think that is it. So you can see Jorn. Oh no, Jorn's punched it down the straight there for another cheeky lap. Everybody else hanging back behind the line. So this is the race for a number 1. Bruno Coelho going to hope that he doesn't perform the same as he did in the practice run. I don't know how many of you out there saw the practice round that we did on the EFRA page. Lap number 1, as they came off the line, Bruno came up over the step up and had a crash and let a lot of the cars through. So it was Marcus Kerup with a runaway win in that one. Orlowski got pretty close. Okay, so what we have going on here, like I say, we have Bruno's hoping he's not going to make the same mistake as last time. Let a lot of people through on the first lap. Marcus Kerup ran away with it then. Orlowski got pretty close, but just couldn't quite match the pace of the young Marcus Kerup in the practice round. So, unsure whether Orlowski was holding himself back there. He's certainly got plenty of pace in the car. There you go, Ben Jamieson's just legging it across the track. I think that's actually, is that Una Hatton's car? I think it is there, isn't it? Is that the 4 of you? No, that's the 5 of Pekka Ivanen there. Sorry, the 6. No, it is the 5 of Una Hatton. Apologies. 2, 3, 4. No, 4. 4 of Una Hatton. Going mad here. 5. Oh my God. I forget it. There was a late one. Okay. A few seconds will be off. Okay, drivers ready, marshals are ready. And we'll stick with the front of the pack for the time being. Okay, everybody up on the rostrum looking poised. Okay, seconds away. There we go. So fairly clean starts to everybody there. Everyone getting round and over the roller. Oh, Bruno and Kerup touch each other as they go towards the bomb hole. Both of them have got through clean though. Bruno in the lead at the moment. So here we are coming up to the point where Bruno had a crash first time out. He doesn't make the same mistake again, putting it exactly where it needs to be to hold Kerup back. Oh, Kerup kicks wide going into the straight. Orlowski has a look up the inside, doesn't quite make it happen. Kerup's round now. Orlowski will be disappointed he didn't make that one stick. So it is Bruno Coelho. A little bit of a lead now on Marcus Kerup as they come round over the tabletops. Orlowski not far behind Kerup at all. Kerup's going to be, a big jump there from Kerup coming out of the step up. Can't quite do anything to match Bruno's pace at the moment. Has Bruno been holding back? That's what we want to know. Has he been holding back all week just to put it in for these finals? Now, Kerup drops into the bomb hole. These guys probably about a second and a half apart at the moment. Not much in it at all. So one mistake could see things change right at the very front. But Bruno takes us round into the switchbacks. He goes. Kerup goes through. I think that's a change we've just seen. Is that... So who is that? No, that's still Orlowski out there in third. I think Una Hatton's going to be pushing pretty hard to catch back up to Pecco. I think Pecco got past Una there, but we go back to the front with Bruno and Kerup. These two sticking together pretty well. Bruno hasn't managed to pull out any more of a lead, pretty much sticking with his game plan. Once he said he'd got a gap out there, he was just going to keep with that gap to give himself a bit of a cushion. Now that does take the pressure off slightly for him, but... he knows any mistake is going to be... I think Bruno's over. Kerup goes through. Let's stick with Kerup and Bruno there. Try and keep both in frame if we can. So Kerup's through. Is this going to be a repeat of the practice final? Bruno is not going to be happy with that one at all. Orlowski's right up on the back of Bruno now. He's going to be pushing as hard as he can to put the pressure on the man from Portugal, current world champion, of course, Bruno Coelho. But it is the youngster, Marcus Kerup, who takes up the front of the pack. Absolutely made the most out of Bruno's mistake again. Through he comes, takes the nice steady jump line over the step up through the switchbacks. Down the main straight for a 22.04, 21.88 for Coelho. So he's certainly pushing to make up that time. Oh, we've got another one go over. Can't see who that is at the moment. We'll stick with the front two. So there it is. Kerup comes over the first tabletop. Through the berm. Second tabletop done. Bruno through. Clean as well. Up over the step up. These two go through the switchback. Still not a lot separating them. Saying that, Kerup is looking like he is pulling a gap on Bruno at the moment. Bruno's going to be pushing all that he can to catch back. Oh, and a mistake from Kerup puts them right back together. They tangle. Bruno comes off worse. Can he hang on second? He does. Not quite enough in it for anybody else to catch back up to Bruno. So Kerup now with a clear lead over Bruno Coelho. It is Michael Orlowski in the 3 chasing Coelho down now. Coelho's got an awful lot of work to do with just under 2 minutes left on the clock. So Kerup comes through, pushes himself over the first tabletop. Bruno just after him there. Over the second tabletops they go. Clean through the step-ups for both of them. Into the switchbacks they go. Down the main straight is Kerup. Down goes Bruno. So almost the length of the straight between first and second. We've got a crash in front of us. We're not going to worry about that too much. So Kerup into the bomb hole. Out he comes. That's where he got a bit of a catch last time. Bruno caught him up. Makes it clean through this time. Bruno obviously annoyed that he's let this one go as he did in the practice round. However, still about 1 minute and 15 left on the clock for these guys to catch back up. So Bruno pushing as hard as he can, takes a real tight line across the top of the off-camber sweeper. Into the bomb hole goes Kerup. In goes Bruno. Orlowski, not a million miles behind, but Bruno catches a pipe again. That does not leave him much time at all. 1 minute left on the race clock. So we're talking possibly 3, maybe 4 more laps if they can get through for the last one. Not too sure whether that's going to happen for anybody except Kerup at this point. He's got a nice cushion behind him. So Bruno really going to have to do some amazing work to catch up. Orlowski can smell blood. He can smell the world champion starting to suffer a little bit and falling back from Kerup. So he's really pushing. We'll drop back to Bruno and... there we go, there's Bruno. There comes Orlowski, not far behind him. Let's see how this works on the... oh, no, it's Noah Ben Mohammed. Sorry, not Orlowski. Orlowski's in 4. So the youngster, Noah Ben Mohammed, from the 4 into the 3rd spot now, chasing down Bruno Coelho, doing everything he can to make that X-ray work for him. Bruno in the same car, of course. Over they go over the tabletops. It is Kerup still as he comes round to complete his 13th lap. Bruno and Noah Ben Mohammed go down the straight, 1 length between them. Bruno over the roller, takes it nice and steady, back wheels off the floor. Certainly not the same line for Mohammed going through there. He's punched it out of the bomb hole. Here's a race to the line for these two. I think we are seeing finishing order minus any crashes that may happen. Few of the other guys have finished, but it is Marcus Kerup, the youngster for Associated, taking the 1. Coelho taking 2. And Noah Ben Mohammed in the 3. Michael Orlowski has to settle just outside of a podium for the first one. Una Hatton in the 5. Lee Martin in the 6. Jorn Newman finishes in the 7. Neil Craig in the 8. Pecco Ivan in 9. And Paul Crompton in the 10. So hopefully we're going to have a quick word with Marcus. If we pass over to Matt McCallum now, he should... Oh, we're just waiting for Matt to say he's ready, and then we're going to pass over. So over we go to Matt McCallum, who's got a quick interview with Marcus Gerrop.
Marcus, you must be buzzing. How was that?
It was really good. A really close final, but yeah, I made it stick in the end. Really happy and shaking a little now. So yeah, really good. I'm really happy.
What's it like trying to get past Bruno and then keeping the people behind you when you're out front?
I'm trying not to think who it is, but yeah, it's nice racing him. He's a fair driver as well, so it's nice to race against Bruno, and yeah, good final.
You won 1 in 2-wheel drive. You need to win 2 in 4-wheel drive to take it. How are you feeling for the next 2?
I'm feeling confident, but I would not underestimate Bruno. So it's going to be 2 close finals more, but we'll see what happens.
Fantastic attitude. Great luck for the next one.
Thank you.
So that was Marcus Gerrop, winner of A final leg number 1.
What a race. So Bruno making the mistake he didn't want to make in that one.
Yeah, it was not ideal for Bruno. Several mistakes from some of the guys in that.
Yeah, there were a few as we went through.
Lap time's not as quick as they were earlier, Matt, so I'm not sure if that's the track or maybe the pressure for these guys. They're having to just take it a little bit more conservatively.
Yeah, they back off a little bit in the finals just to make sure it stays on the wheels, I think. But, I mean, these guys still lapping at a pace. We've had the sun come out and bake the track a little bit. When the sun does come out here, it is absolutely baking hot. If you can get out of the wind, the sun really is hot at the track here at Robin Hood Raceway.
Just as you say that, the sun comes blazing.
So that will be bringing a little bit of dust out of the track, of course. The guys are going to be hoping it clouds over again for the finals when they go. And we've got a few minutes now until I think it's the I final.
I final, yep.
Which should
if it goes as it is, because just as passing race control a minute ago, some talk going off down there because people are querying the 2 finals of 6 cars apparently. So I've not been involved in any of that.
So I've been told when I went into race control, it is the first time in the history of the Euros that this rule has had to be brought in. And what it is because the last final had less than 4 drivers in it. The 2 bottom finals get split evenly across the 2 of them. So right. I can understand there's being, as it's the first time that rule's ever had to be pulled out of the bag and the card played, if you like, to make sure it's there. There's obviously going to be a bit of some questions asked from the guys and, of course, ourselves, like we want to know exactly as well. So, but that seems to be from Paul Worsley the way things are going to run for these 2. So we'll just wait and just double-check there isn't any other updates coming from these guys.
It does look like we've got 12 minutes on the schedule before the next one. So shall we check on those questions from whatever's come in earlier that we asked about? Because we haven't done so yet. And in the meantime, both our pizzas have arrived as well. Perfect timing.
John Wolf says, hello, Guppy. Oh, hi, Guppy. Hi, John Wolf. How you doing, mate? Been a while since I've seen you, bud. Juna Armour says, go Pecco. Jonathan Wolf says, hope he stays dry. As do we. And I think the guys out there do as well. Eric Mayhew says, go Noah. Joey Fisher says, woo, nice hack. I'm not sure there was any hacks there, Joe. It's a bit, you know. But hey-ho, that's what the top-end racing is like. Let's go, Marcus, says Kiz. Don't run up in the tail, you will get punished, says Kim. Okay. Alex Hayward, Noah is in 3. He was, yes. Watching the track with 3 greeny-coloured cars going round together. Sometimes you get a little bit mixed up with them, but we're going to look at the scoreboard and come back to us. So, does the announcer have a man crush on Orlowski or what? Oh, JQ. Thanks, JQ. I mean, you know, thank you. I appreciate the comment. So, lap monitor, go Noah. JQ Racing, been in 3rd almost the whole race. Jeez. Pelly Martin, yes. Not sure what that says, and not sure what that says. Something about Marcus at the bottom there.
Because it was something above that we was actually looking.
Yeah, have a look. Have a look.
Let's scroll it back up a little bit. Hi, Guppy. Did you get that one earlier?
Yeah, got that one. John Wolf there. Woohoo. Let's go. It hasn't been pushed back to 3 o'clock. It was always at 3 o'clock, that first A1. Track looks dialed. It certainly is. Don't want to be that guy. But being that guy, the flag on the marquee is being flown upside down. Okay.
People are getting a little bit fed up with all the waiting around, but unfortunately that's nothing to do with us. We don't do anything with the time schedules or the numbers of entries.
No, we
That's
can't.
just how it is on this event, unfortunately.
The thing is, obviously, there's a time schedule for a reason, and when you do try and push things through a little bit quicker, although, you know, a lot of us, you know, out there as racers would like to finish the day a bit sooner on on the end day, etc., push the day through. What happens is when you start doing that, other people that don't want that to happen get time taken away from them, raise complaints. You just have to go back to a schedule anyway. So it's just easier just to stick to that schedule that we've got. As maybe as annoying as it may be.
We're up to date on all.
Thanks, JQ.
We're up to date on all the comments. If we've missed anything, apologies. Send them through again, and we'll have a look. But we are running time schedule, so 3:20 UK time is when we're due off with the next final. So that is 9 minutes away.
Indeed, and you can watch these free of charge. There you go. Free of charge. There you go. So RC Racing TV and Control Sport bringing you the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Off-Road European Championships from Robin Hood Raceway just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire, in association with Schumacher, Hobby Wing and Tony Sport. There you go. So, you expect that to happen, Buzz?
No, it was, only first leg down, 2 more to go. So you asked Bruno earlier if he would go out in leg 3. I think the answer is he's going out in leg 3 as we've seen on that result.
Yeah.
So that's good. Bruno's going to get plenty of track time.
I don't think he'd be happy with that. He'll be going back to the pits probably as steely-faced as I've ever seen Bruno.
Yeah.
I think he had the pace there, though, didn't he? Certainly in the beginning he was pulling that gap. He kept the gap to Marcus.
Catching the pipe on the inside, as we saw a couple of times, and it's costly. Marcus has been fast through qualifying and proving it there once again.
Indeed.
So let's see, Lee Martin managed to get through up to 6th in the end, and Neil Craig from 10th up to 8th, so they'll be happy. They made happier. They made a couple of positions up, which Craggy was saying he was hoping to do earlier on the interview.
Yeah, some unfortunate mistakes and happenings for Pecco to drop him down to the 9. Paul Crompton, I'm sure, will be happy to round this one out, but would obviously want to be pushing for anything more if he possibly could.
We've got some more comments coming in on the chat, which we will look at while we've got a bit of time. So, what changes to the track have been made compared to two-wheel drive? So, the area, as you can see in the bottom right of your screen at the minute, where all the banners are, and the tripod, that was the track area in two-wheel drive. So the only difference is they now turn right and step up that step, as you can see in the marshal guard, and then come through over this other area of the track. That is the main change that has been done between two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. This track has been put down ridiculously well by the Robin Hood team. There's loads of nails in all of the pipes. It took ages and ages to build it. It's a huge amount of work to do any changes on this track. So that was the main change that was done. Good coverage all week from RC77. Thank you. Will you be doing the Vets Championship at Hearts?
Not personally.
We're not old enough.
I don't know. I'm over 40 now, Muzz.
There is the BRC Vets Championship, I guess you're referring to, but the live coverage will not be there as it is here. This is just for the EFRA Euros. Guntram Romelli, hopefully I pronounced you correct. 2 makes time schedule. Feels more like breaks than racing. This is due mainly to the lower numbers of entry. As we said before, due to the lower numbers, there has to be time for the guys to change the cars and have to have time between rounds to get batteries charged and everything cooled down and ready. So due to lower entries, unfortunately means there's less action on the track sometimes.
It does, and it's a sad thing to see, really, and another point why these wildcard entries have been such a hot topic for this event. Yeah, you know, like I say, arguments on both sides of it, but I can see at this point, realistically, you know, if we could fill that time out, it's better for you guys at home. We've got R. Stevenson81 saying, delighted to see Dan Pole make the D1 in four-wheel drive. He was in I-Final in two-wheel drive. The boy's done good. Delighted for him. He certainly has absolute blistering pace for a youngster as Dan Pole in the four-wheel drive.
Any other questions, firemen? We've got a bit of time at the minute, so we can answer away.
Can do. About 4 minutes, I think, until the start of the eye. You can see these guys now actually just starting to come back out on the track.
Cars are coming onto the track, so I assume the the final list is as it is. And a little bit of confusion earlier, but I'm assuming it's staying. So I-Final with 6 cars in will be on next.
See some of the marshals coming out there. I think that is...
look who's behind you here.
Mika. Oh, Greg. Greg Hill has come in with cake, cookies and donuts that he's going to give all of to us. I'll have that one, if that's all right. Have any flies been on it?
Hello, one of these, Greg. Thank you. I'll take a cookie. Cheers, Greg.
Chelsea bun for me. What did you get? A cookie from us. Thank you, Greg.
Cookie. And the camera guys are shouting to Greg, so I think he's going to be relieved of his goodies fairly soon. Hopefully
Greg,
he's got enough.
Greg, obviously, from the RC Disco shop.
Oh, look at that. I've got to say, he's not them steps as quick as Paul, is he?
No, he wasn't. Paul, but then again, Paul did kind of fall/bounce down them as he came through. All the rest of the RCTV crew emerging from the chrysalis, which is our RCTV Control Sport van. Now that there is the smell of sweets in the air.
Paul, I'm not sure if I should hear you, but I still cannot hear you or anybody else. So you might want to fix that before you get your cookie or your donut.
You keep chatting, Miles. I'll go and make sure they've turned them up. Hold on.
Okay. So we're getting ready for I-Final coming up next. 3 minutes to the start. So it's looking at some more comments. Yeah, surprised to see Bruno in above Michael on four-wheel drive. It's been very tight on four-wheel drive all the way through. But yeah, Bruno just has the edge at the minute. But Marcus has got the win in leg one.
Okay. No.
So getting some cars on the grid for the I-Final. So the grid will be John Mile on pole position. Felix Arnold, car number 2. Miklos Zabidos, car 3. Christopher James, car 4. Nina Arnold, car 5. And Harold Valdesnes, car number 6. So the grid is just being sorted out. Race director Keith Wardle just getting the grid sorted out. See Mark Christopher there at the rear of the grid just doing some official duties. He's come to help out with. Marshall's just getting clear so the drivers can see their cars. And then he will return and take the marshal guard with him once the cars are passed at the start. Mr. Kovacic will be going back across. Needs that there for his own protection in case anyone comes off the straight. So everyone's in position. Marshals are ready. This is the I final coming up. Not sure what they're sorting out on the grid. Someone's got a bit too much sand. So I'm not sure what's happening on the grid, but someone's complaining a bit of sand under the tyres, I'm assuming, and they're just clearing that. Car number 4. Christopher James, or CJ, as we know him over here in the UK. I think there's a thumbs up from the grid. Hopefully we'll be underway fairly soon with this one. Okay, we're under starter's orders. 10-second countdown, I believe, is about to come up. Just moving another car. Miklos just been creeping forward looking at that. Oh no, jump starts there for Miklos, not allowed. There's a long delay on this one, as we can see. Hopefully we'll be underway very soon. So we're under started orders now. 10-second countdown is counting down. Let's see them as they go off, being led off by John Mile, pole position. So here we go for the I final. Let's see what these guys can do. Pretty scrappy at the back end of the field. So pole position normally gets a good start. That's the beauty of sticking it on pole for the final. And as you can see, pole position man already leading away. Looks like Miklos Zabadis' car to me with a big aerial on it is up to second already from third on the grid. He certainly is. Someone's tumbling just behind. So on the opening lap, John Mile comes through. 2 seconds clear from Miklos Zabados already. Nina Arnold moving through from fifth on the grid up to third. So we're with the race leader on camera. There goes Miklos Zabados second. So he's trying to keep these cars. Oh, the leader's over. Miklos Zabados closing in, goes up the inside, and Miklos Zabados takes the lead now in this I final. Down the straight he goes. So it's Miklos Zabados, John Mile, poleman, right there with him in second position. John's just caught the pipe a little bit there to give Miklos some breathing space. Into the bomb hole they go, and out again through the chicane. These guys running pretty close on track. Good camera action there we've got. So Miklos Zabados leads them round after 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock. His lead 2.5 seconds. So there he is with the aerial straw sticking out. Car number 3 into the bomb hole. Out he goes through the chicane. And towards the driver's stand now. So here comes Miklos. Nice landing. Passes the area that we are now in the timing booth. Commentary corner. Down the straight goes Miklos, and he's opening up more of a lead from John Mile. Pretty much same on the lap time, so 2 seconds the gap. So probably just drop back one car to number 1, the pink machine. He's coming under pressure from Harold Valdesnes from Norway. So Harold just half a second further back. Oh, he's had a mistake there. So it drops him back from second place. So we'll keep with that car at the moment. Car number 1, John Mile. And John getting a pretty good lap there. Just over a second behind Miklos now. There's the lead you can see as we pan out on the camera. Miklos Zabados leads. John Mile Poleman does not want to lose that number 1 position where he started on the track, so he's trying to reel in Miklos Zabidos. Turning left and right and down the straight they go. See all the sand coming up now, so there's a nice clear racing line there. And we're going to stick with these two. Miklos Zabidos leading John Mile. Half a second now, the gap, as you can see. It's closing all the time. Catching's one thing, as I say. Overtaking is another. John Mile looking at the inside there. Never going to get through from that far back. So Miklos Zabidos goes through. There goes John Mile. Half a second was the gap. We'll keep an eye on it as they go through. 25.0 for Miklos, 25.1 for John. So the gap up to 0.6 of a second. But as you can see, Miklos had a little bit of a scruffy corner there. Halfway through this lap, through the chicane to go. Miklos try and get the hammer down, try and pull away from John Mile there in second. Past the driver's stand. John Mile's had a mistake in second. Miklos got a bit more breathing space. But there's still a minute and a half to go in this one, so anything can still happen. Miklos's lead is now up to 1.3 seconds. So let's stick with the pink car, see if he can reel in the leader. So Poleman, car 1, in and out of the bomb hole. Turns left through the chicane. Top heats, as you'll see, the straight line, that chicane does not exist for the top heats. Here they come, past our commentating booth. Left, right, down onto the straight again. 25.5 for Miklos, 25.5 for John. So the gap maintains at 1.3. These two way clear from everybody else. Arid Valdenes is now 4 seconds further back in third. So just under a minute to go. Miklos got to keep it rubber side down. He's got to keep it clean. But we know John Mile, pole position, got a fast car underneath him. And here he comes. He's closing in on Miklos. The gap is coming down. It's down less than 1.3 for sure now. 25.0 for Miklos, 24.8 for John. So the gap down to 1 second now at the sharp end. 35 seconds to go through the chicane to come. Turning left and through the centre section over the first tabletop. Then over the big jumps in front of the driver's stand. Miklos Zabidos getting the nerves now. John Mile is still closing in. They've got to go this lap. This will be the final lap and John Mile sends it to the scenery. Marshall is on it. Miklos Zabidos ahead off camera or just about caught. Also rolls it. John's over once again. Nobody wants to win it. Oh dear, last lap drama. So Miklos Zabidos passes the driver's stand, comes past us now, turns right. He's going to be finishing as he hits the line to win the I-final. Down the straight he goes. And Miklos Zabidos taking victory in the I-final. John Mile, Poleman, finishes second. Looks like Harold's going to come round. No, Nina Arnold takes third. CJ fourth. Harold Valdersnes fifth. And Felix Arnold in sixth position there. So that's your I-final done. There's the drivers on the rostrum, as we can see. Some hugs and cuddles going on up there.
Well, I'll tell you what, Muzz, nobody wanted that, did they?
No, not at all.
I think John tried to give that to Miklos about 3 times there.
So the leaders, last lap, Miklos 27, John 30 seconds, Nina Arnold 27, CJ 25, he was the fastest on the last lap, Harold 33 seconds, and Felix 32 seconds.
I feel cruel laughing at that, but it's more the comedy of this situation than the driving skill. It's your last lap in a final, you don't want a 30-second lap when the top guys are doing 21s, do you?
Exactly, not at all.
Who have we got next then, Muzz? Who's coming up? H next?
H final coming up next, which will be pole position, Natalie Williams. Second, David Karadek. Third, Kern Middlecoop. Fourth, Jules Riverde. Fifth, Chris Bowden. And sixth, Andrew Rennick. So that answers our question from earlier. Chris Bowden in the H final. I've not seen Martin Owen as yet. So Martin Owens beat Chris Bowden in the Battle of the Podcasts.
Very good, very true.
In 4-wheel drive, anyway. I think he did in 2-wheel drive.
So, the way this worked, I think it was Nina Arnold and Harold Valdersnes were the two that were in the bottom final, which caused this 2 heats of 6, I think.
Looks right. So we've got a 6 and another 6, so we're getting some more volunteer marshals out there, I think. Some of the cars come round to get ready for the start.
James Helliwell clearing a bit of the sand off of the straight there. Obviously some big you can see that there.
Yeah.
He's clearing that off, my word.
Who we got on camera? Smithy's liking. He's not liking the camera right behind him. That's Ben Smith there, as you just saw on camera. You see James Helliwell sweeping up on the straight. He's getting rid of a little bit of sand out of those grid slots for the cars. Making it nice and even and fair for everybody.
So what have we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and car 6 seems to be on the wrong side of the grid.
I was just thinking exactly that. The grid has not had a thumbs up as yet, so I'm sure it'll be changed. Mark Christopher's about to go on there. They've realised themselves. Andrew Rennick, that is at the back on number 6.
Okay, there you go, Matt.
So all marshal points look like they're covered. Cheers, Matt. All drivers getting ready on the rostrum, so we're going to listen for the countdown again. Just got the marshal guard being moved once again. So the thumbs up from the grid. Drivers are ready. All the marshals, I believe, are in position. Okay, this one is starting. 10 seconds, counting down. If you're watching, put something in the comments who you think's going to win this one. If you know any of these drivers, give them a cheer on. And away we go for the H final. Natalie Williams leads the boys off from pole position. So Natalie, a very fast driver, as we know, here in the UK. She's trying to show the boys how it should be done. So Natalie's the all-yellow car with yellow wheels passing the driver's stand, leads them round from pole position. There she goes. She's been chased down by David Carradine, car number 2. And a pretty tidy start in this one. Couple of changes. So it's Natalie Williams, David Carradine, Chris Bowden, 5th up to 3rd. So Bowden, man on the move, but all eyes on the sharp end because David Carradine is right behind Natalie Williams. She's going to try and make that car as wide as she possibly can because Carradine is right there trying to put the pressure on Natalie. But as we know from UK racers, Natalie is a very experienced racer. She can take the pressure. She does not normally feel any threat from these drivers. She will give as good back as she gets, possibly a little bit more if there's any argy-bargy. Referee is watching on the rostrum. So David Carradine knows he's got to do a clean and tidy manoeuvre. There they go. Left and a right onto the straight. 1 minute 15 quickly on the master clock. So the gap at the sharp end, just half a second as you can see. So I'll follow these cars around. A little bit of a scruffy corner there from Natalie. So David Carradine just closes in slightly through the chicane to go. Turning left again over the tabletop. Hard right then over the big jump. And pretty nice there from both of them. And Carradine thinking about it. He's looking around the outside. Natalie shuts the door firmly. Down the straight they go. 1 minute 40 on the race clock now. Natalie Williams under pressure, but David Carradine cannot do anything about it. Natalie hard on the brakes there. As you see, the back end comes upon the car. She's really pushing on and she's pulling out a little bit more of a gap now from David Carradine. It was down to 0.2 of a second. She's pulling away slightly this time. Down the straight they go. 1.2 second the lead from Natalie Williams. She's pulled out a 24.1. David Carradine 25.1. So Natalie, as you can visually see, pulled out 1 second on that lap alone. So all looks fine to me. So Natalie Williams comes through now. Here comes David Carradine. So we keep with probably the second car, which is car number 2. Let's just see what his laps can do because he's got to really get on it now. Got to try and close that gap to Natalie Williams. Let's watch his lines. Oh, not any use doing that. It's got a good half a second as we've seen early doors from other people. And he's got to watch out because Chris Bowden from car 5 is closing. So we'll keep an eye on both these cars if we can. And Bowden there closing in on David Carradine. We'll check the laps times there. Chris Bowden, 24.3 and Carradine 25.7. So they're split now by not too much, but Bowden's had a mistake, so Natalie Williams leads. They're all getting spread out a little bit. We'll stay with the second place if you can. Here he comes, David Karadek, so he knows he's got to get the hammer down. Natalie Williams, once again, 24.4, Karadek 24.5, so he's responded, but Natalie's still pulling away. The gap 3 seconds now at the sharp end. 3 minutes 30 gone, so a minute and a half to go. Natalie Williams comes through now, all yellow car. Karadek is what we're following down the straight. He's poured a tenth in on Natalie, but he's not going to do anything at that rate. So we'll stay with him for till the end of this lap, and I think we'll switch to the leader. So here comes Karadek. Turning left and right. Let's see what the gap is this time. 25.0 for Natalie. 24.0 for Karadek. So let's stay with him because he took a second out of her lead that time through. 45 seconds to go. Is she just easing off? If she is, she may be doing it too early because Karadek is on a mission. He is closing in. Forget Chris Bowden. He's 4 seconds further back, so he's had another error off camera. So onto the straight they go. Natalie Williams 24.9. Karadek 24.4. The gap's down to 1.4 now at the sharp end. So Natalie Williams tensing up a little bit, feeling the pressure. This lap and one more lap for these. Can David Karadek do anything about Natalie Williams ahead of him? It's getting closer and closer. We'll keep an eye on it as they go through this time. The gap is down again to 0.8 of a second. It's the final lap now. Natalie Williams turning left and coming down into the bomb hole. Here comes David Karadek right behind her. Natalie's just got to keep it clean and tidy. The pressure's on. I'm sure she's feeling at this European Championship. It's the H final. But there's some pretty fast drivers here in this same final. Couple of corners from home, and Natalie Williams, what a drive. She takes the H final. Half a second clear of David Karadek. And Chris Bowden is your top three in that H final.
Wow, massive congrats to Natalie there. That was a drive and a half to stay out in front from her. And certainly some pressure creeping up in the later stages of that final from David Karadek there. Chris Bowden, unfortunately, just couldn't quite hang on to the back of him. Had a few mistakes as he came over the big sweeper at the bottom of the track, caught himself up.
Yeah, he was right in there at one point, Matt, and then suddenly try and push on too hard, just had a little bit of bobbles and made mistakes.
Okay, upcoming now is your G final. Pole in this one, Bastian Andreasen from Norway. Freddie Russell from the UK in the 2. Sven Ruddick from Austria in the 3. Remy Bertrand from France in the 4. Sebastian Landen, Sweden in the 5. Laurent Jesus in the 6 from France there. We've got Scott Follington from the UK in 7. Martin Hadley from Wales in Great Britain in the number 8. Peter Stein in the 9 from Norway, and the Swiss man Daniel Gross in the number 10 spot. So we'll wait for Muzz to give us the thumbs up for this one. These guys going around now, just doing their installation laps. Not sure whether they get 1, 2, 3, or however many they get on these finals. It seems to be a bit of a random number. There you go, they're straight up to the grid now. Just checking my Chelsea bun that Greg Hill brought over for us. No ants on it just yet. So Eugene and the rest of the officials there, all just placing the cars onto their grid spots. Okay, Christopher there. Just checking these guys out, making sure everybody is lined up. First of our 10-car finals, other than the A final we've had. If you're watching online, thank you very much for joining us. We are here at Robin Hood Raceway for the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships. As brought to you by Schumacher Racing, Hobby Wing and Tony Sport. Okay, should not be a million miles away from this one starting now. So G final at 22. So drivers look poised and ready to go. Just wait for the beeps of the clock to start ticking us down. Oh, we're not going to be far away at all. Okay, so just wait for the klaxon and we will be off. Oh, a bit of a jump start there from Freddie Russell. He did hang back, though. He's lost the place for that. Good for Freddie for doing that. That's some good driving standards there from him. Did push a little bit forward before the buzzer, so he held back. He's let the number 3 through. Oh, he's lost a load of space there. He's pushing himself back through. Is Freddie, though. He's got himself back into third. So be happy with that. But it is the one of Bastian Andreasen that leads us round. Freddie Russell pushes his way through. He's back into the 2 spot. It's the 4 of Remy Bertrand that comes up behind Freddie Russell. However, Bastian Andreasen leads us out in this one, drops into the bomb hole for the second time, flicks it left through the chicane. Bit of a wiggle there. Same for Freddie, bit of a wiggle. Neither of them making anything up or losing anything to each other that time around. So they come through. Big jump for Bastian. Small jump for Freddie as they go through. As you can see, the gap has increased just slightly there. So we're looking at about 1.5 seconds nearly between these two at the moment. We'll see what it is when they come back round next time. Really wide line from Bastian on the switchback into the bomb hole there. He's lost a fair bit of time. You can see visibly Freddie is closer, but Freddie had a bit of a bad jump coming between the 2 tabletops. Into the switchbacks they go. Wide line from Freddie. He's lost a little bit of time there, but the gap is smaller this time round. 1.1 seconds between them. Freddie closing in on Bastian at the moment. Oh, and Freddie's gone over. Marshall's there with him, pushes him back through, so we'll stick with Bastian for a minute. Freddie's way behind now. Really dropped back a long way. I'm not sure he's going to have anything to answer that. He's got about 3.5 minutes left on the clock, though. Still plenty of time to be making this up. Plenty of mistakes can be made in that time. But Bastian really hanging on to that top line through the off-camber sweeper. As we've heard the top guys say, that is the safest place to be if you can make it up there. Flicks through the chicane over the first of the tabletops, back round through the berm and jumps back through. Freddie Russell just hits the first tabletop now, so you can see these guys still have a gap between them. We'll have a look what that gap is when Freddie's crossed the line, but Bastian takes a really wide line into the straight there. He's got a real cushion on Freddie now of about 3.77 seconds between them. So looks like we have a bit of a battle coming up behind Freddie, though. I'm not too sure if that is somebody that's fallen off the track. I'm not sure. It might be the 8 of Martin Hadley chasing Freddie down by the looks of it. I don't think it could be, though. We will see. It certainly is. It's the number 8 of Martin Hadley pushing up onto the back of Freddie now. So Bastian runs away from it. Freddie's had an absolute nightmare by the looks of things here. So we'll stick with it. Oh, Freddie goes low. Martin Hadley's through up into second spot from the 8. What a drive from Martin Hadley to hang on to this one. Can he pull it through to the end to clinch second place in this final? 2.5 minutes left to go. 2:10 to go. So Martin Hadley safely past the step up into the switchbacks. Bit of a wide line there as he punches it down the straight. So half a second now between Freddie and Martin. They are about 7.5 seconds back from our leader, Bastian. So a fair cushion for Bastian at the moment. We'll switch back to him in a bit, but the battle now is for second place. So we've got second, third and fourth being Martin Hadley, Freddie Russell and the big dog Sven Ruddig up behind them. Freddie has an absolute nightmare again, trying to catch back up to the back of Martin Hadley. So Martin gets a little bit of breathing space. Sven Ruddig has a bit of a nightmare coming off the top of the off-camber corner there. So they drop into the bomb hole. Let's just push back with Freddie and Sven if we can. Those two there, third and fourth. That's it. Thank you very much. So Freddie over the tabletop. Freddie obviously feeling a little bit of pressure in this one. Can Sven Ruddig close up onto the back of Freddie? We'll keep an eye on these two as they go down the main straight. It's about 0.7 of a second between them at the moment. We know Sven had a bit of trouble. Freddie's obviously had a nightmare there. So, Sven into the 3, through the chicane he goes. As I look at the timing score on the computer in front of me, there is a change. What an absolute typical thing to happen. But Martin Hadley hanging on to the 2 spot. Freddie's over again. So, it's the 4 now of Remy Bertrand that's gone into the 3rd spot. We'll see how things pan out as they come across the line now. Bastian Andersson way out in front with nearly an 8.5 second lead. It's another 2.5 seconds back from Hadley to Ruddig. Then we go from Ruddig back to Bertrand, Follington, Jesus, Russell, Stein, Gross and Landon rounds us out in this one. But it is still Bastian right at the very front there. Coming through the tabletop section. There we go. Led this one out from the start. 15 seconds left on the clock. He's going to go through for this one and one more. So Bastian Andreasen, takes it through the off-camber sweeper for the last time. Over the roller, has a little bit of a moment up on 2 wheels there. We'll give him this glory lap, though. He pushes it through the chicane, makes that a serious chicane that time. No straight line through there. Happily over the driver's tabletop, up the step up, into the switchbacks he goes. Flicks it left for the last time, flicks it right for the last time, punches it over the line to take the win in the GE final. We'll just see how these other guys finish. So Sven Ruddig manages to pull a 2nd spot out of that one. Then we go to Remy Bertrand, Scott Follington in the 4, Laurent Jesus in the 5, Freddie Russell in the 6, Daniel Gross 7, 8th was Peter Stein, 9th Sebastian Landon, and unfortunately for Martin Hadley, as much as he was putting a valiant effort up to in that 2nd spot for quite some time, unfortunately fell off the edge of a cliff a little bit there. Found himself right at the very back of the pack for the end of that one. But an exciting race nonetheless. So the F final will be up next. These guys certainly pushing through the finals at the moment. So this is your last final before we go into A final number 2, which will be coming up at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And let Muzz joins us again. So I'll let Muzz take you through the competitors in this one.
Okay, cheers for that, Matt.
With a mouthful of food.
Perfect timing. Wasn't quite as quick as you were eating that bit of pizza. So, F final coming up next. Give you a rundown of your 10-car grid. Poleman is Archie Bowman. 2nd, Philip Marzinger. 3rd, Lionel Lebez. 4th, Dylan McBurney. 5th, Cedric Didier. 6th, Adrian Sogner-Sand. We had a request for him earlier on the chat, so I have had a word with him, and he's coming in soon. He wanted to wait until full focus has been done on his final, and then he's going to come and have a chat with us. 7, Lucas Didier. 8th, Andy Wesson. 9th, the Emperor, Martin Owen. If anyone's wondering why I call him that, because he is the BRCA 10th off-road chairman now. And 10th, Christian Koenig. So it's getting the cars round to the grid. So we get these all in position, and then we'll get down to the 10-second countdown coming up. So grid is almost in position. And thumbs up from the guys sorting the grid. Well, Marshall seem to be ready. Rostrum drivers seem ready. Hope this will be a good final. So after this one, we'll have a quick look at the comments. Anyone wants to say anything, drop them in there, and we'll have a quick look after this one has gone. Okay, into the 10-second countdown of this F final. So let's see what they can do. Archie Bowman going to lead them away from pole position. So away we go. Archie just on the pipe there, not where you want to be on the start on the inside. Managed to keep hold of the lead just about. So as they come through, Archie Bowman, Philip Marzinger and Lionel Lebez. The first, second and third. You saw on camera shot there, fourth place, try and have a look on third. So Archie Bowman leads them round. And second, and we'll try and keep with third and fourth. Or are they getting closer together and nudging each other off the track? So into the bomb hole they go. They've changed positions now, so I think it's Dylan McBurney coming through. We'll keep an eye on it as they go this time. Wheel to wheel racing, so let's stay with these guys. Oh dear, referee's going to be watching. Good sportsman driving, but as they're messing around with each other there, it's Adrian Sognesand, car number 6, come through to third, the all-white machine. So probably stay with the white car for now with Adrian. He's going to come in for an interview. He's one of the fun Norwegian guys here at this event. Wants to have a few words. So we'll keep with him, and then we can talk about his race possibly, see how he gets on. So 6 on the grid, he's up to third. Running on the pipe there, he wants to get it back on the green stuff in the middle. Because fourth place, Lionel Lebez wants a bit of that third place action, does not want to sit there in fourth. So Sognesand needs to push on now, try and catch Philip Marzinger ahead of him. As you can see on the camera, there's a bit of clear air before he can get there. So keep an eye on the laps. Sognesand last time through almost a second quicker than the car ahead of him, Philip Marzinger. So we'll keep with this white car. And he's under pressure from Lionel Lebez, still there in fourth. So this is a close race on track. Forget Lionel now, he's on his lid. So we'll stay with Adrian just getting past the Marshall guard, almost catching it. Down the straight he goes. So he is less than a second now. As you can see on the camera when we pan out there. From Philip Marzinger second. So we'll keep with these two. So there goes Marzinger. Past the driver's stand now. In and out of the jumps. Here comes Sognesand, not too far behind. So top 3 pulling away from the rest of the field. So we'll see if these two can do anything about the leader. The leader off camera is Archie Bowman, who's 4 seconds clear from this pair. So Marzinger still running second. Adrian Sognesand trying to catch him. You can see the gap. Look at the amount of sand as they go through there. So the gap between those two now, 1.5 seconds. So Marzinger just pulling out a little bit now on Sognesand. So probably pick up the leader, which is just coming past us now in commentating corner. Pole position, Archie Bowman. Young Archie has been driving brilliant this week here at the European Championship. He leads them round and the gap extends slightly. 4.5 seconds now is the lead for Archie Bowman. So we'll keep an eye on how he's getting on. And I think we're going to have to just switch back to the driver's stand. They're coming through and coming past us now at commentating corner. If we switch back to 2 and 6, Adrian Sognesand right behind Marzinger now after Marzinger's had a couple of bad laps. So that's the battle on for second and third. Cars 2 and 6. So half a second is the gap between those two. Here they come over the tabletop, turning right now and over the jump in front of the driver's stand. Nice landing from both of them through the sandpit area. And onto the straight, Sognesand getting closer and closer. He's looking around the outside. Oh, he gives him a little nudge at the end of the straight. So he gives that position back to Marzinger. Good sportsman driving there. Sure, the referee, and I can see the referee's eyes are straight on those two cars. So referee is watching them exactly as we'd expect to see at this European Championship. So Philip Marzinger running there in second. Here comes Adrian Sognesand. Oh, he's almost side by side with him. Sognesand got some speed in that car down the straight. Oh, he tried to get through the inside. Doesn't get the verdict that time. So Marzinger carries on there in second. Sognesand back to third now. So this is the F final. 20 seconds to go. Here comes Marzinger past us now. That is the leader, end of the straight. on camera, so we'll stay with Archie Bowman. 5 seconds clear. Great driving from Archie. This is going to be the final lap for the leader, so we're going to follow him to the end. Half a lap to go for Archie Bowman. Great driving from Archie. Couple of corners from home. He'll go left and right down the straight and finishes the lap. So young Archie Bowman wins the F final. Massive round of applause coming from the crowd here at Robin Hood Raceway. Philip Marzinger gets second. Adrian Sognesan gets third. Lionel Lebez fourth. Martin Owen ninth up to fifth. And Christian Wakonig is sixth. So that is the F final done and dusted. So next up, A final, leg number two.
It is indeed.
Yes.
So, sounds like driver introductions for leg number 2, as we did in the two-wheel drive.
And as I know from announcing them in the two-wheel drive, it will take a few minutes to get through it all.
Okay. So, a final number 2 on the way. We're just having these guys at the bottom of the stand. And I believe first one up on the rostrum. And we'll start in reverse order. Oh no, we'll start from the TQ, don't we, Muzz? You get first choice of position up there. All right, so let's just hold on for these guys to get themselves ready. Well, with the sun out and the blue sky above us now, the heat is ramping up. I almost feel a little bit bad that I've got jeans on. There we go. Not sure who that is there, but okay, here we go. So first one up is Bruno Coelho driving for X-Ray. TQ of the four-wheel drive portion of the event. Second place overall, Marcus Kerup joins Coelho for Associated. A young competitor there. Third on the grid, Michael Orlowski for Schumacher Racing. Polish driver there, proving himself time and time again in these sorts of championships. And then from France, fourth on the grid, Noah Ben Mohamed in the X-Ray. Picked out a little while back, a number of years ago now, by Russ Lee as he beat him in the CML Masters a little while back. Una Hatanen joins us from Finland in the Associated, brings up the number 5 spot on the grid. And another Finn in the 6 is Pekko Ivanen in the Schumacher. There's Pekko, confident as ever. Number 7 on the grid, Paul Crompton for Inside Line. Driving an X-Ray, I believe, in the UK. And then we have from Germany, Jorn Newman in the Schumacher. Quite a few Schumachers in this one. Ninth on the grid. One of the firm UK favourites here. Certainly maybe not the favourite to win, but certainly a favourite with the competitors and the crowd will be Lee Martin from the UK in the Yokomo. And rounding out the grid, super happy to be up there. We call him the People's Champion, but you guys will know him as Neil Cragg, driving for Associated. brings up the number 10 spot on the grid. And there you go. That is your A final list of competitors there. I hope everybody's giving them a round of applause at home. They deserve it for the work they've put in over the last few days. No easy feat getting yourself up into the A. Some seriously quick drivers here. We are talking world-class driving standards at this event. World champions, European champions. Multiple times over, some of them. Cragg holding 9 European championships himself. Coelho, current world champion in four-wheel drive. Lee Martin, multi-European champion. Okay, so we just get these guys lined up on the grid. You can see the crowd around the edge of the track starting to build now. Well, it's already built, really. So just wait for Muzz to come outside, give us a thumbs up for the start of this one. So, Coelho from Carup. Carup going to be absolutely praying that Coelho makes another mistake this time round. Not really any with the pace to keep up with Carup or Coelho. They are pretty much the runaway two in this final at the moment. Certainly on lap pace anyway. Both of them into the very, very low 21s. Carup with the fastest lap of the event with a 21.42, I believe. But the youngster going up against the world champions experience of Bruno Coelho. 10 seconds on the clock, so these guys will be off any second now. And away we go. Cleaner start this time, so it is formation order as they go over the roller for the first time. Coelho going to be hanging on to absolutely every bit of track that he can now. Pushes through, and already you can see that Coelho and Carup have got themselves into a position where they've got a gap behind them. So these two now free to fight it out. Orlowski really not far behind at all. They all go down the straight together. Coelho and Carup across the off-camber sweeper through the roller together. Orlowski right behind them. All three of them drop into the bomb hole and back out. So it is Coelho from Carup from Orlowski up at the front. Back to Noah Ben Mohammed, Una Hatton, Pekka Ivonen, Paul Crompton, Jorn Neumann, Lee Martin and Neil Crouch. Everybody that lap round in formation order. So Coelho now still out in front. No gap at all. 0.1 back to Carup last time round. 0.3 back to Orlowski. So top 4, 5 almost all together, but it is realistically the top sort of two that have a small cushion back to Orlowski before we drop back to Noah Ben Mohammed in the X-ray. So looking at it now, there's a definite gap building between the front two and places 3 and 4. So Coelho, Carup drop into the bomb hole, push it through the centre chicane, over the tabletop they go, round the berm, so real tight there. They are bumper to bumper. Coelho not taking any chances on the jump, keeps it wheels down. Oh, Carup has a look up the outside, tries to get the outside, but catches a wheel. That's lost him a bit of time, puts him back in the clutches of Orlowski. Orlowski now pushing as hard as he can, trying to get up onto the back of Carup, but has he got the pace to keep up with the associated driver? Doesn't look like he has at the moment because Carup has instantly pulled a little bit of a gap out on Orlowski from what he did have. He's catching back up to Coelho as well. These two have a gap now. Again, the gap building between first and second and everybody else on the grid. Little bit of a gap now between Coelho and Carup as they go through. 0.43 of a second last time round. Coelho really wants to make sure he gets the one in this one. He's stretched his legs a little bit from Carup. Oh, Coelho's over. It's a mistake Carup's been waiting for, and he's gone. So it is Carup from Noah Ben Mohammed, who's got past Orlowski. Orlowski drops back to third place. Coelho hangs on to fourth. Can he get past the other two to challenge for the lead again? I'm not sure that he's going to be able to with 2.5 minutes to go. So Carup, the young lad from Associated hops up over the step up. It is Noah Ben Mohammed, another young chap out on the track. Unexpected from these two to be ahead of Quelo at the moment, but they both rush through the off-camber sweeper. We're going to keep an eye on second, third and fourth. That seems to be where the closest battle is at the moment. Carrot's got himself a little bit of a gap. Oh, Noah Ben Mohammed with an awesome pull out of the centre chicane. Tries to get himself a little bit of a gap away from Orlowski, just to give himself that breathing space to allow him to relax and get back on the power. But Carrot pulling out a massive lead at the moment. There is certainly a gap between Kerup and everybody else. You can see the pace he's got in that car. Absolutely not messing about at all. Could we see two sub-16-year-olds, two 16-year-olds taking the both? Oh, Orlowski tries a big move and absolutely gets it wrong in all kinds of ways. It's a nightmare for Orlowski in this one, so it is Kerup from Mohammed back to Quelo. We'll try and keep all three of these in the shot if we possibly can. So Marcus Kerup now knows he's got a little bit of a cushion behind him. These two are going to be fighting out for second spot by the looks of things. Bruno knows his time is running out with 1 minute and 15 left on the clock. He really has to pull something special out the back. Tries to go around the outside, catches the back of Mohammed. Doesn't make anything happen that time. Everybody stays on their wheels. It is still Kerup from Mohammed back to Quelo, back to Orlowski. But they have absolutely dropped Orlowski. Kerup is tearing away from second and third. Quelo has not got an answer at the moment. He needs that initial pace to get him out there, but much quicker over the off-camber sweeper. So Mohammed now putting a defensive line in place, making sure Quelo cannot come up the inside of him there. We see Kerup go. There goes Mohammed. There goes Quelo into the switchbacks. Flicks it back. So half a minute left. They are going to go this lap and one more at least. So we see Quelo and Mohammed drop into the bomb hole now. Out they come. Quelo looks up the inside, can't make anything happen at all there. But, oh, Mohammed gets it. Both of them caught up. And there's Orlowski that goes through. It is Orlowski up into second. Other two stay third and fourth. So, but looking at it now, we are going to flick back to the front with Kerup. He's been the runaway winner in this. All he has to do is keep the car on its wheels. So, look at him there, over through the berm, past the driver's tabletop. Flicks it up nicely through the step up into the switchbacks. And your European four-wheel drive champion, Marcus Kerup, takes it across the line. What a drive from the youngster there. Held off world champions, European champions. You can see how happy he is. We're going to cut over to Matt McCallum shortly to get an interview with Marcus, now the new European four-wheel drive champion. Look, you can see the emotion on his face. Super, super happy. What a race that was. Thrown away by everybody else on the field. So, sorry, I just had to take a breath, give myself a moment there, calm myself down from the excitement of the second leg of the A final. So, Kerup, will we see him go out in leg number 3? Bruno said he wouldn't go out if he won the first two. I'm pretty sure Bruno would go out on the third leg this time. We're going to swap to Matt McCallum now for a word from your new four-wheel drive European champion.
Well, here we are, father and son. Guys, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
What was that like out there?
It was so good. Making my dad proud means a lot to me, so it's good to win.
Lap after lap after lap, he just kept it going. The pressure, he didn't show the pressure. It was amazing.
Yeah, it was an awesome drive, awesome battle with Bruno, so good drive, yeah.
I think it's kind of obvious how you feel.
Yeah, I'm out of words. It's fantastic. It's so fantastic.
Guys, congratulations. We've all been rooting for you all week, so it's just amazing to see you take this. Wow, what's next?
We weren't even supposed to be here. We got an idea in May, and Mom said, let's go to the Euros. We weren't even a member of the federation or anything. So we got a wild card, and we went here, practiced a few days with the team, and he's just done amazing. I'm so proud.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well done, guys. Go and celebrate. Thank you.
Okay, so we are back. I'm going to hand you over to Muzz for this one, but I will say people need to stop getting emotional because I'm an old man and I get emotional too.
On that note, cheers, Matt. And away we go for the E-final. So great to see young 14-year-old Marcus Kerr up, taking legs 1 and 2, which will give him the victory. If everything is all checked through tech and everything's approved, it's only provisional at the minute, but everything should be okay. So as we go with this E-final, Greg Williams leads him off from pole position. We saw his sister Natalie Williams win earlier from pole position. Can Greg Williams, the older brother, do the same sort of thing? He'll be hoping so in this E-final. So we'll keep an eye on the leaders. In the bomb they go. Greg got the pressure already from car 2, Fabian Widmer. And car 3, Nathan Rawls, I think it is, not too far behind. It certainly is. So we'll keep an eye on them as they go down the straight. Greg Williams, 3 tenths clear from Fabian Widmer. Nathan Rawls, third. They're pulling out a bit of a gap now over Noah Kaufman and Carl Marsden. So, what a move up the inside. Fabian Widmer straight up there on Greg Williams. So Greg's got the work to do now if he wants the victory, like his sister. I know they're in different finals, but these are very fast drivers in this one. So Widmer leads by 2 tenths of a second. You can see all 3 cars as we keep them on the same shot. Fabian Widmer 2 tenths clear from Greg Williams. Nathan Rawls just 3 tenths further back. It looks like Greg's up the inside of Fabian. He certainly is. Fabian coming back at him. Not sure what happened there, but Greg Williams managed to come out in front just ahead of Fabian Widmer. 2 tenths of a second, the lead now for Greg Williams. It was 2 tenths in arrears. He's now 2 tenths in the lead. So we'll keep an eye on him. In the bomb on in the middle of the track they go. Going through left, through the chicane. These guys almost straight line it through there as we've seen. Over the tabletop. Nice landing from them both. And they come past us in commentator's corner and they've got to watch it because Nathan Rawls not too far behind. 7 tenths of a second covering the top 3. And as you can see, Noah Kaufman just coming into shot every now and again. 4th, 5th and 6th also not far behind. So Greg Williams got to get the hammer down. Just over 2 minutes gone in this one. He's got to stretch his legs because there's 5 cars chasing after him, not too far behind. And the whole field is not too far out on this one. So Greg Williams just starting to pull out a little bit on Fabian this lap. The gap increases to 4 tenths now, so it's up another 10th. So he's not gone up much, but these guys really on the limit themselves. Nathan Rawls still going with the lead too, so Fabian wants to get the hammer now, wants to go after Greg Williams, but he knows that Nathan Rawls is right there with him. So he's got to be careful. Doesn't want to make any mistake. Just over halfway through in this E-final. Down the straight go the leaders. First, second and third. Pulled out the little bit more of a gap. But the leaders all lapping on the same pace to the 10th. Down into the bomb on the go. Slight mistake there from Nathan Rawls. So Fabian Widmer got the pressure from behind release. So his all focus goes to the car ahead of him. Greg Williams, he looks for the outside line there. It's a quicker line in 2-wheel drive as we saw on the layout, but not in 4-wheel drive. Down the straight they go. Absolutely nothing in it. These guys driving absolutely brilliantly here. Less than 2 tenths of a second the gap. Greg Williams and Fabian Widmer. These guys brilliant driving. Nathan Rawls not too far behind. He dropped off a little bit. But as we know, if these two hold each other up, Nathan can catch them and will be almost in there as well. And he, as we say that, he is doing so. Last time through, Greg Williams extends the lead to 8 tenths of a second over Fabian Widmer. And Nathan Rawls getting the hammer down, closes in on Fabian. So it's soon going to be a 3 or even a 6-car race. You can see these cars just coming into camera shot. Greg Williams 8 tenths clear with the all-yellow car, all-yellow wheels. Down the straight he goes. Only 1 minute remaining on this one. This one seems to be going through pretty quick because there's quite a bit of action out there. Close race now. He's on for second and third. Fabian Widmer got Nathan Rawls doing as we suggested. He's closing in on him. Good drive from all these 3 drivers. So Greg just getting away at the sharp end now. He keeps pulling out a couple of tenths, so it's 9 tenths of a second the lead for Greg Williams. Fabian Widmer and Nathan Rawls still right there, so it's not all over yet. 35 seconds to go. So I think they're going to go this lap and probably one more, and that'll probably be it. Nathan Rawls giving it everything. Oh, Fabian hits the marshal guard. It doesn't break, but it's dropped him from second to third. So can Nathan Rawls do anything about Greg Williams ahead? 1.5 seconds is the gap. I think they're going to be finishing on this lap as well. 10 seconds left on the master clock. So Greg Williams just got to bring it to the line. Nathan Rawls going to throw everything at this, but he's going to run out of time without mistake from Greg. Greg has got this in the bag. Down the straight he goes to win the E-final. So sister Natalie Williams won her final. Greg Williams wins his. Nathan Rawls second. Fabian Widmer third. Noah Kaufman fourth. And Carl Marsden is your top 5. See on the camera there, Nathan Rawls talking to Greg Williams saying, another couple of laps, bud, and I'd have probably caught you. I was closing in.
Oh, who doesn't want another couple, eh, Muzz?
Yeah, exactly.
I'll tell you who didn't want another couple, and that would be the current European four-wheel drive champion of...
Mr. Carup. Remember, as I was saying, Matt, when you just give me the countdown, it is provisional because the I think, as Tommy's was, the motor gets taken out and taken apart. So there's going to be quite a lot of tech done on that car.
There certainly will be.
Mr. Jemison.
Certainly will be.
That's
as
Mr. Jemison.
There should be.
Mr. Jemison waving on camera. Just having a look on the screen. Just checking for any flies behind him. Oh, he's going to have a chat with Cockers now. Yeah, Cockers, I'm going to catch you. No, you're not, Gemmo. I'm going to beat you. He's saying, no, I'm a faster marshal than you, Gemmo. So see where they are on the grid as Matt runs you through it.
Okay, so this will be your D final. So 4 finals left to run. As Muzz says, provisional champion for Marcus Carup there. There is a lot of tech and other bits that need to go through before we can completely count this one off as being done and dusted. However, D final, you will see Daniel Pole on pole. Matt Peters on the number 2. Baptiste Roach in the 3. And then we got Matt Thompson in the 4. Yolan de Weerd in the 5. Ben Jameson in the 6. And then we have Tom Cockrell, 7th on the grid. Phil Slay brings us in at the number 8 spot. We've got Ben Simpson in the 9 and Will Callan in the 10. So everybody except for Baptiste Roach from France and Yolan de Weerd from Belgium. Everybody else in this heat is from the UK. 2 under 16s, Ben Simpson and Daniel Pole. Daniel Pole obviously front of the grid on this one. So, we will see how this pans out. Simon Moss, our track commentator, predicts that it will be a crash between Jameson, between Ben Jameson and Tom Cockrell, who line up either just in front, just next to each other, or just behind each other on the grid. We will see. We'll keep an eye on that one. Muzz can keep an eye on Jameson and Cockrell as they go round. I'm sure he'll tap me on the shoulder and point out any crashes that come through. Obviously, these drivers wanting to make this as clean and clear as possible for each other. Nobody wants to win by taking somebody else out because obviously that's not a win. That's just driving people off a track. But some fantastic drivings this far in these finals. Genuinely impressed with every single final I've seen so far. Some great driving at all levels. So all drivers now up on the rostrum, ready to go. I'll wait for the thumbs up from Muzz. As we see the wind drop down a bit, we've been very, very lucky with the weather so far. And the 10-second counter has started. So these guys will be off the line in probably about 3-4 seconds time now. Here we go then. Daniel Pole leads us round from Matt Peters. I think that is still pretty much formation order as we come through the bomb hole and the centre of the track there. So Daniel Pole already with a little bit of a gap back to second place. Matt Peters, apologies there. Oh, we got a tangle going on behind us, though. The 4 cars drop back. Oh, all kinds of mess back there. I don't know who's come through where. There's still some changing around going on, but Daniel Pole and Matt Peters will stick with the race for the number 1 spot between these two. Dan Pole obviously proving himself in this four-wheel drive over the last few days. Certainly has some pace in that car if he can keep it on all 4 wheels. I'm pretty sure Duncan Pole will be round the edge of the track cheering him on. So as we go over the roller, Daniel Pole a little bit quick over there, lifts his front wheels off of the floor. Loses a little bit of drive, but doesn't lose any time. It seems Matt Peters is dropping off the back of him at the moment, but seems to be a bit quicker through the tabletop section, does Matt Peters there. So into the switchbacks they go. Down the straight is Daniel Pole, followed by Matt Peters. That gap you can see on the straight is about half a second between them, that lap round, but looking now, it doesn't look like that gap exists anymore, and this is where Matt Peters is certainly a little bit quicker than Duncan going over the tabletops here. Definitely got a nice line coming past the Dong of Justice there and into the step-up. So fly down the main straight does Daniel Pole, followed by Matt Peters. Daniel with a not quite so good line over the off-camber sweeper there. Let Matt close right in on the back of him. So you'll see Dan now sort of drive a little bit more defensively. And what he's doing, it seems, is not driving defensively to put me in a fool's position here, and is driving out of his skin to make sure he stays in front of Matt Peters. So these two still down the main straight. Daniel up on 2 wheels over the off-camber sweeper. Through the roller he goes. They both drop into the bomb hole. Do they both come out? They do. Through the centre chicane, over the first tabletop and into the berm. It's Dan Pole over the back tabletop. Hops up, there's nothing to sort of see between them at all. You could literally throw a towel over these two as they go down the straight. Nice line over there for Daniel. Oh, and he's copped it. He's over at the end. Oh, I don't know what's happened there. He's out. Looks like Daniel's race is over. What a shame for Daniel Pole there. Valiant effort. He was driving so well, but he is gone. So we concentrate back to the front now. It is Matt Peters. Back to... obviously Daniel Pole crossed the line, so we'll wait for Matt Peters to cross the line there. You can see Daniel Pole drop that back through the positions. Baptiste Rose takes up second from Yolan de Weird. We're going to stick with the battle for second and third until they possibly catch up Matt Peters in the first spot. So through the chicane they go. Baptiste Rose leads the second spot. Oh, a little bit of a contact between them there. No harm done. Up through the step-up they go into the switchbacks. Baptiste Roach with a little bit of a lead. Not sure who that is that's gone over there. Couldn't see the number on that car, unfortunately. I don't think it was Matt Peters, so we're not losing anybody from the front of this one. However, Baptiste Roach has dropped Yolan de Weird. Not sure what's happened there between those two. I was looking at the timing score and who came off the track. So Baptiste Roach brings us round. Yolan de Weird loses an awful lot of time as he comes out the step up there with a bit of a kick out in the back of the car. Yolan de Weird's closed right back up onto him. Can he force an error out of Baptiste Roach? Tries to go around the outside. Almost Max Verstappen in the wet there. It looks like he's going to be pushing every single angle he possibly can to get past Baptiste. But Yolan de Weird cannot make anything stick this time round. They've got about 1 minute and 10 left on the clock. Hits into the switchbacks. That is certainly where Baptiste makes up a little bit of time. Now, over the off-camber sweeper, they go through the roller. Into the bomb hole. Both of them drop in. Both come out clean, and both of them through the chicane nicely. The gap to your leader, Matt Peters, seems to be dropping a little. It was 2.5 seconds. Oh, nightmare. He's waiting for him there, so we've had it coming together a second and third. They are waiting for each other, as you would expect them to do. That is driving standards, as we would expect to see at a European Championships or in any race. Everybody can be learning something from these two here. Oh, Baptiste Roach goes wide. Yolan de Weird goes through. Really trying to push the car, but he couldn't make it stick, so the back end flicked out. Made him wide on the corner. Yolan de Weird took full advantage of that. Unlikely, unless Matt Peters has a crash at this point, that these two are going to catch up. So the race is for the number 2 spot. However, there you go. So that one is over now. Baptiste Roach way back there. So we'll pick up our leader coming over the tabletops. There we go. So leader Matt Peters. Round he goes. Will he cross the line in time? He does. It is... Oh, no, he just got caught at the line. Just caught at the line, Matt Peters. 13.5.084. Almost had a victory lap for himself. Everybody else threw it away behind him. Matt Peters takes the win of the D final. So there we go. Just as exciting as an A final, that one. Woo! Matt Peters takes it, though. We should get Muzzy back in a second. There we go, Muzz. How do you feel about that?
Sounded pretty exciting, that one.
Oh,
it looked it as well.
It was. Everyone threw it away behind him. She just walked away. Anytime anyone got close, they just threw it away. There you go, Matt Peters. You have the win.
Keep seeing that on this track, don't we?
That's the way it seems to go sometimes, isn't it?
Look who's on the rostrum, Matt, in this shot. Who did we say has some exciting driving styles that we called the other day?
Oh, is not Kay Frenner's up there?
Yeah, Kay Frenner. He's just above the buggy, as you can look at it on that shot on the left-hand side of the two, without the high vis on, with the associated hoodie on. That's Kate. Cheers, Phil Slafer, just about blocking the view.
Fearless Kay Frenner, we'll call him.
Not sure some black flies around on that rostrum, but Tyler Liddell just chucked his high vis off. He's not having none of that.
I've noticed a few of the thunderflies coming back, I must admit.
Right, so we'll give a rundown on the grid. This is the C final coming up. So your drivers are pole position, Clement Boda. Second on the grid, Ed Callan. Third, Jamie Hall. Fourth, Luke Holdsworth. Fifth, Dominic Nunn. Sixth, Wesley Van Helmond. Seventh, Kay Frayner. Eighth, Tyler Liddell. Ninth, Elias Johansson. And number 10, Moritz Lautenbach. That is your full running order coming up for the C final. So some great racing we're seeing here at this European Championship at Robin Hood Raceway. Hopefully you're all enjoying the coverage wherever you're watching. Quite a few spectators here trackside. Clouds keep coming in, as you can probably see on the cameras. We're getting lucky so far, though. Keep seeing black clouds around us, but not over us, which is always good. So just getting the grid lined up for this C final coming up. So Griddy just getting ready. Drivers are looking ready on the rostrum. Some talent up there. Some of these guys we know will just send it, as they say. So it looks like it's going to be a pretty exciting final. Some good, fast drivers in this one. Just been told my daughters are watching online at home. So good afternoon to Ava and Rosie. Hopefully you're enjoying it. You might be getting to do some of this in the future when you get a little bit older. So here we go then. Coming up, C final. Just waiting for the thumbs up. Countdown is on. Okay, we're into 10 seconds. Counting down. So Clement Boda going to lead us off from pole. Let's watch for what he does. And away we go for the C final. Clement Boda leads us off. Very fast start from some of these cars. Ed Callan right there with him in his wheel tracks, chasing after him. And Jamie Hall, as we saw in the two-wheel drive A final. He's there in third position. So it's the C final, but it is a European Championship. So there's a lot of talent out there on the rostrum. So down the straight for the first time, Clement Boda being chased down hard by Ed Callan. Ed Callan thinking about a move up the inside. He won't get it done on that bank corner there. Into the bottom of the go. And it's the first. Oh, there's a slight bobble there from Ed Callan. He gets away with it. These guys are all being watched by the referees. A bit of a pile up there off camera. Not sure who's going to come through that. But at the sharp end, it's Clement Boda leads around from Ed Callan. 0.8 of a second the gap. And it is Dominic Nunn, I believe, up to third from fifth on the grid. Jamie Hall and Kay Frayner. So as we know, Kay's got a very fast car. Jamie Hall just had a mistake, so Kay will go up to fourth. So we probably want to follow car 7. Just coming onto the straight now. End of the straight, the all grey car. Here comes Kay Frayner. That's the one there. And he's being chased down by Elias Johansson. So they're coming through from 7th and 9th. So we'll keep an eye on them, see what they can do. They've got fast cars coming through from the back of the grid. So it's Clement Boda leading. Ed Callan, Dominic Norn, Elias Johansson, Kay Frayne are the top 5. So Kay and Elias swap position last time through. They're there on camera. Coming through now, coming past us in commentating corner. They're the two on the track now. Coming onto the straight. 2 minutes quickly now. 3 minutes remaining in this C final. So Kay Frayne giving chase. You know, Kay's got a very fast car. He managed to stick it in the top 10 for seeding for qualifying. He's there with the grey car all over the back of this one of Elias Johansson. So he knows he's got to go clean. He's got to make a clean and tidy move. He went big air there, as you saw, as he comes past us. Managed to get it down. So very little between those two. But we're going to keep an eye on these two because they're getting pretty racy. And as you can see, Kay's got to wait, being told by the referee, I'm sure. So good sportsman driving, but they've got to work together now to push themselves along. They was just starting to close in on the top 3. And Elias makes a mistake, so Kay goes back through. So we'll stay with them for this lap, and then we'll pick up the leader and second place. So we'll keep an eye on them this time through. The leader onto the straight now, and down the end of the straight is Clement Boda. So Clement, very fast driver from France. Coming down into the bomb hole, and Ed Callan, fast driver from the UK, chasing him down. They lapped the same sort of pace last time through. 2 seconds is the lead for Clement. So we'll see as they go this time through. 1.5 minutes to go. And it stays the same. They're lapping within a tenth of each other. So Clement Boda leads them round through the centre chicane. Here he comes. Over the first tabletop, over the big jump. In front of this driver's stand, Ed Callan, you just keep coming into shot. He's chasing him down, but I don't think he's making much progress. 22.7 for Clement, 22.4 for Ed. 22.8 that time through, so the gap stays pretty much within a tenth of each other. 2.4 now is the gap. So not much happening there. So I think we'll just drop back in a second to the next car, which is Dominic Nunn in 3rd. Just coming past us now in commentating corner. And he's got a car right with him, car 4 with Luke Holdsworth. There they are on camera now. Good friends, those guys, but they're going to do fierce battle on track. Dominic Nunn there in 3rd position. Luke Holdsworth 4th. Going to see what these guys can do. Very fast drivers. Luke taking a different line into the bomb hole there. As you saw, he went wider. He's hard on the brakes there behind Dom Nunn. Let's see if they're landing on these. Taking slightly different lines through there. Coming around with a pretty similar lap time. So they've only got 20 seconds left, so they're going to start the final lap. Just stick with these guys for a minute, and then we will switch. The leader's going to go through for another lap, so we'll stay with these because they'll be finishing as they hit the line. Can Dom Nunn hold on, or can Luke Holdsworth get him on the line? Here they come, last couple of corners, they're going to be finishing. Oh, drag race down the straight. Luke Holdsworth just ahead of Dom Nunn. So we'll pick up the leader. Clement Boda coming around past us now in commentating corner. Last couple of corners, there he is. Green and yellow machine. One back from that down the straight. Clement Boda takes your C final. Ed Callan will be 2nd. Not sure what happened with Dom Nunn in the end, but Luke Holdsworth got 3rd. It was a drag race down the straight. I think they've confused the loop when they went over. I think Dom Nunn has missed that lap for some reason.
That was an unbelievable drag down the straight there. The speed out of Luke's car was something else.
Holdsworth's definitely got his transponder ahead of Dom in the chassis somewhere, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's where you want it, on the front bumper, isn't it?
It was absolutely on it then, wasn't he?
Madness. Wow. What a week of racing we have had so far, and still, after all that excitement, we have 2 more races to go.
And we still don't know the rest of the podium positions, do we, as yet?
We're still waiting. Do we know who can affect what and where? I know, obviously, both the ones have gone, but
let's have a quick
will
look,
Carrot come out in the next day is what we really want to know. Not detracting from the B final here. We've got some absolute superstars coming up in the next one.
I think based on how some of the rules are, you won't see Carup come out, I believe.
Yeah, I think you can't because it's something to do with interfering in other results or something.
Something in the rules somewhere, I believe. That
crazy rule, as we've had all week this week with rules and regulations and things like that. But it is a European Championship, so you'd expect these things to happen.
So looking on the overall from here, Matt, Marcus Carup provisionally has won it with 2 1s, as we can see.
Mm-hmm.
Coelho got a 2 and a 4.
Ooh.
Orlowski got a 4 and a 2.
Okay.
Noah Ben Mohammed got 2 3s. So they're tied on 6 points, those 3. A 2 and a 4 will always beat a pair of 3s, of course.
Yeah, of course. But a 2 and a 3 will obviously beat a 2 and a 4, won't it? So who's going to get the 1, you think, is going to be the key here?
Looking further back from that, they're all on 5s and 6s. So Pecco and Una with a 5, unless they win it, they're not going to be able to get anywhere close to those. So I think it's between, unofficially, of course, Coelho, Orlowski and Ben Mohammed for the final podium spots.
Well, not to play for. These guys are not going to be holding back. But at the moment, what we've got going on is the B final. So car number 1 on pole in the B is Amika Widmeyer. And we have number 2 on the grid. Current 2-wheel drive European champion is Tommy Hall. We have Max Gotzel in the 3, Josh Holdsworth in the 4, back to Alexander Landon in the 5. Hubert Hornigal brings up the 6th spot on the grid. Jamil Gabrison in the 7, Ben Smith in the 8, Daniel Kobovic in the 9, and Jesper Rasmussen rounds us out as car number 10. So we will just watch for these guys. I don't think they're going to be too far away from going now. So we'll keep an eye out. Weather does look like there's a possibility of changing. Could we see a mix-up in this final? Okay, countdown has begun. Seconds away. And we're off. So Widmeyer from Hall from Gotzel straight away. In procession, these 3. Tommy Hall looks up the inside straight away on the first corner. Oh, can't make anything stick there, but shows his intention for the rest of this race for sure. So look at that. Widmeyer having all sorts of trouble out in front at the moment. The pressure getting to him, but he's got himself a good line out of the step up. Little bit of a gap now back to Tommy Hall as he go down the straight and in through the off-camber sweeper through the roller. Down and drops into the bomb hole. Both of them go. Out they come through the centre chicane. So it is Widmeyer from Hall. Looks like we've had Max Gotzel, then Josh Holdsworth last time round are bringing up second, third and fourth. However, it is still Widmeyer and Tommy Hall out the front. We're going to stick with these 2. They are the battle on the track for the lead. So both of them punching it into the bomb hole there and flicking it left through the centre chicane. Up they come over the first of the tabletops round the small berm. Tommy seems to be being dropped by Mika at the moment. He's not quite got the line out and up over the step up that Mika has. So there is time being lost there. So the battle now drops back to second and third because Max Gotzel, with a turn of speed, has closed the gap down to Tommy Hall. Can he catch him any more than he is? Not too sure. Josh Holdsworth is a little way back, so Gotzel has a small, tiniest of cushions, which has disappeared into the switchbacks. So we'll stick with the battle for third and fourth at the moment between Gotzel and Holdsworth. These 2 over the roller they go. Not much to choose between them. About 1.19 of a second last time over the loop. Tommy Hall stretching his legs a little bit away from third and fourth. Mika is certainly still holding his pace out in the front, maintaining a gap back to Tommy. But with the looks of it, Max Gotzel and Josh Holdsworth pushing themselves through the off-camber sweeper. Can Holdsworth push anything up the inside of him this time round? No, he can't. He has a look, but he's still too far back. The gap may look small, but it's still not enough to make a move from the distance he's got at the moment. Tommy Hall struggles as he comes over the tabletop and out of the step-up, but he's certainly picked up some pace as he goes back down the straight. Meanwhile, out in front, Mika Widmeyer absolutely going for it at the moment. Tommy Hall has a nightmare there. That's it. Widmeyer certainly left him. And now the battle is for second, third and fourth, as we are sticking with now. Fifth placed Jamil Gabrielson from the 7 is looking to catch these three up as they battle with each other down the straight. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. Tommy Hall pushes himself over the roller. Real quick line there for Tommy Hall. We seem to have lost, I think, Max Gotzel from this chase. So to Tommy Hall and Josh Holdsworth, I believe. See as he comes past me, it is the number 4. Oh, sorry, Luke Holdsworth. Luke Holdsworth is not Josh Holdsworth. So Tommy Hall in the 2 spot. Oh, a huge jump from Tommy. Oh, awful mistake there from Tommy. He knows he can't carry on there. He's had to pull back. So Tommy drops himself into the 4. Tommy is now back in the 4 spot. It is Mika Widmeyer with a huge lead, well over the length of the straight, back to Josh Holdsworth, back to the 7 car of Jamil Gabrielson. Tommy Hall still pushing as hard as he possibly can to catch these guys up. However, huge gaps between everybody at the moment. We'll have a few laps with Mika Widmeyer until the others seem to catch each other up or bunch up again. If we drop back to the battle for 3rd and 4th, at top of the straight now, Tommy Hall has caught up with Jamil Gabrielson. He is going to be pushing for the final podium spot in the B final, both into the bomb hole, but Tommy can't make anything stick that time round. Over the tabletop they go. Tommy has a look up the inside, but he is too far back. Tries to make something happen over the step up, but is Tommy now pushing too hard to make another mistake? We will soon see. The youngster has certainly held his nerve this song through the European Championships. He's going to drop into the bomb hole with Josh Holdsworth. No, with Jamil Gabrielson. These two over the back tabletop. Looks like Jamil is pulling out a little bit from Tommy at the moment, though. And with 25 seconds left on the clock, short of a mistake from Jamil Gabrielson, he looks like he's going to claim that 3rd spot on the podium. 15 seconds left in this one. We'll go to the front and just watch this one come through now. Just check he gets over the line, and then we should be able to follow him through. Nothing's happening a bit further back. 2nd, 3rd and 4th have bunched up a little bit, but there is still a cushion between Holdsworth and Gabrielson at the moment. Now, looking at the way it is, Tommy Hall is up into the 3. No, there was too much of a gap to Holdsworth, unfortunately. Jamil Gabrielson takes the 3. Tommy can't do anything about it. There we go. Sorry about that, chats. Just having a look at the results there. Actually sure a little bit of a mix-up there, but it is Widmeyer from Josh Holdsworth in the 2, back to Jamil Gabrielson there. I believe we have a little bit of a gap now before the 3rd leg of the A final. I can't imagine they will be pushing this on. Yep. So we will drop into a break, and we will see you in about 10 minutes' time. again back at the the EFRA Tony Sport 110th European Off-Road Championships. And we are here at the Robin Hood Raceway venue just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire. We are RC Racing TV and Control Sports, and we are bringing you this production in association with Schumacher, Hobbywing and Tony Sports. So with us today we have Adrian Sogneson from Norway.
Yeah, that's right.
How you doing? You all right? Enjoying yourself?
Yeah, have a good time, yeah?
Having a good time. Good stuff. How are you finding the track?
Fun. A bit difficult. Many bumps and yeah, I feel it's difficult, but it's fun. Yeah,
it is. And do you get much in the way of Astro back at home?
Yeah, in Norway we have just Astro and some indoor tracks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So pretty much same as the UK.
Yeah,
nice.
pretty much.
So this isn't too different to what you're used to then?
No, but the grip is much lower in Norway.
Really? What do you think the difference is?
The car slides more in Norway, and the AstroTurf the grass is much higher.
Oh, it's like a longer pile.
Longer, yeah.
Okay. And this is very, very similar to what looks like carpet. I mean, clearly you wouldn't want this in your living room, would you?
No.
But, compared to what you guys must have, this must be much more like racing on a carpet surface.
Yeah, it does. It feels like that.
Good. What's been the moment of the event for you so far?
The last final, the start. I overtook one car in the start, and I fighted for second position, and I was in second. And then I did a mistake. Then I got the third, and I almost overtook him. I was in the inside, and then I got. It was a race incident, and he drove into me, and then I got third. Yeah, it was a pretty good fight.
It's the way it goes, though, in these, and I think everybody's very quick to jump on the, he's taking him out, he's slid into the side of him. But when you're racing at that pace, with such little time to react, it's really difficult to...
Yeah, it's a 50-50.
Exactly. When you wheel to wheel, sometimes these things happen. It's just unfortunate that races are won and lost because of it sometimes. We've seen it multiple times over the years for sure.
Yeah.
Who do you think your prediction is for the next day then?
I think Bruno. Bruno could take this now. Hopefully.
Well, if he doesn't make another mistake, eh?
Yeah. I do not root for Schumacher. Sorry, Muzz.
Muzz has been... Oh, wow. The gauntlet to Muzz was slapped in his face there. I've never seen anything like it.
He wants to find a key at midnight again.
Yeah. You should give me one Schumacher and I'll try.
Oh, there you go, Muzz. There's a temptation for you. You could have the next Orlowski with you here. There is. So, do you think we're going to get some rain for the final?
No, I don't think so. It would be dry.
Yeah, I think so too.
It seems dry.
It's clouding over, but I think we've.
It would be cool. It would be cool if it's raining.
About halfway through.
Yeah, halfway through.
Yeah.
Then you can see the skills of a pro.
That's
proper skills.
Exactly it. I think that's where it's really going to come into it for the likes of Neil and the likes of Lee. They're so used to racing on AstroTurf in the wet that I think it will definitely.
That's an advantage.
Definitely. Adrian, absolute pleasure to meet you, mate. Thank you so much for coming in. I'm sure everybody's enjoyed hearing from you.
Yeah.
And we hope to see you at these events in the future.
Yeah, I will come with more fancy shirts.
Ah, brilliant.
Yeah,
brilliant.
Brilliant.
Nice
Thanks,
buddy. You take care. Thanks, mate. There we go. Adrian Sogneson comes in for a little chat just towards the end there. So this is leg 3 of the A final. Bruno Coelho leads us out. Marcus Kerr not on the grid in this one, choosing to decline from this. Michael Orlowski back to Noah Bebhad, Gina Hatton, Pecco Ivan and Paul Crompton, Jorn Neumann, Lee Martin and Neil Cragg round out the grid. So let's see how this one goes down. Should be pretty much seconds away. Okay, 10 seconds on the clock. These guys will be going now. I've had the thumbs up from Muzz outside the window there. Okay, and we are off. So it is Coelho bringing us round from Orlowski. I do believe these two are going to be doing everything they possibly can to pull away from the rest of the field. Coelho definitely wants to gap Orlowski as early on as he possibly can. We see all the cars cleanly through the tabletop sections there, but it is Coelho from Orlowski. Oh, what a line from Orlowski over the off-camber sweeper there to catch Coelho back up. He is certainly not letting him pull away like he has done in the first 2 rounds. Knows that if he puts a bit of pressure on Coelho, Coelho will be pushing, and the likelihood is he may be able to force another mistake. However, the youngster of Noah Ben Mohammed right behind these two, certainly not letting them pull away too much in the X-ray there, but it is Coelho out front still by about, what is it, quarter of a second on Orlowski that time round. So, Orlowski catches a pipe. It's Noah Ben Mohammed up into the 2. Now, can Mohammed do anything to catch the back of Bruno Coelho? Into the switchbacks they go. Michael Orlowski, you can see from the body language of his car, he is now pushing that thing as fast as he can, but back to the front with Bruno and Mohammed. In they go into the bomb hole, both of them out, switching it left through the chicane. Straight line for these two, both through there. Both of them in through the first tabletop. Down through the second tabletop section, up through the step up into the switchbacks they go. Coelho now with a small cushion there. So this time round he has pulled about 0.2 of a second on Noah Ben Mohammed. That gap you can see now with Coelho with nobody right on his tail. He has relaxed. Into the racing line he goes. There will be no stopping Coelho now if he can get a clean run in. Noah Ben Mohammed is not going to let him go without a fight, though. He is hanging on with every inch of energy that he has got in that car. Coelho pushes over the roller. Flicks, Coelho goes wide. So can Mohammed now capitalise on that? He can't do anything. He's too far back this time. But we know that Coelho is liable to make a mistake if he is pushing too hard. Will Coelho be able to hang on till the end? He has got about 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on the race clock. Noah Ben Mohammed, a valiant challenge so far in this final. He's keeping up with Coelho. Oh, Noah Ben Mohammed goes over. Can anybody get past him? Not sure he's come out in front there. I think that is still Noah Ben Mohammed in the 2. Can't be too sure. It's the number 4 car of Noah Ben Mohammed in the 2 still. Coelho certainly pulled out a bit of a lead now after that mistake. So it is Coelho back to Mohammed, back to Orlowski. Mohammed and Orlowski both into the bomb hole. Through the centre section they go into the tabletops. Coelho through safely. Mohammed through, Orlowski through, into the switchbacks they go, nose to tail. There is nothing to separate these two at all. The 20-year-old Orlowski pushing as hard as he can up behind Noah Ben Mohammed. Oh, he goes at the inside. He cannot make it stick, can't make the braking zone work in time for him. So Noah Ben Mohammed knows Orlowski is on the attack. He does not want to let this one go, but has Orlowski used everything in the tank with that move? Mohammed seems to have a small gap on Orlowski now. That comfort zone letting him hit the racing line rather than the defending line that would slow him down. But Orlowski really pushing with everything he has got to catch him back up. Mohammed through the centre section into the tabletops he goes, all through safely past commentator's corner. Down the main straight goes Coelho into the first corner, followed by Mohammed. Then Orlowski over the roller they all go, first, second and third. Coelho is now through the centre section. We are sticking with Noah Ben Mohammed, who is gapping Orlowski as we speak. The X-ray cars certainly have the pace on the Astro for the UK circuits. And Coelho down the straight, Mohammed down the straight, Orlowski down the straight. It's about... what are we talking? 1.3 between Coelho and Mohammed at the moment. Even less, 0.7 of a second last time round between Mohammed and Orlowski. One mistake will change this last round massively for these guys. So everybody here fighting for a podium place out of the front 3. Who will be the lucky 2 and who will be the unfortunate loser? We will soon see. So Coelho now coming up on the first of the back markers that we've seen and possibly lapped, which is Una Hatton. Una moves out the way for the front three. An absolute class drive from Una, as we would expect. But it is Coelho out the front. He shoots it down the straight. Mohammed right after him. This is the final lap for the European Championships four-wheel drive of 2022. We see Coelho into the bomb hole. It's Mohammed, followed by Orlowski. Over the tabletops they go, round into the berm. Do they all come through the tabletop section clean? They do. Oh, what a move for Orlowski. He tries to make it stick, can't make anything happen. Desperation on their last lap, but Coelho takes it. It is Noah Ben Mohammed in the two. Orlowski threw everything at that one in those last few corners just to try and make that last place up. Couldn't make it stick. So I believe what we'll do now, after I catch my breath and try and have a little drink here, I'm going to have a little drink and then we'll pass over to Matt McCallum for a interview with Bruno, and I believe that one will put Bruno onto second spot on the podium behind our champion Marcus Kerup. So, what an exciting race that was. Lots of mistakes. Coelho absolutely driving out of his skin to keep that one, though. He kept the gap. So we'll pop over to Matt now for a quick word with Bruno.
Super hard for battles, every one of them.
Yeah, I knew it already before the final that it will be super hard on the final. The track is very difficult, bumpy. Our pace were very similar. The top four were very similar, so I knew it will be very hard. So I'm happy with the second. Of course, I would like to have the first. But I mean, between us three, us four, also with Noah, now in the final that showed very good. I think it's about the mistakes, and I did some, so I deserve the second place.
Pretty unstoppable in qualifying, but racing on that track, is it just so much tougher against the other cars?
Yeah, I missed a lot confidence for the finals. When I started, I was not confident, not with the car, but myself, with the track and everything. I missed a little bit, and on the qualifiers, as I drove alone, it's completely different than driving with the guys behind you. And I missed a little bit of confidence, so I lost myself.
Racing with Noah, come in. Racing with this guy, I mean, you didn't give him any easy ride, did you?
No.
I mean, be honest.
No, for sure not. I was right behind him, trying to wait the mistake. I actually catched him the rear when he opened a little bit. I caught in the rear. We had luck there, but I mean, it was a very nice fight, and it's very nice to see because he started to ride me when he was super young, and now he's racing with me, so it's for sure very nice.
So proud.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bruno. Let's talk to Noah. Come in, Dad. Come this way. Wow, I mean, hang on, let me just move the camera. You guys must be so stoked and proud of how this has gone in your first Euros.
Très fier de Noah, il a fait un Euro de fou et je suis vachement ému. On a bossé pour et pour moi c'est le meilleur. Voilà, c'est tout.
He's very proud. They worked hard and they get it now.
Wow. What's it like racing with Bruno? I think you could have taken Bruno. Were you being easy on Bruno for team orders? Come on, be honest.
Bruno, on va dire, il voit toujours Coelho, c'est son vrai champion. De rouler avec lui là, ça a été énorme. Et là, il essaie d'arriver à sa hauteur.
For him, Bruno is a real champion. Now, racing with him, against him, is really huge for him.
Congratulations, guys. What a great team.
Thank you.
Nice work.
Okay, so there we go. That is a close to proceedings at the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships for 2022. We have seen two very unexpected and very new and very, very young European champions step up to the plate, take their place at the top of the pile, and some awesome emotions all the way through the week. I can't thank you guys enough for joining us. It's been a great week so far. Well, it's over now, so it has been a great week, I must say. A big thank you to all of the team here that have put this event on. James Helliwell, Eugene Galley, and the likes of Steve, etc., etc. They've been fantastic, put on an awesome show for everybody, as have all of the drivers and competitors. Thank you to the RCTV crew. We got Paul Bateman. He's been here pretty much all week. James Parry's been with us. We got Frank McKinney. Matt McCallum has been there as well. And we did have a little visit from Nick. Nick did drop in, old Nick Damon, and come and see us, which we made my week anyway. So thank you all so much for joining us this week. We will catch you very soon for another event, which we'll post up online. I'm not sure which one is actually coming up next for us. Please have a look on the Facebook page for upcoming events. We'll be back with you soon. Okay, so finals will be coming out on the Facebook Live as well. Podium finalists, sorry, not the finals, the podium finalists. Sorry, I'm getting words in my ear from James Parry, and he does struggle to speak at the best of times. However, I am Matt Guppy. I've been your host for the Euros this week. Thank you very much for joining me. We've been RCTV in Control Sport, and we'll catch you all very soon. Take it easy, everyone.